Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the November 4th meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Hello, hello. To our millions, welcome. Good to see you. All right. As I always do, I will take a moment to read our mission statement. The mission of Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-age children to receive an academically challenging, quality education that builds character, equips for leadership, and prepares for life in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. As I always do, I take the time to read that because I want us to remain focused on why we're here and what our charge is. With that said, Dr. Maria Navarro, if you could please give us the superintendent's update.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson
Afternoon.
Kramer, board members, staff, guests here with us, and those millions watching us at home today online. First, I want to acknowledge the local impacts of the shutdown of the federal government, as well as address some misinformation circulating about our SNAP benefits. As of today, federal courts have ruled that the U.S. government must continue to fund SNAP benefits for families. At this time, there's no disruption in school meal status for students receiving SNAP benefits. Students who receive free meals under SNAP will continue to receive free meals for the entire school year. Additionally, students who may be newly eligible for SNAP benefits with their applications, when their applications are processed, will also qualify for free school meals for the entire school year. These are school meals. Charles County Public Schools will continue to serve free breakfast at our schools qualifying for the Maryland Meals for Achievement program. This includes 32 schools. This program remains unchanged, and please visit our website for a list of those MMFA schools. Additionally, students attending our community eligible provision schools, also known as CEP schools, will continue to receive both a free breakfast and lunch for the entire school year. We have 12 CEP schools, and we have a list of who those schools are on our website. Also, I want to remind parents to complete the free and reduced price meals applications. Parents affected by the shutdown may use their current household income to complete this application. Please take a moment to complete the application on our website under Quick Links. You do not have to provide household income information, but we recognize that many of our households are experiencing a change due to the shutdown. If your child attends a CEP school, you do not have to complete an application, as students in those schools already receive free breakfast and lunch. If you or your family need additional supports, please reach out to an administrator or pupil personnel worker at your child's school. Most of our community schools have food pantries, and the Southern Maryland Food Connection has a list of food pantries on our website, on its website, somdfoodconnection.org. Additionally, our partners with the Charles County government have posted local resources for families and community members in need. Please check our social media platforms and website for more information. Actually, if you go to our website right now, a link will pop up with information regarding our food options and opportunities for our families and where to find more resources. So I encourage our families to please follow that link. Thank you, Shelley. Kudos to our teachers, administrators, and staff. We have made it. Charles County Public Schools has officially moved into second quarter of the school year. Report cards will be posted on Monday, November 10th, which coordinates with our fall parent-teacher conference days. Students do not attend school on November 10th to allow time for teachers to meet with parents to discuss student progress. Even the superintendent needs to remind herself that there's no school for kids on Monday. Okay.
Yeah, Monday or Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday. Wow. Make sure
Who
make sure
approved
I
that
buy
calendar?
groceries at home to feed these children.
Yeah.
Report cards will be posted on November 10th in Parent View and Student View. Parents, please reach out to your child's teacher with any concerns and take advantage of the parent-teacher conference opportunity. I know that we now offer both virtual and in-person options. I'm also pleased to announce that our initial work on the Charles County Public Schools Strategic Plan webpage is complete. Yesterday, we launched the webpage that highlights the goals, implementation, and metrics outlined in the 2025 through 2029 strategic plan, and I believe Shelley is running through some highlights. The plan includes 4 focal areas and will guide the work of CCPS through the next 4 years. They are student achievement and ensuring students are college and career ready, supporting safe and inclusive learning environments, employee recruitment and retention, and strengthening family and community engagement. The page is linked under quick links, under the quick links menu, and will be updated regularly. Please take some time to review the page and learn about the goals of the school system and our guiding work for the next 4 years. I do want to thank the research and assessment folks, Steve Roberts' office, because the board asked a couple of years ago that we make this an interactive website so that people could run their own analysis of data. And so you will find that in a lot of places where we have data that we can run, we provide you a way to customize the interest of reports. So if you are interested in understanding how we did on the state assessment in the last 3 years for students with disabilities across the system or across elementary schools, you can run your own report. This is with the mindset that we want to be as transparent on the progress of our school system, and we also want to make sure that we provide as much information to everybody so that you never have to ask, how did kids do, or how are we doing in such and such. You can always go to this website and find out exactly how we've been doing for at least the past 3 years on major indicators. Later today, the College of Southern Maryland will host an information session about early college program. The session is at 6 p.m. in the auditorium at St. Charles High School. Rising juniors and seniors can apply to attend next school year. Parents of current sophomores and juniors, please check your Synergy mail for more information emailed to you today. And before I close, I want to recognize 14 students whose name Shelley's putting up, I think, who are currently working for Charles County Public Schools as part of our Apprenticeship Maryland program. Yes, we employ our students, known as AMP. The AMP program is designed for our students wanting to gain workplace experience. The program was developed in partnership with the Maryland State Department of Education and the Maryland Department of Labor to provide students a unique opportunity to earn and learn. The students are working in the areas of transportation, technology, human resources, food and nutrition services, and teaching and learning. The names and the work sites of our student apprentices are visible on the main screen here in the boardroom. Thank you to the chiefs who have employed and have utilized student talent and also have provided learning opportunities for our students to learn while they work for us. And they have done incredible, incredible work. Please continue to follow the school system website for the latest updates. Thank you for your continued support of Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Next up, the EACC President, Mr. Sean Howe. Welcome, Mr. Howe.
Madam Chairperson Morley,
Good
Vice
afternoon.
Chairperson Kramer, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, my Board of Education, CCPS leadership, distinguished guests, and those watching online. I'd like to start by thanking the Board of Ed for including EACC in the discussions during your legislative breakfast this morning. The coalitions between CCPS, EACC, and local elected officials are what keeping us all focused on doing what's best for our students, which often starts with doing what is best for our staff. And speaking of staff, workload, workload, workload. I want to start with a comment made by my peer, Sean Starcher, at the October Board of Ed meeting. If you do not start to address the workload issue, you will have a workforce issue. I would modify that slightly to say we currently have a workforce issue, and it will only worsen, becoming exceptionally dire for Charles County if something doesn't change for our educators. As I understand it, about 1/3 of our educators are in their 3rd year or less and are conditional employees. They're learning the curriculum, managing student behavior, figuring out how to differentiate instruction for a variety of special education needs, and taking classes to get certified. You cannot go numb to the concerns expressed by me and others regarding this situation. Last month, I thanked Dr. Navarro for establishing a workload committee, and I'm eager to begin that work 2 weeks from today. Here are some tangible ideas I anticipate being suggested at that meeting. Reduce middle school collaboratively from 5 days a week to 3 days. We all agree that collaborative planning is important, but it is possible to have too much of a good thing. And there are other things on the educational plate that need to be addressed. In the spirit of collaboration through bargaining, EACC agreed to give up 4 hours of contract secured time due to our beliefs in the benefits of collaborative planning. After this agreement, CCPS issued the mandate for weekly collaborative planning this school year. We immediately requested a meeting with them to express our concerns last spring. While we were assured that everything would improve by the 25-26 school year, it has clearly struggled in specific areas. After we agreed to 4 hours of collaborative planning from teacher-directed time, CCPS then imposed the weekly mandate on top of that, thus complicating matters, and this is important, after school had already created their master schedules. Many schools are still trying to figure out how to make this work without placing an extraordinary burden on teachers, and so others did not use the time we gave them for collaborative planning in the first of those hours we committed to this initiative, but for another quarterly burden placed on educators. Here's another idea. Solicit community support from our educators and students. We need to find a way to get parent volunteers for 2 essential duties, bus duty and lunch duty. By creating a specific volunteer form for this, we could free up some time for educators. Some schools are currently overwhelming their administrative teams with hours of lunch duty every day, which is not the best use of that resource. Think about the positive impacts on both staff and students if administrators were not occupied with watching kids eat. And here's the impossible of all impossible ideas. Implement more 2-hour early dismissal days. Before this suggestion is dismissed as impractical, let me clarify who it's not impractical for. Educators. If we implemented 2-hour early dismissal days every week, that would average 4 per month. We could allocate 2 of those to staff, 1 to central office, and 1 to building administration. This adjustment wouldn't create inconvenience for teachers or educators because they're already in the building. It may pose logistical challenges for parents, but let's brainstorm ways to support them and ensure all stakeholders collaborate to maintain our educational workforce. It's time to look at other stakeholders to sacrifice time for the benefit of educators and consequently our students. Educators are doing everything they can to provide the best education possible for the students of Charles County, but they're facing increasing demands with insufficient time to meet those demands. We need support from all stakeholders during this employment crisis to maintain and/or improve the educational efficiency of the staff. I do want to clarify what will not happen. I mention this because I've heard it suggested from various leadership positions. Educators will not sacrifice their individual planning or duty-free lunchtime to make this work. That would be counterproductive. If educators already feel as though they don't have sufficient time to fulfill their responsibilities, cutting the only time they have for their own planning would exacerbate work-related exhaustion and leave educators feeling unsupported by directly stating they do not know how to use their time effectively. I say all this again to drive home the idea that educators' workload is just too extensive right now. One of the areas that I've not addressed specifically is special ed. We will have a few of our special educators and supporters of special ed will be addressing their concerns tonight at public comment. I always strive to present potential solutions to the problems I observe, and I've done so here. What are your suggestions? I'll conclude with the statement I opened from my esteemed colleague, Ms. Starcher. If you do not start to address the workload issue, you will have a workforce issue. I have offered my potential solutions. What are yours?
Thank you, Mr. Ho. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have from AFSCME, President Ms. Gertrude Lawson. Welcome, Ms. Lawson.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gertrude Lawson, and I am the president of AFSCME Local 2981, where I represent all supporting staff within CCPS. I'd like to share a few important updates and announcements with you all. Union meeting and holiday celebration. Please note that we will not hold our monthly union meeting in December because we're going to have our annual Christmas party Friday, December the 5th from 6 to 10. The theme is Harlem Nights. dressed to impress. We were taking plenty of pictures. To ensure safety and enjoyable evening, the event will is for adults only. The flyer will go out today, and if you plan to bring a guest, please let the guests know there will be a $10 guest fee. Stewarding opportunities and training. If you are interested in becoming a steward, please reach out to me or Tracy via email. For our current stewards from Local 2981, we will be holding a refresher training on Wednesday, November 5th at 5 to review key responsibilities and procedures. As a reminder, the monthly meetings are held at FB Gwen Center the first Wednesday of every month at 5:30. Members who cannot attend in person, you definitely could join us via Zoom. Concerns in regarding students' behavior and staff safety. I'd like to also let everyone know to take a moment to address serious concerns raised by our bus drivers and attendants and instructional assistants who work closely with our students and particularly with those who have special needs. We continue to face challenging situations involving physical altercation, unsafe behaviors such as hitting, scratching, spitting, throwing objects, pulling our hair, kicking, and verbal abuse. Over the past year, I have reached out to multiple individuals for guidance and support to ensure us to handle things appropriately within CCPS rules and regulations, so that our staff members would not feel forced to take matters into their own hands. Unfortunately, we have not received anything in a timely manner. Some of these reports have been pending for over a year, and some of them also has been a little bit over a month with no clear direction to resolution. As a representative of a supporting staff, I just ask, how can we handle students with behavior challenges, particularly those with special needs and aggression behaviors? What protection and resources are available for us, for our staff in these situations? Can CCPS provide us additional training and manage support students with conditions such as autism across all spectrums, ADD, ADHD, social and emotional anxiety, and behavior needs? So what I'm gonna do is now, I'm gonna say this, and I hope you can guess what I'm trying to say here. Hear what we are asking for, eager for a response, learning from one another, patiently waiting for an answer, unable to get an answer for these questions and share what we have learned. Can anybody guess what I just felt? Help us. Thank you so much for your time, and everyone have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, next up with the district audit is Ms. Karen Acton, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Bill Early, the Principal at CLA, and Gabriela Sandos, Director of Finance. And Ms. Fisher Davis is joining us as well. Welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. So I think this is the first opportunity that the board has to meet Ms. Gabriela Sandos, who is our Director of
Hi,
Finance.
welcome.
And everyone does know Ms. Fisher Davis because we're
Yes.
here quite a lot. So I want to, as always, thank the staff. You know, the audit is a heavy lift that's on top of everything else that we do. Making a lot of progress with our new ERP system, but it still was a challenge. And we have a couple of staff members here. Earl says I wasn't too hard on him, but you know, those that know Earl know that he's a very kind person. But I do thank everyone. It's, you know, it is a heavy lift, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bill Early, the principal from CLA, to go over the audit with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I would be remiss if I also did not thank the finance staff of CCPS. The audit is quite a long audit. We do our preliminary work in the spring, going through our final field work starting in August. And as you know, last year I was up here and we did not issue until I believe it was February, March of last year, and we were late. While unfortunately we did not get into September 30th and issue by the MSD deadline, we did issue October 31st, so we were only 1 month behind this year. And that is due to their efforts. Without their efforts, we would not get our audit documentation in time, would not be able to go back and forth and have the collaboration we do with them. And we do see it as Karen sent an email Friday when we were finally done from her conference and said, thank you for the partnership. And we really do see it as a partnership between the auditors and CCPS. Do we have findings? Do we have to discuss stuff that gets uncomfortable at times and discuss accounting procedures? Yes, that's part of an audit. But at the end of the day, we all work together as a goal. There was a lot of late nights, early mornings. We pulled Karen out of church one Sunday to go over everything because we were all working as hard as we could to reach that deadline. So they are available to us throughout the process. It's not just a Monday through Friday, and we feel the same way. So I will say that's probably the first time I've had to pull somebody out of church, and I did discuss it with my staff. So I was at the baseball field, Karen was, at church, and we were still working to get it done. So kudos to her and her staff for everything. I will say, I'm proud to say though that the board listened last year. So welcome, Gabby. She was a great addition. I stood up here last year and said that it would be that you did need more resources in this area, and you heard, you listened, and you approved that position. I would say, not to talk about it forever, but if we did not have another person helping us this year, I don't know, Karen, that we would have got done in October. I think it would have been sometime in November or even later maybe that we got done. So thank you from our standpoint of listening to that recommendation. I stand before you to present the financial statements. They are management's financial statements. We do the audit of them, and we issue an opinion on the financial statements. I'll go through my required communication to you all as the Board of Education. One of the things that we do is we issue a letter to those charged with governance, which is you all, so I'll walk through that quickly. The notes to the financial statements, all the accounting policies and procedures are in notes 1 of the financial statements. There was a new one implemented this year. It was what's called the Government Accounting Standard Board issued 101 for compensated absences. That's your sick time, your vacation time, leave time. They tweaked a little bit of how it was a reissuance of another GASB to tweak how you calculated some of those items. So there was that impact that we had this year. However, you did not have to restate for that, the beginning position as a result of that standard. So we said there was no material impact over the financial statements for that, but there was a slight change in the accounting policies for that. You do have estimates regarding pension and OPEB in your use actuaries to calculate those results. Part of it, and Karen and I have talked about it, and if anytime you go get a chance to work with your fellow counties, that September 30th deadline is getting tougher and tougher for boards of education to meet. A lot of it has to do with the number of GASBs, so we're up to 101. When I started 27 years ago, we were in the 30s. So they're coming out multiple at a time. You're doing more with less, new system implementations. And in addition, a lot of these that are coming out now are not simple, so they require a lot of calculations, actual reliance on actuaries. So you're not getting those actual reports until mid-September and then having to get that information in the financial statements. We have been communicating with all the superintendents that we do the audits for the school districts that to be talking to MSD, that law and that date has been on the books for many, many, many years before the financial statements became as complicated that they are. And even moving it to October 15th or October 31st would still give you all timely information, but would allow us to complete the audit without having that pressure of that time constraints, which we all know time constraints, the more faster you got to go, sometimes mistakes could happen. So we're trying to look out for that. In addition, I will also say if you are speaking with your fellow counties, we are also concerned. You mentioned the federal shutdown. Part of that is our single audit is sort of in process. OMB issues a compliance supplement every year that we have to follow. That compliance supplement, a draft came out early summer, and it has not come out from the federal government yet. Obviously, with the shutdown, they are not, OMB is not considering that an essential item, so we don't expect that to come out until sometime hopefully in December. However, your single audit is due to MSDE by 12/31. The AICPA, which is the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, has basically issued guidance, and our firm is following it to say we will not issue a single audit until we get that compliance supplement in case something did change in the draft. So we've been, I believe Anne Arundel is drafting a letter on behalf of all the school districts to MSD. We've reached out to MSD. We've got no response to say, is that going to be extended or not? So if you all are having any meetings with them, that is a concern we do have, is that if it comes out in middle of December, we won't have enough time to finish to issue that by that December 31st deadline that they've established. Going back to required communication with you all, we did note that there was we did have a past adjustment this year. Last year's compensated absences balances, when we were looking at this year's, we realized last year there was a mistake in the calculation of it. A past adjustment means it was not material to the financial statement, so we do not write a finding for it. We're able to just say it's a past adjustment journal entry because as of June 30th, 2025, the balance is stated correctly. So it would have been going back and basically you're changing a number that was issued last year. So no real impact. It also only impacts the entity-wide statements, which you all don't use. To govern on a daily basis, you use the budgetary statements. So, but we did have one of those this year. As far as disagreements or no disagreements with management, management gave us a representation letter saying everything they told us was truthful and accurate to the best of their knowledge. There was no issues discussed with them prior to us being retained as the auditors. You do have required information in your financial statements, which I'll go through and have some discussion on. I'm happy to report you received an unmodified audit opinion, which is a clean opinion, also known as a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance we as a CPA firm can give on a set of financial statements. And again, you had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted. We did put the payroll accrual as a management letter comment, just to alert management, hey, make sure next year, and it was done correctly this year when Karen did it herself. So we just issued a management letter comment. That does go with the financial statements to MSDE, so Karen will have to draft her response to MSDE. They always want a response from the school systems. If you don't get any, I know the report is very lengthy, 90-some pages. I'll do some highlights, but if you do get a chance, I think I stand up here every year and say, read the management discussion analysis. That is the highlight summary, compares year to year, goes through a very high-level understanding of the financial statements. That starts on page 6 of the financial statements. In there is also on page 18, we also do have the fund balance of unassigned fund balance and where that plans to be used. I'll stop and highlight fund balance, and we'll also talk about it on the next page, actually on page 27 that I wanted to highlight. So this year you did budget to use some of the fund balance to cover current year cost. That ended up being less than what you budgeted, but it was a significant amount in the $20-some million that you did have to use to cover current year expenses. In food service, you also used a little over $2.5 million to cover expenses. While that's good, you build up, say, fund balance is like your savings, right? You build it up. Eventually, you do have to use it for a purpose. That's why you're building it up. However, I'll just caution that having that as your plan every year will eventually, your savings won't be there. So again, this year there's no savings from this year. So as you go over, you do budget some for the following year, but that's not a plan, a sustainable plan year after year after year after year. So just keep that in mind as you go forward. And I do understand that part of it is the county, like you do work with the budget of the county, so the county doesn't like to see you drive up a large fund balance to use it, but just be aware when you are doing budgeting for FY27 that you did use in 25, you did use a substantial amount of your fund balance. The other question that a lot of you tend to want to know is your pension and OPEB status fundings. This is your, obviously everybody understands pension. OPEB is your other post-employment benefits for retirees as get it. Your pension is funded at 91% still, so it's still in the 90s, which is very good. The OPEB actually is at 17%, which seems low, but it is continuing to go up, and actually the actuary does a year ahead, which also has to go on the financial statements, and it went from 17 to 22. A lot of that is dependent upon the market conditions. So good market conditions mean we're getting a higher interest rate return, which means therefore we have larger amount of assets that can be forecasted by the actuary into those. So that is continuing to grow steadily. On page 72, I'll also again highlight just the fund balance. Some of the fund balance is under your new financial system, what we call encumbrances, which are basically if you enter into a contract with a company and it's going to run over multiple years, multiple fiscal years. In the old system, they just kind of carried over. Now in the new system, they tentatively close, reopen the next day. So you do have to budget in next year to pay those contracts. So that is part of what is in the fund balance of note 15 in your financial statements. And you also have budgeted for FY26. You are planning on using 22.7 of fund balance to cover that. So you still do have some fund balance there, but again, 2 years in a row, if that comes out to be actual, that you're actually using it going into that third, fourth year, that starts to become unsustainable at that point. So unless you were to be generating savings every year. Page 83 is that general fund budgetary fund balance. That is what you all use to budget and manage the school district on a daily basis. That's Sherry's always up here asking for additional budget information and providing it to you. So there you can see that, and there's where you do see that the original budget was 4.8 of fund balance being used. The amended budget was 34.2, and you ended up using 21.3 of that fund balance. So you did save 12 point or almost 13 million of it, but you did use a good bit. With that said, I'll answer any questions on the financial statement. Hope I didn't go too fast, but here to answer any questions you all may have for me.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions? Okay, Ms. Smith and then Ms. Thomas.
So less of a financial question. One, thank you for your report. Found it to be just as comprehensive as it was last year, so definitely appreciate your work and the work of the staff, so kudos to CCPS as well. My question is more of a process question. Given the government shutdown and the OMB compliance supplement not being issued in its final form, just curious what you might see the additional work being once the government reopens and that supplement is issued in its final form. Could you foresee us having to go back and redo work, given that we don't have the final form to follow?
Yes. Well, I mean, yes and no. It depends, I'll say. Right now, we are moving ahead with the draft. We've picked our programs, so a lot of the programs you have are steady, and we can pick them ahead of time so that we know what's in there. The draft did remove a lot of high-risk programs, not make them high-risk, so they don't have to be audited, so we were able to look at our programs that were under rotation and pick those. So if it comes out and it looks like the draft, we'll be in a good spot. We'll need a couple weeks to finish some things up, get through our QC reviews and things, and be able to issue. And we have to update our forms and all that because we're waiting to make sure there's no changes because we don't want to, as a for-profit business, we try not to have that much rework if we can.
Of course.
So we're balancing that. If it comes out and there is a substantial change, and or if they go as far as to add additional testing they want, or to change it altogether and say, we don't know that we want a full audit, we want program audits instead for some reason, which I would say normally I wouldn't stand up here and even say that, but given the way we are with the environment we're in, I can't foresee that it may not happen. So if that was to happen, then we would have substantial amount of work to do and have to change. It's just such an unknown at this point, but our firm is moving ahead, not just the CPS on all our audits, is saying we are going with the draft and hoping
Certainly.
that is going to be the last draft. And that's what we're hearing from all the state agencies across the country, AICPA, everybody is taking that approach to say the draft is hopefully what's, knock on wood, is going to be what it is.
Perfect, okay. And in the event that we have to submit to MSDE before that final supplement comes out, essentially, we may have to rework and then resubmit.
We will, so as our firm and the AICPA said, we will not issue the report before.
Okay.
So that deadline will be missed.
Okay.
And it's been missed in the past, but last year it was missed.
But with explanation, of course.
Yes, but
We're all in the same
all
situation.
of the school districts we audit, I can't stand and say all of them because there may be a firm that's willing to take that risk. We are following the AICPA and we've said we will not issue a single audit report until that OMB compliance supplement is final approved, just in case they do add something. Because we don't want to have to pull it back, reissue. That's just too much. So that's why we're pleading. We're hoping that the MSD hears it and says the federal deadline for the audit, just so you know, is not till March 31st. So MSD makes it 3 months earlier. So they could extend to March 31st and has no impact on the federal government will not care at that point.
As someone who started their career reviewing audits for school systems and having to conduct reviews, I think it's a very smart position to hold and then submit once you have the final compliance form from OMB.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Thomas?
Thank you very much for the report. As someone who spent her career doing A123 studies in federal agencies, which are not fun. The question that you talked about with some of the compensation challenges that kind of you need to kind of figure out. One of my things is as you do the audit, are you finding that you can give recommendations about system support? I'm going to say it that way. System support. Doing a migration from one system to another. Last year we talked about this, is having some findings, and it was just due to the kind of the lag in the system implementation and kind of giving grace with the audit. But as we move forward, I think being able to identify those recommendations that would help, whether it be making sure the configurations can be supported in order to move forward with reporting requirements in the future, and then having enough flexibility within the reporting framework in order to be able to meet any emerging requirements that may come, especially from Gatsby, right? Because it's ever changing. It's like a moving target. 100%. So I just want to know if you've incorporated some of those things within, discussions. And it may not be a formal report, but the fact that we have a clean audit is good, but also then trying to just be proactive in the future.
Yeah, so as part of our audit within CLA, we have audit specialists that are IT specialists. So as part of all of our audits of this size, they come in, they work with the IT department, actually going through making sure, not just from an accounting standpoint, but also from a cybersecurity risk assessment, password policies and all that. They go through all of those, so they're part of our team. Also, if we were to rely on a system, if the system was automatically calculating something, they would test that for us as well. So they're part of our team, part of our planning, then they work with them, and then they bring the observations back to us as a finance team, and also report those out. We don't, unless it was very severe, we would not put that in writing in our report, just because the last thing we want to do is highlight that you may have a weakness in your IT controls somewhere, and then it's on the internet, and then because a lot of these do have to become public with MSDE. So this year I would say that all the comments I reviewed from our IT team were verbal comments that they discussed with CCPS IT staff. So, but that is 100% part of our process.
And thank you for that. I think it's important to note that, while this is compliance with the finance piece, the systems are what is the underpinnings of how we get this work done. And so making sure that we don't have weaknesses from security, from even, just internal controls, those are really important, and make sure business processes and things are being followed to also support that. So I think it's really critical that we're evaluating the comprehensive perspective from that macro level. It's really important. So thank you.
And I'll add too there, not just IT and finance do we touch, we also touch grants with Earl and them. We're in the payroll department, we're in the benefits department, the HR department, pulling employee files, looking at the pension benefits and all that. So if you walk around the hall and say, do you know the auditors? I would think most departments do here know the auditors. Good or bad, they may not want to know us, but they do.
Thank you. Any other, Vice Chair Kramer? And then Ms.
Thank you,
Butler
Madam Chair.
Washington.
Thank you so much for this. We hear every year about the amount of work that this takes. And so even though it's a 90-page report, I still don't think that it truly captures probably your blood, sweat, and tears, right, of everything that goes into it. So just want to say thank you again. So I have two. One, just a point, something I want to point out, and then a question for clarification. So on page 14, it reads that our expenses increased by over 11%, totaling $67 million, largely due to increases in employee wages and transportation costs. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, this is at the entity-wide level, I will say, that paragraph there. So what a lot of that is, that's also throwing in the pension OPEB cost and everything in there. So
Okay.
not just your pay-go basis, but that is your full accrual as if you were a business operating and including your long-term liabilities piece in there.
Right, and just wanted to point that out that, the expenses increased by $67 million, but that was not the increase. It doesn't equal the increase in revenue that we received, right, from the county. So just wanted to point that out. And then for clarification, I know you mentioned fund balance a couple times, so I see it mentioned in several pages, but page 22 and then page 76. So I just want to clarify, because I know there's like, what do you call, unassigned and assigned. So am I reading this correctly, that our current unassigned fund balance is now 16 million? Is that correct? So that's a significant reduction from last year. We had around 45 million. Is that correct? Okay, so just want to point that out, because we often hear, we talk about fund balance quite a bit, and we often hear, well, just use your fund balance, just use your fund balance. But again, like a savings account, which I think is the perfect analogy, if you're not replenishing, right? It's fine if you use it, if you keep putting back into it.
Correct.
But if we're not able to do that, which we were not able to do last year, correct? Then that, I agree with you, obviously, it's not a sustainable plan going forward. So I just wanted to make sure to point that out.
38.
38,
Yeah.
okay. So last year was 38, and now we're at 16 unassigned, correct? Okay, so that's still a significant reduction, especially considering that we haven't been able to add back to it. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Butler Washington?
Thank you for this, and I do kudos to our finance team. They do give us all the information we need, and we make sure that they educate us as well. And this is more for the public, because I really want the public to understand, because this is one of the board's duties, is to make sure that we create a budget and we stay within that budget. So I just wanted to ask the question, how well is the district appending into the approved budget plan?
To the approved budget plan? That is on that comparison is on page 83. So you can see all of the categories by law. You cannot overspend any category. So you have to stay within there. So within there, you are generating savings. Your revenue came in at $3.2 million ahead of where you thought it was going to, and your expenses came in $9 million under budget for this year. So you're staying within the budget and managing within the resources that you are getting.
Great, and I just want to make sure you said that as the auditor for the community to hear that we are being due diligence of the money that the commissioners give us for our students and stuff. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, the vice chair touched on my concern in particular around the fund balance. I know we have this discussion every year, and yet somehow every year people still misunderstand the intent and the purpose. I just had one quick overarching clarifying question. I believe you touched on it, but on the one-page summary, when we talked about the deficiencies in internal control and also the accrued payroll amount being understated, can you touch on those a little bit? I know that overall it's still a clean audit. There's not necessarily cause for concern, but
Sure. So at the end of every year, you have accrued payroll, and it's basically what that means is you have salaries that you're going to pay in July, that you're going to pay the cash out in July that was already earned previous to June 30th.
okay.
Some of it has to do with your pay structure of the 10-month, 11-month, 12-month employees.
Okay.
So doing that calculation last year, one piece of that was missed and wasn't put into the calculation.
Okay.
So again, it's the entity-wide statements. It wasn't your budgetary. Your budgetary is more on a pay-go basis, and that was fine. But when we did that entry for GASB 34 last year, it was under by that 7.7 million.
Okay.
While it sounds like a lot, I don't have the total in front of me, but the total
Like,
was
whoa.
40 some $million
Yeah.
of accrued payroll. So it was just a calculation error last year. Our view as we do findings, you can, if it's material to the funding statements, I have to report a material weakness. A significant deficiency, I tend to say that's a systemic problem, right? If there's, so if I'm sitting up here next year and that same calculation is wrong or other accruals are wrong, Karen, I had this conversation. At that point, Karen, there's a systemic problem. We need to look at internal controls more.
Okay.
If it truly seems to be more of what was an error, and a lot of it too, we go back, and last year was the first year of calculating it under the new software system, so that had a piece to do with it as well. So then we look at it and say, okay, we think this is just a management layer comment, just highlighting it to management to say, hey, here it is. If you weren't required to report to MSD that management layer comment, it's not even required to warrant to be communicated to the board. It would have just went directly to management and just stay with management. You are required to send it to MSD, so it does have to be communicated to the board as well. So we want to make sure, and it's not that you're hiding anything, it's just not material to the financial statements.
I appreciate that, sir. And just one last question. Do you have any priority areas that you think that we should focus on?
Well, I mean, I think you got a lot of school districts on your plate, right? You have the blueprint that you're looking at.
Yeah.
I think I've said fund balance more times than I've said it ever before. But that is an area, you know, how do you balance that? How do you control that? You know, you stand up here, you listen to the union's workforce, getting more teachers, less teachers, but all that comes with long-term cost. You know, eventually those OPEB and pension liabilities do come due, right? And if you get as you move towards a more retiring workforce, there are going to be larger and larger pay-go amounts for that. That impacts your budget more. So all in all, it's really how do we balance that fund balance? How do you work with the county to make sure, you know, you got MOE. Yes, they have to give you MOE, but at some point, you know, you got to find that right balance with everything and providing benefits. I think I've stood up here before and said, you know, sometimes you got to make the hard choices on benefits, right? Can you offer those retirement benefits forever, or do you have to tweak, you know, going forward? New people only get X dollars, and those who have been here get something. So I don't envy you as a board. You have a lot of challenges going on. I think part of what you have too is there's changes outside of the control, right? Like with the whole, you know, is Department of USDE going to be around? Like special education's been, you know, pushed down. How's that going to happen? Is it going to stay that way, or in 4 years is it going to come back? I mean, you guys as elected positions as Board of Education, you are in a unique spot that we haven't seen for years, and I've been doing this for 30 years now, and never seen such a landscape that can be challenging for you all as far as a finance, a budgeting, and a management standpoint.
Oh, boy.
I think part of it is to keep pushing MSDE to communicate, like, what's their plan? What are they doing? How can they help you, right? If there's not going to be a federal special education department, what is the state doing then? Are they
Great
going to just
point.
push it down to you all, or are they going to run it and help you, and it's just going to be the same for you all and not much of a change? Or are they going to say, nope, you got to figure it out? And then that means, do you have to hire more positions? Do you have to hire more administrative positions to handle that? There's a lot of challenges right now for you all.
Yes,
But
sir.
managing fund balance and budget is key and critical, and that's the foundation, that you have to stand with every year. Make sure that you're staying within budget and long-term projecting, financial projecting as well. A lot of school boards, a lot of governments, they just want to do, let's just look at the next year. And again, that's sustainable for a year or a couple years, but
Yeah.
long-term, you got to really think about what's the impact going to be.
Absolutely, because we had our fiscal policy subcommittee meeting last week before, and we already know fiscal year 27 is going to be painful. And so that's, of course, going to then have a lasting effect on subsequent years. And, in theory, it sounds great when you have, 500 and whatever million dollars, 529, something like that. But then when you consider that, as we always say, roughly 90% of it is already earmarked for salaries and benefits, it doesn't give us as much wiggle room as people would think.
Correct. And
Yeah.
Maryland school districts are unique in which you cannot
Fundraise?
You cannot fund.
Yeah.
You don't have taxing authority.
Yeah.
You can't issue bonds.
I know.
Only one can, and that's Baltimore City. So you're in a unique situation where you have to work with the revenues you're given.
Absolutely.
And manage. You're more managing the expenses than you are managing the revenue side coming in. It's just the way you are, especially if grants start to go down and all that. I mean, it's a little bit out of your control at that point. That's why having a relationship with the county is key, because they need to understand what's impacting you all.
Absolutely. Mr. Early, this was great. Thank you. It's not necessarily great news, but great. And yes, and
the
thank
long-term
you.
outlook is a challenge.
It is a challenge. Thank you. And thank you so much to our staff. I know you put a lot of, countless hours into this. We appreciate it. Right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Mr. Kevin Lowndes, our Chief of Teaching and Learning. You have the Fall District and iReady Pre-K update. And joining Mr. Lowndes is Aaron Bonner, Director of Title I and Community Schools, and Beth Sorsby, the Coordinator of Early Elementary Education. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Chairperson Kramer,
Hi, welcome.
board members, Dr. Navarro, good to see you all. I also have a team behind me to help answer questions. I sent you quite a few slides in your appendices.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
with the idea that this presentation of the iReady results has been given multiple times over the last couple of years. And usually up here, I have the elementary team and the secondary team talking about what we're doing to increase student achievement. I brought them earlier this year. We went over the MCAP, and we talked about increased time with math block and what we're doing with the flex time with the reading block. So today I brought a different team here because it's really multiple teams upstairs working together to provide multiple resources to our schools to help all of our students to be successful. So today you're going to hear from Aaron Bonner on how the community schools and the Title I schools are also jumping in and braiding funds and helping to support our students in those schools. And you're going to hear about our pre-K programs and kindergarten programs and what Beth and her team are doing to strengthen the academic rigor for our early students. So I'm going to begin by sharing some of the results, but very few of the results for our iReady. And I think the first thing I want to show is the math, and you're going to see similar results with the reading. You know, we are pretty stagnant from year to year at each grade level. But what you'll see is that over time, when students are with us within Charles County, we're able to move them up. And so when you look at like grade 1 to grade 2 to grade 3 to grade 4, we are moving up with the number of kids or percentage of kids that are in green, which shows us over time we are moving our students up. What we're not seeing and what we want to see is we want to see that we're moving up actually year to year with our first grade kids. So this year's first grade and next year's first grade, we've actually increased. for that cohort. So that's one of the areas that we're really focusing in on, and which is why we talked about the MTSS process that we put into place with our reading and our math and our targeted interventions for our students and how we can help them early on. Now, I do want to remind folks that, you know, within the yellow, there's a large discrepancy between some students, or the students that are in there. And some students are right next to the green, and some students are much closer to the red. So what we're looking at is like, in targeting students, is where they are, where their deficits are, and filling in the gaps. And as you'll see is that we have moved those students up over yellow over time, but some of those students might be far from the green, and it takes a couple years in order to get them to a higher level. And you'll see it's similar with the math, where, you know, when you look at first grade, we have much fewer students, or percentage of students in the green, than when you look down at the fifth grade. The third grade, we're digging in, because for some reason, you know, the third grade over time, we've increased by quite a few when you look at second and third grade, but we don't sustain that increase going to fourth grade with the reading. And so we're looking at, why is that? Why isn't we're able to keep the students in the green when we're going from third to fourth grade? Dr. Navarro, okay, you have a question?
Curious, is there, there you go, thank you.
Sorry, got to double click. And really that's the data I wanted to share, because we know when I look at the data over time, where we really need to increase is when staying within the first grade from year to year. We need to get the number of students that are in green in first grade at a higher percentage, so we're not starting at a low percentage and working our way up through our first, second, third, and fourth and fifth grade. We did have an iReady night this past Thursday, where we shared the data with our parents, but we also shared a lot of resources. Because this really will take an effort with our parents. It's a team effort. It's not only the school system, but it's what the students are doing at home. They're at home longer than they're with us. And we shared that with the parents, especially within first grade. You know, if they're just reading with their kids and getting their kids more exposed to books and having their kids read to them at night, it will really improve their reading. And we gave quite a few things that they can work on at home with their students. And we always remind our parents that, you know, talk to the teachers, ask what they're working on in schools. And that's why it's very important to go to the parent conference. Take your iReady scores with you to the parent conference and discuss where the gaps are and what they're doing at school to increase the scoring level of the reading and the math, but also what they can do at home to help support what they're doing in the schools. But at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Erin and have her talk about what they're doing with the Title I and community schools to help support student achievement.
Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So in our Title I schools and our community schools, and I would say any of our schools that are non-Title I but are in school improvement, so there's about 23 schools in the district that we're supporting with either federal funding or state funding to support academic achievement. And we just wanted to quantify some of that information and how we're utilizing our dollars to support our students currently. And as Mr. Lowndes said, we're really looking at braiding funds. We're trying to make sure that we're always being strategic with our funding, even if we're in a surplus or we're in a deficit with our funding. We're trying to make sure that we are always being strategic. So in our Title I schools right now, just to quantify our efforts, we're spending about $1.3 million allocated just on looking at additional staff in our Title I schools. And in that, we have right now about 30 degreed and 5 non-degree tutors that are currently working with students. And we're really utilizing the data that you just saw, that iReady data. We're going down to the school level and utilizing that data to build student groups that our tutors are working with. And then we're really just kind of prescribing an evidence-based intervention for that group to be working on. We're ensuring that our tutors have been trained in that intervention. One of the pieces that we're really proud of this year is that we're looking at that data collection and ensuring that that data is collected and reported back to the district office in a timely manner. So as you can see right now, we have 61 small groups just focused on literacy right now within those 3 interventions, whether it's Foundations, UFly, or Benchmark Phonics. And really trying to push those yellow students and red students into the green. We're all trying to move up, and that's the focus area for those tutoring groups. And it's the same with Chapter 1, that's a contracted service. And there we're focusing on our kindergarten and our first grade students. So right now, this is an area where we're braiding funds. So Title I is paying for first grade students. So every first grade student in a Title I school is receiving short bursts of tutoring and literacy, and really around those foundational skills. And the focus and the goal is getting towards somewhere in second grade, we're reading on grade level and moving that trajectory into third grade. So those students are not left behind. So we have about 20 ELIs that are working currently with our students in those schools. And then next up, we're looking at math. We have 95 small group interventions going in math right now. We're really excited about that. Our team is saying math is having a moment. So we're really trying to elevate, right? Elevate those math skills as well. While with that focus, so we have Do the Math, Number Worlds, Math 180, and also our new one that we brought in is Bridges Interventions. So really just ensuring that everyone is trained appropriately and that we are collecting data and we are moving those students through those groups. We're out looking at data and just ensuring that this is happening, and that if anyone needs training, anybody needs support, we found that there were some schools where they just needed more materials, they need more number cards, just making sure that everyone has what they need to be successful right now with those intervention groups. And then we also have behavior interventionists going on as well, just supporting behaviors in the classroom as well. So that is a look at Title I. So then also moving into community schools as well. There's about $1.4 million that's allocated to staff to support academic achievement when it comes to also just providing those same things, whether it's before school, during school, or after school, interventions, clubs, any of those academic events that we're offering, fitness. We're really also looking at the whole child there. There's social emotional clubs that are taking place across the county. So all of our community schools are providing those supports as well. And as I said earlier, community schools is funding kindergarten for Chapter 1. So we have seamless Chapter 1 services happening in first grade and second grade. We got really great data from first grade last year. So I'm excited to look at that data kindergarten and first grade. I'm excited to see where those strong phonics skills come in. We should have some very happy first grade and second grade teachers moving into next year. So I'm very excited about that. And then also we have dedicated behavior support specialists, because sometimes that's a barrier to students accessing learning, is those behaviors. So we have 4 behavior support specialists, and we're currently working on hiring a 5th right now at Dr. Brown. So we're excited about those positions and them moving forward. And then we're also able to contract tutors. So we have several contracted tutors through vendors that we're working with in our district to also have tutors there as well. And not to leave out McKinney-Vento is our small but mighty grant that we have. As you can see, we have about $76,000 between the McKinney-Vento side and Title I set aside for our students experiencing homelessness, and that's just set aside for teachers to fund tutoring for them. So there's after-school tutoring for them, and then there's also an allocation for transportation, so that's not a barrier as well. So all in all, between the 3 funding sources, it's right under $3 million. I think it's like $2.8 million right now, currently funding those efforts as we move forward through the throughout the school year.
This is just a slide to share with parents that you can go on our website, Charles County website, and there are parent resources to help your child at home with reading and with math. And you can also go to your teachers, and that will let them know where they are in relation to the curriculum and how you can help and support them throughout the pacing of the curriculum as being taught. The same thing with we have Clever, we have resources in Clever, and then our parents can access this as well on our Charles County website. But at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Beth and have Beth talk about all the things that we're doing with pre-K to support our student achievement. Oh, no, I won't. I'm going to talk a little bit about summer.
Still you.
So this is also the time of year we come and we share the data from the summer. And so one of the things that I do want to share with you with the first one is our summer boost attendance. And it keeps declining. And it's very important that our students and our families take advantage of Summer Boost. We call them, we're constantly sending stuff home with their children. Our PPWs call and remind them that they get Boost. I just want to remind everyone that we still provide transportation to our elementary Boost programs, and we still team up with AlphaBest, so we have a before school and an after school program. So it is all day to allow parents to work, and it's a great opportunity. And the reason why they should really be looking at that is because if you don't send your children to Summer Boost, sometimes they have a good opportunity to have the summer slide, which is they lose some of that growth that they obtained during the school year, and they lose it over the summer, and they have to catch up. And this data just shows.
Sorry,
Yep.
Mr. Lyons. Have you surveyed to find out why it's been declining? Have you gotten any feedback from parents? Because
So
if
what we're hearing most of
transportation.
the time, honestly, is that my child needs a break.
Ah.
They've been to school all year, they're working hard, and they deserve a break, and summer should be fun time. But it's only 3 weeks. That's fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, yeah. Look, your job is school, so. Yeah.
So if you look at the Summer Boost, what you'll see is the first column is the Boost kids. Second column is the kids that are in Charles County that did not attend Boost. And I want to remind folks that the students that we do target for Boost are our students that are in the red and the yellow. So they're 1 or 2 grade levels behind.
Right.
And then the third column is the national of where kids are typical based on the summer slide. So you'll see that our second grade, our kids did not have a summer slide. They were at 0. The kids that did not attend Boost had a -3 summer slide, and the national average actually is -5, the summer slide. So you'll see that Boost is a benefit for our students that attend. And so we're already pushing now for next summer to have an opportunity for our students to continue with the Boost program. Once again, I just want to thank the board. The board did put funding in a couple years ago to be able to run Boost and continue Boost. So, summer school. So summer school is our students that failed a course and needed to make it up in the summer, or it's students that are taking an original course because they want to get ahead for some particular reason. Either they want to graduate early, or some other they want to get into a certain class that has a prerequisite, or there's a reason why they're taking a summer school. And what you'll see is 2 years ago, I just want to remind folks that we ended up going from 2 classes down to 1 class. So that's one of the reasons why you'll see a drop in enrollment. And last year we did not offer transportation for summer school, for middle school and high school, so which is one of the reasons why I think you'll see a drop in enrollment for that. And our original credit last year we did charge. So prior to that we did not charge because we were using the COVID money and the ESSER money, and part of the ESSER money was a requirement that we do not charge, that we provide summer programming for free for all students, but that ended prior to last summer. And so last summer, the state did require all LEAs to offer summer school for students that failed for free. And as a result, some of the LEAs within the state did not offer a summer school program because they didn't have the funding for their students that failed. But it also allowed for LEAs to charge for students with original credit, so, which is what we did.
Okay.
Beth? Yeah.
And Mr. Lyons, is that likely the plan this year as well? I know we haven't quite started talking about summer yet. The charge for original credit.
Correct, we
and
plan on charging for
original credit.
again. We don't plan on offering transportation again either for secondary. We don't have the money to do so.
So it would just be for elementary?
It'd just be for elementary.
All right. Ms. Horsby, welcome.
Good afternoon. So as you can see with our pre-K enrollment, we did have a slight increase in expansion of pre-K slots again this year. So we are, as of the September 30th count, at 963 students in pre-K 4. And you can see the breakdown by tier there, which is an increase from 934 students last school year. And then with our pre-K 3 program, the combined total of 1,195 students enrolled in pre-K either 3 or 4 combined. You'll also see on the right-hand side that we have had a pretty drastic increase in our number of private providers.
Yes.
Going from 0 just a few years ago to 32
Bravo.
last year. One of our private providers that had 20 slots last year reapplied for the grant this year for an additional 20 slots. So one of our private providers is serving 40 students through the pre-K expansion grant. I'd also like to thank our Title I Early Childhood Community Liaison, Ms. Thelma Dorsey. She has really been out there working with private providers, helping them to increase their Maryland Excels rating, as well as helping in-home providers and centers achieve accreditation, which makes them eligible for to apply to be one of the private providers through this grant. So you can definitely see that is helping with an increase in our numbers there. And also our Judy centers are doing a lot with our private providers with professional learning opportunities as well.
Can I just chime in? I'm so sorry, but Chris Miller's coming a little bit later to talk about our presentation to AIB. I think one of the things I just want to highlight is that the AIB board commended CCPS and really commended Beth and Title I and all of the team that sit right behind there for the work of Charles County in terms of the private providers. I mean, it to understand the geography of where we're placed and seeing the numbers go up, and then she's going to talk a little bit about the data. I just want to say publicly, kudos to the early childhood folks. I mean, they have done tremendous work in the last couple of years.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you to our instructional specialists in early childhood as well. Okay, so that's where we sit with the numbers with our expansion. And just a little bit with our data to show that we are making gains through pre-K3 and pre-K4. Our fall Pele window just closed on Friday, so we are still in the process of calculating the data for the fall, so we'll be able to share that with you in the future. But just to see with the vocabulary and oral language subtest from Pele, our pre-K3 students made gains in both the picture naming, which is related to vocabulary, and the tell about, which is related to their oral language from the fall to the spring of last year. And then same thing with our pre-K4 students, also on the vocabulary and oral language subtest in Pele, again making increases with their vocabulary with the picture naming and their oral language with the tell about, which contributes to the kindergarten Acadience. So we administer the Acadience Reading Assessment as our universal screener in Charles County for the Ready to Read Act. It looks at phonological awareness and phonics skills. And in our fall administration, we increased the number of students that were above the benchmark for fall, as well as slightly increased our number of students that were at benchmark for the fall, and we decreased our number of students that were below benchmark. So you can see through the years how some of this has fluctuated, but we have definitely made some gains from last school year to this school year with our kindergarten Acadience data. And then as part of the new Maryland Early Learning Assessment, Charles County public schools will be administering the STAR Early Literacy Assessment to our pre-K4 students. We will administer this in the winter and spring, and then that data will help show school readiness for literacy domains, and we'll be able to track their progress over time.
Do you want to talk about the test this year?
The
KRA. What is different?
Okay, so the kindergarten readiness assessment system is different as well this year. So in previous years, we had one system that we were using for the KRA. Last year, we did not administer the KRA as the state was in the process of deciding which assessment we would use. So this year for the kindergarten readiness assessment, it does include the STAR early literacy. So there'll be a connection to what we're going to be assessing in winter and spring. and pre-K 4, and then also included the STAR math, and then included SABRS, which is a social emotional development piece. And so that window closed on October 10th, so we'll be awaiting our results.
And for all intents and purposes, this new comprehensive kindergarten assessment will be a baseline year for us.
Yes.
Arcadians will be what we follow in the transition years.
So I also, one of the things we heard for some of the testing was that our early students, we're not using our one-to-one devices, and we're actually focusing less on the technology and more on the manipulatives, had some difficulties with the technology with the testing. And so it's always difficult sometimes in the early ages to determine whether it's a technology thing or whether it's a reading that's causing the scores to go up, because it takes some time to learn the technology in order to use it proficiently in order to take the test and not have technology get in the way. So you might hear something from some teachers out there that some of the students had some difficult times in the early ages. Are there any questions?
All right, Ms. Butler-Washington, and we'll make our way around.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for listening. And last time I drilled you on this about the resources for the parents, because I do believe when we have children who are slipping in their grades, if we're not able to provide something readily for them so they can go out and participate and get involved with their own students' education, that's a hindrance for us. So all of these resources here, I have taken a screenshot. I'm going to put this on my Facebook page because we are having this for our students. And I think that that's a driver for parents. Because if I was a parent, you've been out of school for a while, you don't know what we haven't been in kindergarten long time, so we don't know what was happening. So
Not
what
that long.
Well, my looks don't look like that, but I have to talk about that. So they cherish stuff like this, having to look back and say, oh, this is what the school is recommending, so I can be able to get these things for my student and make sure that they're on task and make sure that I'm contributing to their success as well and not just at school. So that's a perfect thing for how parents can get involved. So thank you for that. And then my second question is for tutoring. Are we talking to the teachers with their lesson plans? And when we're tutoring, it's like a refresher for them, and they're learning it. Because I know a lot with students is the process. They can't figure out the process. And they sit in class and don't say anything, but we want to utilize that time by, if you ask the teacher for the lesson plan, so those tutors will be able to go over what they learned. So the second time, they're like, oh, I got it. So now I can go back to class and I can be able to utilize it because now I understand it. So I know we have a lot of, you're teaching them how to tutor and everything, but without that person called the teacher who is there in their face teaching it to them, if they're not connecting with the tutors, it may still present a problem. So making sure that they are connecting whatever lesson plans they're doing and incorporating it with your tutoring, I think that will go over great with making sure that our students, come from behind to come straight up. So that's a good reinforcement, because when you go into school, you're trying to learn something, repetition. That's how they get it when they're younger. And then you start understanding it when you get to middle school. And then high school, you got it. So that's the things that, I'm glad that you have incorporated in here. So I'm going to leave that there and let you have the rest of everybody else to say.
Thank
Did
you,
you want me
ma'am.
to respond?
Oh, go ahead.
So just really quick, so we have, so some tutors just push in and support the teachers, and then we have tutors that run interventions, and both of them have planning time. So they have structured planning time that they get to meet with the classroom teacher, so that they're making sure that that communication is happening. So yes, and we make sure that it's structured, so it's during the teacher's planning time, so they can sit and talk about data. If it's a tutor that's just doing an intervention, and that intervention might not directly connect to what's being taught that day, but there's skills that that student needs in order to be more productive in the classroom. But we have some tutors that are just pushing in, and they're another educator in the classroom. They also have planning time so that they're synergizing with the classroom teacher.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. Brenda Thomas, Ms. Samisha Thomas, and Ms. Smith.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I was hearing behavioral specialists. I think you said you had 5?
Yes.
Okay, and they're for the community schools?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you just got one for Dr. Brown?
Yes, they're interviewing. They're currently interviewing.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure it was clear. I heard 5, so I wanted to make sure I heard it correctly, so the parents will know, okay, they're out there, so if you need any help, they're there.
Absolutely.
So I do want to say that these are on top of the ones that we already have. So we already have 8 in special ed. I believe it's 8 in special ed. And then we also have another 5, I believe, with our Aspire program who work throughout the county. So the ones that Aaron is talking about are ones that schools are using their community schools funding in order to have an individual behavior support teacher in their building and help and support kids every single day in their buildings.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Thomas and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you for the presentation. And as we talked about the interventions that are available on slide, why won't my slides move backwards? Oh, there it is. We talked about the, sorry, there is no slide number. What kind of there is? I guess that's 4, slide 4. When we talked about the teaching in small groups with reading interventions, we also talked about the small groups with like do math, numbers, world, and math. I'm really interested in metrics on these. I know that I'm certain that you guys are keeping metrics, but I would be interested in metrics even down to like which tutors are more effective than other tutors. I am certain that you guys are keeping that data because it's important. But as we look at these interventions and we start to talk about lean times, you know, if Wilson is working better, if Foundations is working better, those metrics I think will really matter. And then, you know, kind of look at some of the correlations between which of these are working for which students, you know. So, for example, students with learning disabilities, I know my son, Wilson, helped him better than another. And so I do think that we can have more impact if we use those metrics to then kind of group students that need certain types of interventions together, because as we know, all things don't work for all students, and sometimes things just, you know, with math, certain things work for me and certain things didn't. But I would like to see us have that kind of granular level of analysis, because I think it'll help the students be less frustrated. If you have a tutor and that tutor is just not working for you, it's nothing more frustrating than saying, I'm going to tutoring, but I don't have progress. And so that's something I would be interested in. So I know you guys are looking at it, but having that bubble up to the surface would be helpful, I think, for everybody, including for me. And then I am disappointed that we can't provide summer school, and I know it's no one's fault, right? I know it's just the lean budget times. And so, you know, perhaps parents can carpool to still do summer school. But I'm also, you know, with Summer Boost, thank you, Mr. Lowndes, for giving us the numbers on Summer Boost, but you know, we talked about the number of seats in Summer Boost. Like, are the seats not going used because parents are saying no, or we just move on to the next group of kids? How are we trying to continue to leverage Summer Boost? Because I don't know. I would send my kids. I'm like, hey, get out of here. You can go somewhere else and learn
So
a
it's
little.
That's your whole job, right?
It's both. We move on to the next child and offer the seat to the next child, but we're still not able to fill all the seats that we
Right,
have.
because you're just sticking to yellow-red kids, right? Like I hate yellow-red, not that color, but those children that are in the categories of yellow-red. I just wanted to know if there's an option for opt-in and not for all kids, but, you know, kids in the bubble maybe, you know, kids at the line, or, you know, that kind of thing. Because I would hate for that to go unused. We're offering transportation and an opportunity for kids to not have losses over the summer.
Yeah.
So we do offer it for kids on the line as well. But you know, we changed the summer school to be much more targeted, the Summer Boost program to be much more targeted this year, where we looked at where their gaps were, and then we had the interventions that they needed to help close those gaps at the Summer Boost. Whereas before, the Summer Boost was more of a program where they did some art, they did some other things, and it wasn't all targeted in on the gaps. Every student was receiving the same type of learning throughout and we saw we got better results actually when we targeted to the individual students on the gaps that they needed, and consistently kept the interventions that they were in, if they were working, moving forward. So I guess that the thing is that it wouldn't really, for a student that's ahead, it wouldn't necessarily be the right program for them.
Well,
We would have to figure out a way to look at how can we extend, and maybe that's something we can look at this year. I can talk to Dr. Lewis to talk about maybe if we still have seats, how do we get an extension class, and what is it that we offer our students to extend their learning?
Well, I asked the question because you may have students, for example, I had a child who was great in everything except for math.
Yeah.
So if you send her all day for math in the summer, I would have been all for it, like, yes, take. But she may have not been a kid who would have been recommended because everything else was great, right? She was straight A's and everything, and then that math was just going on a downward trajectory. And so I just asked the question for kids that may be great in math but not great in something else, because you did talk about before the target intervention.
But actually, she would have been targeted if she was below grade level in math. So we looked at the iReady scores, who's below grade level in math and who's below grade level in reading.
Right, but then they would do their all-day interventions is what you're saying, rather than doing things that you're already great at. You just target the
Correct.
things, because that was different than the program. She's 21 now, so the program would have been different, but that's a difference.
Now she can help us teach the program.
I know, right?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Ms. Smith?
Yes. So one, thank you so much for the presentation. I absolutely feel like we jointly developed it since you all addressed many of the questions. Definitely appreciate the data and the deep dive into Title I community schools as well as early learning. You know that's my jam, Ms. Sorsby, excuse me. I'm trying to rename you. I have 2 points, a recommendation, and a question. The first point is around family engagement. Definitely appreciate that we're not resting on if we build it, they will come. To the point that Ms. Butler-Washington was mentioning, that we really are trying to push out these other resources that are available to your child. Here is how you can partner with us between home and school and what that then looks like. Here's what we are doing in school, and here are some of the recommendations for things that you can do in the home to further deepen, offer more opportunities for your child to connect with either math or literacy. Very, very important, especially for our kids who are more than one grade level behind. They need more touch points with the content, and home is definitely where that has to happen. So definitely appreciate you all doing that work and reaching out. In terms of the increase in private providers, yes, kudos. Many of us serve on a variety of committees for the State Boards of Education, so Maryland Association of Boards of Education, and we are consistently hearing from our sister counties how they are struggling with that Pillar 1. And we are consistently raising Charles County as a beacon in that space, and how we perhaps can be a resource for what we've done with private providers to bring them into the fold, get them trained, offer PD, but get them to kind of step into it, because it is something different for them than what they've typically done. And it is a bit of a stretch, but what that relationship looks like and then what it nets for children to be able to have more spaces and opportunities in early grades and early learning. So again, kudos, very excited. We'll continue to tout sort of what Charles County is doing across the state as much as we can. In terms of my recommendation for the Boost program, my colleague, Ms. Thomas, was sort of going into it. Just wanting to advocate for students with disabilities who may not qualify for extended year services. If the Boost program is an opportunity for them to have that refresher, because we do know there is evidence that shows that students who are with disabilities or students who have received special education services, there is more of a sort of attrition or learning loss that happens for them than with their kind of typical peers or neurotypical peers or physical sort of typical peers. So finding ways of offering them the opportunities, if they're on the bubble, if they're on the cusp, whether or not they fall within the red or yellow spaces, but finding opportunities for them, if there are seats, to also participate in the Boost program, just to ensure that there isn't that summer slide, which again, we know happens for them at an exponentially higher rate than their kind of typical peers, or neurotypical peers. So just wanting to make that recommendation if there's a way to kind of look into that and find more ways of offering seats for students with disabilities. My question is around, again, this is something that Ms. Thomas sort of alluded to, what are the interim metrics that we are looking at to gauge if all of these supports collectively that we're offering, or even specific supports that we're offering, are in fact moving the needle? I mean, I know that there are sort of summative results that we're looking at, kind of end-of-year results that we're looking at, whether it's iReady or MCAP, to see if there's some movement or shifts. but are there interim things that we are looking at to say, I think we're on the right path, we're beginning to see some incremental movement, and we should be pleasantly surprised by the end of the year when we look at sort of that summative data?
So there's Title I's requirements, and I'm going to let Erin talk about specifically for her interventions that she's offering, that they have to show that there is movement or not movement.
Yes, speak to me about the Title I requirements.
Yes, love me some Title I requirements. So there's always progress monitoring when it comes to Title I. So we meet, if not quarterly, we're meeting monthly with our Title I schools and looking at that data, even going down to the actual student that's in that intervention. Are they showing growth? Is that tutor effective? Maybe we need to look at someone else, or maybe that tutor needs training, whatever those things are. I do think with our current MTSS process and holding us all accountable to inputting that data, and that the teacher is also a part of that reporting if that student is in need of services, and developing a plan for that student. I think all of those things collectively help us move forward. But for Title I and community schools, I would even say as a district, just not even Title I, I would say as Starkey Central Office, when it comes to instruction, we're all sitting shoulder to shoulder, looking at those interventions, looking at the intervention groups, and looking at that data. And we're going out and meeting with schools. I was at Dr. Brown today, and we were asking, okay, how many tutors? Okay, you're hiring 2 more. You currently have 3. What interventions are they working with? Let's look at their student data. What progress are we seeing? So we're looking at that and trying to adjust as we go. We noticed last year and the year before that training was needed. So that's why everyone was trained. And then we noticed that some teachers and some tutors did not have the materials that they needed to be successful. And then we found that, okay, some are having issues putting the data in the spreadsheet. So Mr. Johnson in his special ed office came down and showed everybody, created a spreadsheet for all, whether you're in special ed or general ed. This is our data intervention sheet. It doesn't matter if you're special ed or general education. We want to capture that data, and it needs to go in this sheet. So I think that collective sheet for all of us is holding us accountable to that. And then from there, it's us all being doctors and prescribing, okay, this medicine is working or it's not working. Okay, let's seek something out. We're in a tier 2 intervention. We need to move to a tier 3 intervention. So having those conversations collectively, I think, is really helping us move the needle.
And I think, just want to remind, even if you're not a Title I school, we did have the new requirement where all of the students that are in an intervention have to be entered in Synergy. In that at the end of the quarter, every teacher has to identify at that time whether the intervention is working or not working. If it is working, are they going to continue with it, or are they going to stop it? If it's not working, are they going to continue with it, or are they going to change it to another intervention? And so that helps us keep, tabs from the principal level, from Starkey level, as to how our students are improving overall, and are the interventions working overall? Because we'll be able to tell by interventions whether they're working for a large number of students or whether they're not.
Very helpful, thank you.
Ms. Thomas, you had something?
Just really quick, I'm sorry. I just cringe when you said spreadsheet. We hear a lot from the teachers and special education and others about the administrative burden of putting data together in order to be able to do the metrics that we need, right? Oh, my heart just went in my stomach, because people use Excel spreadsheets for things other than numbers, which we should not do. Like, that's not why the system with the application was designed. But I'm just hoping that we have another way to collect this data for metrics that is not Excel spreadsheets and SharePoint sites. Like, we should not do that. I know we may be limited now, but I think we should because I think this is where we have a little bit of rub between teachers trying to do good for students and then teachers being stuck in the cycle of entering stuff in systems. So I just had to make that point. My heart just sank when I heard that.
Oh, no. Okay.
I think, there's 2 types of data that's being collected, right? There's the individual data from the individual intervention that you're keeping track of the day-to-day, whether the intervention's working or not working. The system-wide data is more of like looking at that day-to-day intervention and is it working or not working, and making that decision at the end of the quarter based on that day-to-day data that you've collected. Is the intervention working? Is the student improving? And if they're not, what are we going to do about it? If it is, are we going to continue, or are we going to move on or take a student off the intervention?
Yeah.
And the ILT really does try to take some of that burden off of teachers. I know that tutors in our Title I schools, one of them will be assigned to be the data collection. So if there is data that the teacher is gathering, they just give it to the Title I tutor and then they input it. And then you have less people in the spreadsheets because sometimes too many people in the spreadsheets can mess things up as well.
And that's what my concern is about the fidelity of the data that we're using to make decisions, because we got human entry, right? We got people just typing in and you start messing around with the spreadsheet that somebody put stuff in. And I'm just saying, as we look for, Ms. Thompson's not sitting over there, but as we look for ways to remove burdens, finding applications that can collect this data in easy ways could be useful. And I know it's not a problem I think we can solve today, but I just had to, for the public, for the record, we can do better. There are some technologies out there and we should try to, given budget times, I just think we should try to do that for everybody.
Yeah, say we just heard the audit now. You know, we have no money. No, but it's an excellent point. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Okay, I know the vice chair has something. Ms. Patterson or Mr. Hancock, any questions or comments? You good? Okay, vice chair.
Thank you all so much for this. I always love to look at the comparison and data, right? Which is something that this board had asked for, early on, was like, we want to see more data. So I appreciate you all really providing this information that we have asked for. So the iReady parent meetings, I love that. I want to see more of that. I would love to see more of those opportunities. I'm going to still continue to, and I've said this before, Mr. Lowndes, to ask for a better way to access the reports as parents, because going through Student View is often challenging. Sometimes there's glitches with it. You can't even access it. You get an error, things like that. And I also was curious to know, do we know how often or how many parents are actually accessing their students' reports since we started doing it electronically?
We don't, we can get that data for you.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious, just to
And
know
once again,
how
if the parent's having a hard time, and we reminded parents at the iReady night that they can contact their teacher and have the teacher print out the
yeah,
report for
understood.
them.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to
I
point
know,
that
it's-
out again.
It's not
but,
easy, I agree.
Yeah, because you do have to look up their password and all of that.
Yeah.
So, it can be done, but just, would like to see an easier way. And then I want to go back to Boost for a second, because I really love the concept of Boost, and was happy to hear last year that we were being more targeted when it comes to Boost and what students we're asking to attend. But in math, it looks like there's definitely some benefit, right? But I'm struggling with the ELA, because it looks like, and even in one of the categories, the no Boost kids had more growth than the Boost kids. So why do you think that is?
So I just want to remind folks that it's not apples to apples. And the students that are in the green or above are not invited to Summer Boost.
Right.
And so maybe the parents read with them over the summer. I don't know.
Right.
They're obviously doing something, because actually the no Boost kids are doing better than nationally as well. So
Right.
nationally, our Boost kids are doing better than national kids, but the no Boost kids and if we're talking about second grade, they knocked it out of the park.
Right.
Whatever they did, we need to find out what they did and
I
have
know.
everyone do it.
I always am curious, because
Because that's what we were trying to figure out.
Yeah, because math, you can clearly see at the very least, the Boost kids are at 0, which means they just kind of leveled out, right? They didn't get any worse. They didn't necessarily get any better. But,
But I do think, in general, parents have kids read over the summer, and that libraries do reading fun games over the summer. You read 20 books, you get something, and everyone looks at reading and focuses in on reading over the summer, and more people think of reading than they do of math. It's not really fun, I don't think, to hey, let's do 25 problems today.
I know. Not at all.
Would not be my idea of a good time.
Not at all. Not at all. Now, maybe some, right? But not at all.
But we need to make that fun.
Just looking at that, it's just interesting. And I know you are. I know you do a lot of analyzing and a lot of review of data. I just, would like to see more consistency there, if at all possible. I understand we're not looking at, apples to apples in all cases. But I think it would make a better case for the benefit of Boost if we could see some consistencies there, or more consistencies rather, is just my,
With the boost.
yes, especially on ELA. Like I said, on math, you can clearly see that there's.
But I do want to
benefit
say,
there.
look at the national, right?
True.
Right.
I mean,
Nationally,
VR,
you're right.
like it's still better to go to Boost
Fifth?
than not go to Boost
Than
for our
not, yeah.
students that are invited.
Yeah, for sure.
So I
for sure.
just want to remind families that.
And say, especially looking at fifth grade in particular, seems to, you know, which is really crucial because they're preparing to go to middle school.
Absolutely, yes.
So, yeah.
I'm always curious about that because
Yeah.
middle school has struggled with their iReady numbers, you know, for the last couple of years. So just wanted to point that out. I'm not saying that there's not a benefit. I think there's a great benefit. All you parents, if you're offered Boost, you should send your kids. Please do. I just thought it was really odd. I'm like, how no Boost got a
No,
+7 in second grade? I guess it's the parents. Kudos to the parents, you know, for helping those students. But that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. In the interest of board metrics and efficiency, I won't repeat what's already been addressed. A lot of my questions were raised. I was going to briefly agree, though, with Madam Vice Chair about the report access for iReady. That's a whole exercise sometimes in trying to get to that information. And I also kudos to you all for offering opportunities for parents to help understand the iReady reports. Because at first I was like, is this in English? You know, to be like, you really have to really put all of your analytical skills in. But once you understand it, it does flow better. And I think and kudos to the teachers because my sons have a better understanding as well, which I've noticed. And I very much appreciate that. So they're also having those conversations with them about the significance of the iReady. They'll come home, oh yes, I got my iReady back. And you can tell by the tone of voice, whether we're looking at a thumbs up or a thumbs down situation. Also to the Vice Chair's point about reading, and I think you, Mr. Lowndes, also raised it about the focus on reading. One of the best pieces of advice I got from an elementary teacher was that if you focus on math word problems, you're doing math and reading. I was like, it's so simple and it's so true. It's effective. And then you can also sneak a little handwriting in there too. So it's a win-win. I also love the just any pre-K gains because as I shared, just coming back from the Maryland Association of Boards of Education conference and a very, very riveting presentation on the significance of improvement in pre-K and the reduction down the road, especially in special education. So I'm making that my mission to better understand that now. So kudos for all of the work that you all are doing because this is having a significant impact and as well on the increase in the private providers. I know for many years there was a lot of red tape, there's a lot of frustration. I mean, to see that many pre-K seats, it's remarkable. Because I know in a couple years when those kids get ready to go, you know, to upper elementary, I'm expecting to see real increases, you know, and real gains. So is there anything else? No? All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Thank you. And next, Ms. Chris Miller, the Coordinator of District Innovation, with our Blueprint update. Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
That was a nice presentation to come off of with the discussion of pre-K because we're going to highlight it today a little bit.
Perfect.
So last week, we met with the AIB to go over our plan and the reflection of how things are going, what we've done. As you remember, in the spring of 2023, we submitted our first Blueprint implementation plan, which is still on the website. A year later, we were asked to update the plan, which is also on the website. And so the AIB, instead of having us do a third revision to the plan, wanted to have in-person meetings And they really wanted to have a dialogue with the LEAs about blueprint implementation and how things were going. And they kept stressing to us that it was just a discussion because all of us were very nervous going in. I mean, the blueprint coordinators were, because we really did not believe it was just a discussion. And I'm here to tell you, it was really a great discussion, which is nice. There will be a report that the AIB submits to us. It's not a report card. They told us we're not receiving a grade on it. It's more or less a summary of what was discussed. And once we receive that, again, we will put that on our website and we will send it to you. As we do go through this information, and you'll see this in the October board report for the blueprint, our career ladder was officially accepted by the AIB in the AIB's October meeting. So we are very happy that we got that back. The AIB is still working through giving feedback to all of the LEAs with the career ladder. So we were very happy that ours was approved. Again, highlighting the good relationship that we have with the EACC, because they too were part of the process and it was a requirement that they sign off on it. And in true partner fashion, they were able to help us guide that work. So in attendance, we went over this at our last meeting. We had Karen Acton, Kevin Lowndes, Nikki Majors, myself, Dr. Navarro, Steve Roberts, David Shimizu, and Beth Sorsby. What was really nice is to have actual AIB board members there. We had Chair Leggett and Member Manco and Member Cantina Quick McQueen, who was actually a former principal in St. Mary's County. So it was nice to have somebody who understood the context of Southern Maryland that was in on our meeting. And of course, we had AIB staff and MSDE staff there as well. So just a reminder, it was structured as a dialogue, and it truly was a dialogue between the representatives here from CCPS and the AIB. We were looking at the highlights of our implementation plan, reflecting on what was working, what was not working, and how we really thought implementation of our plan was going. So I wanted to take you through each of the 5 pillars and what was highlighted in our blueprint implementation plan, in our dialogue with them. So again, when we talked about pre-K, one of the great things that we highlighted was the early access to pre-K programs that we have in our district, and also the improvement in the quality of pre-K programs that we have. One of the comments, they sent us a data sheet for us to review prior to our meeting. They looked at our data for the past 3 years and they commented on some data points that they recognized for the past 3 years. And one of the comments that we made that did not sit well with us at first, we talked about it, was that our growth in pre-K programs over the past 3 years was less than the state average. Why is that? Because we were forward thinking in our access to pre-K programs, and we were expanding years before the blueprint required us to do so. So we were very intentional and repeatedly stated that, of which they were very much appreciative of, because they were only looking at data for the past 3 years. So when I talk about that it was a true conversation between us and the AIB, this is an example of that. We did talk about our challenges with facilities and CIP funding, giving that discussion with them about how we're like house hunters sometimes, where we would scope out empty spaces and think about, is this a place we could put pre-K programs? And again, if you look at the chart that was here, we're looking at the quality of pre-K improving as well. So not only are we serving more students, we are increasing the quality of the programs that we have here in Charles County. So back in 21-22, only 4 of our schools were accredited and were had a 4 or higher on Maryland Excels. And by the end of last school year in 24-25, we had 22 schools that were Maryland accreditation and 24 schools that had Maryland Excels rated 4 or higher. So again, we're highlighting the quality and the expansion for the students as well. For Pillar 2, we are looking at the human capital here in our district. We're looking at how we're diversifying our workforce here in Charles County, supporting the different pathways for licensure, and then expanding our partnerships with our institutes of higher education. And so we've talked about this previously, that while here in our district, we do have a high number of non-licensed teachers right now, we are also highlighting how that's diversifying our workforce, because we are looking at those people that are already committed to living here in Charles County. So years ago, our recruiting efforts were very much focused in other states, and we're finding that that's not really working so well. So how do we build those pipelines for those that are already here living in our county, in our district, and how can we build their capacity? And so we highlighted our partnerships with St. Mary's County and Calvert County as we continue our work to increase the teacher pipeline. And we're talking about building the capacity for staff at different levels. We've highlighted the increase in numbers of teachers that are seeking nationally board certification. We highlighted the work around PLT, our new teacher academy. We highlighted work that we're doing with our administrators as well. And again, as we see that work bubble up, that's when it spills into Pillar 3, when we're talking about college and career readiness, and we're talking about how our scores are increasing. And again, another thing that the AIB was impressed with is our relationship with institutes of higher ed. While we do have deserts here in Southern Maryland, what we do have are partnerships with many different institutes of higher ed that have direct billing for our employees. So our teachers, those wanting to seek their licensure or additional credits or coursework, can do so without having to foot the bill for it. With a direct billing, we have the ability here to pay directly for those courses. So we're taking that barrier away from our teachers. Yes. AIB, the Pillar 3, as we all know, college and career readiness. So there was a heavy focus on the grades 3 to 8 math and literacy achievement. We talked about what we're doing specifically to support students in those grade levels. Mr. Lowndes and his group spoke about multi-tiered systems of support, and we really highlighted that work and how there's a shift in that work this year to really focus on instructional practices. Our comprehensive math plan was approved by the state on October 20th of this year. Another thing that is a big highlight that we'll talk about when we get to Pillar 5. But again, the intentional work that our instructional folks are doing around English literacy and math is highlighted, and it's approved by the state. We wanted to highlight our numbers with dual enrollment and our early college numbers. And again, we are above the average, especially when we're looking here in Southern Maryland. So we started that work early, and you can see our numbers. Our numbers continue to increase with that access, and you're seeing the students that are enrolling in AP programs, CTE programs, and how that is impacting our students. We highlighted our career coaches that are in all of our middle schools and high schools, and really talked about that focus on high quality instructional practices. Again, we're going back to that capacity building with our staff, and how that relates in Pillar 3 also goes back to Pillar 2 and in Pillar 1. fun because we're looking at the quality increase in our programs as well. Pillar 4 was very focused on community school programs. So again, very nicely away from the last presentation. And we highlighted how the office of the Title I office is really braiding the funds to support our students. Because many of our community schools are Title I schools, some of them are not, but we're being very intentional in how we support our students. And we're looking at the state does have a focus in chronic absenteeism. The rate of absenteeism for all students attending community schools is declining and is below the state average. So the work that we're doing with that focused, and we're seeing results because of that. Pillar 5. This is the least exciting pillar when it comes to this. We're going to talk about minimum school funding. That is what we were tasked with, and the only thing they asked us really about in Pillar 5. And so we talk about that 75-25 funding formula. And I want to take everybody back because I know everybody that's watching, all the millions that are watching right now, millions. They also were watching this morning when Dr. Navarro gave a very easy scenario to understand when we're talking about textbooks. Yeah. So let's say we're buying Charlotte's Web. I love Charlotte's Web. Me too. Do we still do that, right? Okay, so we're going to buy Charlotte's Web for, what grade is that now?
Is that third?
Third grade. We'll say third grade. Okay, third grade. We're doing third grade, guys. So previously, when we were buying Charlotte's Web, we would have somebody upstairs in Karen's office or in Kevin's office order 2,000 copies of Charlotte's Web with one purchase order. It's a very short amount, not short, I'm not downplaying it. We get quotes for everything, upload everything into Oracle, and we would say, all right, 100 books are going to Metula, 100 books are going to Barry, 100 books are going to Billingsley based on their enrollment. Very easy process, right? That process has changed into, now we need to split the funding by school, okay? So 100 books that are going to Metula now have to be coded in Oracle to Metula. Those 100 books that are going to Billingsley have to be coded in Oracle to Billingsley, right? And you think, all right, well, Chris, we're just talking about 2,000 books. We're talking about everything we're spending. We're talking about employees. We're talking about benefits for employees. We're talking about heating bills, electric bills. Everything that we're spending at the schools has to be coded back to the schools. And while I will be the biggest advocate for the blueprint and for how we need to spend the money at the school level, there is also a time when we need to evaluate whether or not the workload is worth the push and pull, right? So what we really are asking, it's not that we don't want to be responsible for 75% of the funding to go to the schools, right? What we want is for all of those little buckets, we talk about the basic foundation money and the compensatory ed money, English learner money, all of those different categories, we would like it to all be reported by district. What this is requiring us to do is to do it by school. And so another example that Dr. Navarro gave, and this is a real life example, multilingual learners. So if you have a small amount of multilingual learners at a school, you still need an ESOL teacher to service that student. So the cost to that may be more if there's 2 kids there, or it could be the same if they're servicing 6 kids at another school, because it's only one position, right? So the exercise of accounting has been very, it's been very difficult. There's been issues with Power School, which is what we have to, when I say we, Chris Miller does not know how to do this. Karen and her folks give a file to Steve Roberts in the Office of Accountability. And on the 15th of every month, he has to upload this file to see where we are with spending. And this is how we report our expenditures for the month. The problem also with that, and we talked about this earlier this morning, is our budget, our numbers are being compared to last year's budget with this year's expenditures. So when you have 9 schools that were impacted by redistricting because of Thornton, all of their money that they're getting, that they have to spend the 75% on, is based on the kids that were enrolled last year. So if you have a school like Diggs, who lost a great number of special ed students, their numbers are not going to be consistent with how to accurately report the 75-25 for the individual school. So with that, there is a waiver process if we think we're not going to meet or we're not going to improve our numbers with the 75-25. And the waiver is due by December 1st, as of right now. We're hoping that it may push out a little bit. But Karen brought up a really great point today, too. We can't plan for the unknown. We can't plan for when a small school like Mount Hope Nanjemoy, let's say they have a teacher who resigns in the middle of the year. That greatly impacts their budgeting for the year. And because we can only, for now, do this waiver one time a year, which is December 1st, we are everybody's a little weary right now as to what our next steps will be. So I'm hoping that maybe we could have a more in-depth discussion about minimum school funding at a future town hall meeting, so our community understands what this means, and our board members as well. That's what, yes. Also included in the appendix of this is a handout that we provided to the AIB. So the rule was we weren't allowed to bring anything to post up. We weren't allowed to share any visuals. So we had to have a handout. This was a supplemental guide for us to stay on topic and to really highlight the work that we're doing. Again, this document is uploaded on our Blueprint website. I want to encourage everybody, if you don't check it out, all you have to go to is ccboe.com. Under quick links, it's the second one, Blueprint for Maryland's Future. And under 2526 reports, you will see our monitoring meeting guide that we provided to the AIB. So with that, questions?
All right, any questions? No? Down here, okay. All right, I'll start with Mr. Hancock, because you haven't yet spoken, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I have a really quick question, and you had mentioned about the 75-25 funding and how that's based on the prior year. And you alluded to how redistricting can disrupt schools that already exist. But how do you determine that funding for a new school like Thornton that doesn't have a previous year to go off of?
They'll get a waiver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
I'm glad I could answer that because Karen's not back there.
No, right?
Sweating a little bit. It's okay.
Ms. Smith and then Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Always appreciate hearing about the blueprint and appreciate the walkthrough of the AIB meeting. 2 quick questions and possibly a third, but 2 quick questions. For Pillar 3, I'm just curious if the conversation around that pillar, we were able to expand upon the percentage of like students with disabilities, dual language learners, and farm students who were taking AP classes in early college, and like the increase that we've seen over time because we've intentionally created space and opportunity for these students to be able to perform at the higher level and be able to access these opportunities. Did that come up in conversation at all?
We did discuss how the increase and the expansion of AP programs did not lower our test scores, and that we have expanded opportunities for our students. We were very intentional in highlighting this because when in our monitoring guide that they gave us, the focus was really only on MCAP scores. And once we got to Pillar 4, we did discuss MCAP scores as it relates to different students, students with disabilities, our multilingual learners, and our farm students to highlight the work that we've done with that.
Thank you. Pillar 5, I'm just curious, for the 75-25 split, has MSDE explained how sort of using that split to track like student achievement or overall blueprint success, like how they're using the data from that 75-25 split to be able to address that? Or, second part.
No, you're fine.
If there are other ways in which we can access that data without this overly burdensome way in which they've required?
So this is one of the unintended consequences of the blueprint. I don't think people were sitting in rooms thinking about how they were going to make our lives harder. Sometimes I think that, but not for this. Not this case. Not this case. And so we were 20th, Dr. Navarro, I believe, to go to the AIB out of the 24 LEAs, 19th or 20th. So by the time we got there, they had heard from 19 previous districts our concerns with the minimum school funding and the current formula, the way that it is being, calculated and the workload that it's taking. One of the things that we had the opportunity to discuss also is what does this mean for student outcomes? Right. And so Karen highlighted this morning that some of the districts have had, they've hired additional people in their budget offices just to do this work. And so, again, we go back to the unintentional consequences of this and what that looks like. So I do think that the AIB has heard us loud and clear, and we have asked, how does this exercise by school, are we doing what we're intended to do? Are we really looking at what the impact of this exercise is doing? Right. And so I can say that we didn't have to say much about this to our AIB meeting. They basically were like, we hear you and we don't want to hear you anymore. In a very nice way.
Very nice. I'm sure.
But because of that, they are taking the feedback, and I'm hoping at the November AIB meeting, we're going to hear some options for us that could help us in this scope of work.
And I think that,
one second. So just 2 quick points. The first thing is, I mentioned earlier today that we launched our strategic plan and website. You can now see under, and search for yourselves, under Goal 1 for the metric around advanced placement, and you can disaggregate by multilinguals, students with disabilities and farms, gender, race, what has been the last 3 years of number of kids taking AP. So the information is there. I just want to point out that, get people to that dashboard because you can get that information. The second thing that I'll say about this one is today MSD is having a meeting, and I'm going through and looking at what they have, and they have issued some documentation about withholding up to 10% of a local LEA's funding if they don't meet certain financial reporting. So I want to connect the dots for the board. This morning we had legislative breakfast, and one of the things that Karen mentioned in that meeting is that hopefully we have a bill that is introduced because the burdensome task on the financial offices have increased tenfold with the blueprint requirements for accounting purposes. And so there's hopefully going to be some bills introduced for things like the audit that you just heard. Our outside auditors queuing up that there's huge workloads now as the demand for the blueprint accounting purposes happen. And so that these timelines of you have to get this done by such and such date need to happen. My concern is those conversations are happening, and yes, I heard Mr. Leggett loud and clear to stop saying what he needed to say, and he in turn reminded me that he had heard me when I met with all the superintendents on Thursday, and again with the AIB. But my concern now is that it's Tuesday of the following week, and there's a board meeting at the state level, and there's documentation that basically allows MSDE to withhold funds from us if certain reports, financial reports, are not done. So what I will say is I see an inconsistency in what people are saying in meetings and then what is being pushed forward to move forward, and perhaps penalize school systems. And if we are a mid-size, we're like the belly button of size of schools, of school district. We're right in the middle.
Yeah.
But small school systems have to do this level of accounting. And larger school systems, my former employers, have a lot more people working in these finance offices. So I'll say this, in case anybody's watching, I want to connect the dots for everybody, saying we gotta really make sure that we are not penalizing school systems and threatening to withhold funding at a time when the reports, as our auditor just said about an hour ago, when he started working with us, it used to be 30 reports, and now he's growing through 120 some plus reports. So there's a disconnect there that I just want to point out for folks as we are dealing with state board requirements, AIB requirements, and I appreciate the flexibility, but the school systems have less and less resources, and we're going to have to be smart about how we use those resources, because it is difficult to expand the CFO's office capacity at a time when I'm also increasing class sizes. It's a difficult conversation to be had. So these inconsistencies do exist, and it just prompted me putting these pieces together for all of you, because we're going to have to find a way to find some ground in the middle.
Madam Chair, if I could just finish my last point. Definitely appreciate that, Dr. Navarro. And just in terms of connecting the pieces, I hope that we are pressing the AIB for that November meeting, for them to help bring some of the pieces together for us, especially if we were 20th upon review. There are 24 school systems that they have to review, so I would expect that given their vantage point, you know, given kind of their bird's eye view of what implementation looks like across the state, they'll be able to offer us suggestions, resources, as well as more suggestions on how we're going to control for some of these issues, especially around the minimum funding. So if you all can please sort of press upon them that this is their role and they should be coming to the table with some solutions given what they've heard from all 24 counties.
Yeah, we had a meeting this week, and you know, PZAM organizes us, and we're very lucky to have PZAM and the support of Kevin Michael, who's the blueprint coordinator for PZAM. And so AIB heard us loud and clear on Monday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Thomas?
Ms. Miller, thank you for this presentation. I am always watching your website and watching things that are.
Thank you.
Because the blueprint is really important, and I think it provides the opportunity. I think someone said this morning, legislative breakfast, for Maryland as a state to regain our prominence as educators, appreciating and valuing education and academics for our county, for our state. On slide 6, I really appreciate the leadership of Dr. Navarro and Ms. Nikki Majors and her staff, because diversifying the workforce before I was on the board I complained for about 8 years about where we were recruiting teachers from, and I'm happy to see that we made that change. We were recruiting teachers from places that, and Dr. Navarro will say, research shows that, students learn best from, a representative demographic of educators that look like them, and also that just can, be from even the same region is important. So kudos to Dr. Navarro and Ms. Majors for making that change. Can you remind me again of with the AIB, do we do, and maybe this is a Dr. Navarro question, are we doing postgraduate? So after folks graduate, are we looking at what's happening after? Are we collecting statistics on that from an AIB perspective or any other perspective
can't
of
always
what's
get in touch with
happening
them,
with
right?
students
Yeah.
after they graduate?
So we have, the state used to have was trying to follow a state repository of even state colleges, and feed that back to MSD, and MSD feed that back to the LEAs. It is inconsistent of how we're having those metrics, so I know that we don't have those. I think the larger conversation we've had with AIB from the superintendent's vantage point is wanting more academic or student impact data to be tied to the blueprint. So I think that's what we're gonna work on more.
I'm just hoping that we find a way to collect some of those metrics. And I know it's hard. It's like exit surveys when people leave your organization, like they've gone on to a new job, they do not care. So it's I know it's hard to collect, but I think that would be important. Around Pillar 5, my colleague, Ms. Smith, and Dr. Navarro just made a lot of statements. And this is a problem, backwards funding, funding from something previously. This is a problem that, I have seen encountered a lot at the federal level. In addition to that, as you stated, unintended consequences. We created a policy, sounded great until you execute, particularly around billing, because billing and trying to follow money, for the attorneys in the room who know, you got to put your case number, which case, and where these legal fees go. And every industry has something like this. Technology can solve it, but technology can't solve it unless you do business process reengineering. And I think that's really the question at the state level is, are you going to re-engineer your processes to allow the ability to leverage technology? Because it doesn't have to be this exercise of, putting granular level money and then rolling it back up and then report. It could be something different. So perhaps we press upon at the state level to do a business process reengineering, because what's happened is they've tried to take old accounting and force fit it into new accounting and new systems. That never works. It has to be a fresh look. And I think instead of saying, relax it, don't make us do it, people may be reticent to say, you're trying to get away with the accountability. We are not, and I don't think anybody is. But I do think having to take a fresh look from the beginning instead of starting something in the middle and trying to rehash it, that just never works, right? Sometimes you got to scrap it and start over, which is, how will the money follow what appropriation codes, how the configuration will work? If that conversation is had, it may be a better start than trying to Band-Aid something to make it fit because it's not working for people. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Madam Chair? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Always great to see you and all of the work that you're doing. I know you represented us well with the AIB, and I'm sure you gave them all of the information that they needed. Just real quick, so I know you said it was kind of a dialogue, and so just curious, I think I might have missed it in the beginning when you said they're going to provide some type of feedback, that this really wasn't the venue for that. They didn't really provide us with any opportunities or anything like that. And when would you expect to receive some feedback from this visit, or do you? Or do we even know?
Well, I expect it all the time.
I think the biggest priority needs to be, this is my opinion, they need to get those career ladders finished. Dr. Navarro was talking about some money being withheld. There's also other things that the AIB is saying that they will withhold some money if career ladders are not approved by a certain time.
Okay.
And that window is December 1. They also have the comprehensive math plans that need to be completed and feedback from MSDE. Again, I think that's where their focus is right now. I'm hoping within the next 3 weeks to have something, but I feel good because we're in a good spot because we got our career ladder and we have our math comprehensive plan and we have our career counseling MOU everything's approved. We're in a great place. But we are one of the few districts that has all of those things. So I would rather them focus on getting everybody's career ladders done, but I'm hopeful within the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Just a couple of quick points. We appreciate you, Ms. Miller. You already know that you feel like you're doing an amazing job. I love how you spun up what may be viewed as a negative into a positive when you're talking about the conditional teachers and how it's building capacity, increasing the pipeline. I was thinking that probably, at least hopefully, theoretically, as my son would say, is leading to longer stays within Charles County.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because they're coming as people that have little to no teaching experience, but maybe a lot of subject matter expertise. And then they see where they can grow and become board certified, et cetera, et cetera. So kudos to you on that. Again, endeavoring to say what has not already been said. One other thing, I'm always mindful of that because as a board, we're being graded on that. I will be sharing portions of your presentation, shamelessly stealing. I will give you credit, though. I will give you full credit.
I fought for my life in Canva. I just this took me,
I need some lessons. This is what, and actually, if you have another physical version, because Dr. Navarro and I were both asked to present on Thursday to Leadership Southern Maryland. So she's speaking on Thursday with the two other superintendents from Calvert and St. Mary's, and then I will be moderating the discussion afterwards.
Perfect.
So I'm like,
I'll
I
send it.
know. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Do not need to reinvent the wheel.
Yes, no.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Great
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, we are doing great on time. It is 3:16. I know, this is the last presentation before we take a break. I know. I'm coming. Look, I know how y'all get about your what is it, the OSHA requirements? All right, I will endeavor to be brief. First, let me introduce and thank Mr. Charles Gammons. Hi, Mr. Gammons, welcome. He is a student engagement and conduct specialist. He has graciously agreed to fill in on behalf of Ms. Young-Wadi. And for those who do not know, she is absent for a very good reason. She's actually running for school board. Oh. Yes, today is her election in Virginia, yes, in Essex County. So we're sending you lots of well wishes, Ms. Young-Wadi. I thought that was fantastic. I know. I'm so excited for her. Well, I know. She's like, wait, what? No, did we miss something? No, in Essex County. Yeah, not for us. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Dr. Jones. Exactly. Yes. And look, but she's not leaving. Knock on wood. She would be his boss potentially. Yes. So I know isn't that hilarious? So yeah. Oh yeah. Already. So Mr. Gammons has graciously agreed to fill in. Thank you, sir, and welcome.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to be, of course, questions later if you have them. But just moving quickly to slide 2, you see the questions that, that we're going to be addressing. What is peer court? Discussing the Canyons peer court model, Canyons versus Charles County Public Schools, key considerations, current CCPS elementary school suspension and disciplinary statistics, which of course ties into our student data that we endeavor to have every month, and then finally questions and comments. So slide 3, what is peer court? So just a brief recap, because everyone was here except possibly, I can't remember if Ms. Obanali was here when we first introduced this, but I know Ms. Patterson, no, I don't think Ms. Obanali was. I know Ms. Patterson wasn't. So last year, or was it the year before? Anywho, whenever it was, at the National School Boards Association, I attended a conference, as did many of my colleagues, and went to a presentation on peer court. And was riveted, just genuinely fascinated. And so myself and Ms. Young-Wadi have been in constant communication with Canyons in Utah. When you're like, Utah, they really have that many disciplinary issues? They do. And they're relatively comparable size, a little bit larger, maybe about 34,000. And what I appreciated about it is that when they presented on their peer court model is that one, they have a very low recidivism rate. So they don't have a lot of students that are repeat offenders as a result of going through this program. So they use judges that are teen judges. And so you know, or may not know, we do have teen court. But the distinction between peer court and teen court is that teen court is run through the sheriff's office. And that's when they're already on the sheriff's radar, already in trouble, facing some kind of legal challenges. And so what we're endeavoring to do is to never have them get to that point. And then tying into the early childhood model, we're proposing that peer courts start with elementary and looking at upper elementary, so maybe 4th and 5th grade, when they can appreciate their consequences a little bit more, when they may be able to better understand some of the suggestions, maybe to be able to follow through on some of the sentences, for lack of a better word, or recommendations. So in looking at what peer court is, it's an alternative justice program where young people, usually high school students, but again, we're proposing starting younger, serve as jurors, attorneys, and sometimes judges to hear cases involving their peers. And so Ms. Youngwadi and I have been working on this ever since the board approved us to move forward, including visiting teen court with Ms. Sarah Vaughn. And she's all for this. She loved this. I was like, you're not worried about job security? She is not. She's already offered her services however she can support. And what we would model, if approved, is that teen court uses teen judges that are not connected to the students that are before them. So in this case, we'd be using teen judges and elementary students or scholars that are trying to correct some behaviors, because they're not bad students, they're bad behaviors. And I really want to shift the thinking on some of the things. And you've heard a lot from the EACC about many of the challenges they're having with behavior at the elementary level. And so that's why we've been going back and forth and meeting with Canyons. We talked about perhaps we could start this at the elementary level and teach the students early about making better choices, better behaviors, and then also involving their peers that could maybe serve as mentors or encouragement. And so you could have the teen judges helping the elementary students. And we'll talk more about this later, but Ms. Obanali and I were on, and Vice Chair joined us as well, on a call last night with many of our scholars from elementary all through high school, and it was just the cutest thing, because we're like, okay, is this going to go left? What are the cousins going to say? You know, children are brutally honest, but there were a lot of connections and a lot of, like, on their own mentoring. Like, they talked about having a kindness club, and they talked a lot about bullying, and they talked a lot about fighting and behaviors and attitudes and issues on the bus. A lot of the same things we're hearing. So that is the, you know, as my girlfriend would say, long story medium, some of the backstory into why I wanted to propose the peer court. And as you can see, typically they're nonviolent first offenses, such as, well, arguably I wouldn't say fighting is nonviolent, but, you know, not severe fighting, but fighting, vandalism, truancy, disorderly conduct. And the benefits include restorative justice, which I know some people have mixed feelings about it, but I can tell you, as someone who's been in this work, if done effectively, it's 100% something that you will see an improvement. And again, at our legislative breakfast this morning, I talked about the incremental progress. Things don't have to be perfect. You know, if you have a 100-pound problem, maybe you can start at a 10-pound weight, because, you know, the 100-pound weight may seem overwhelming. So this is, you know, a proposal, maybe a 10, maybe a 20-pound weight. It's cost effective to the community. It of course builds leadership and civic responsibility, and as I talked about earlier, the reduced recidivism, which is not an easy word to say. And so we're proposing to mimic but not exactly follow the design that Canyons Peer Court has used, and they've been using it for many years. Next slide, please. And so Canyons has 2 paid staff members and 1 volunteer that supports the program. And I don't want to read to you. You can see that, you know, they focus mostly, of course, on students in grades 9 through 12. The applicants undergo a 20-hour training course, which I know they do get credit for. They go through a screening and a background check, including academic and disciplinary review. And they commit to meeting 2 days per month. Teacher recommendation required. The cases are for students in grades 9 through 12 only. They have less than a handful of elementary cases that are heard, but it does happen. They said they've had as young as 2nd or 3rd grade. And their infractions they focus on are chronic disruption, drugs, disrespect, fighting, bullying, attendance, which unfortunately we deal with as well. And the dispositions include future supports and an alternative to punitive discipline. So, for example, some of the disciplines would include essays, apologies, community service, restorative circles. And why this really spoke to me is we've heard a lot from EACC that oftentimes when students have behavioral issues, they have whatever, let's say, 1 or 2 days where they may be suspended or otherwise disciplined, and they come right back with nothing in between. There's no intervention, there's no corrective action. And for many of the teachers, it really makes them feel uncomfortable, never mind the students if they've had, behavioral challenges. So the peer judges deliberate, they hear the case, and then there's an administrator that aids them in determining what would be an appropriate restorative measure. And we did see a teen court that they have they have a pre-printed sheet. So let's say if they're the issue is shoplifting, then they have like scheduled proposed discipline so that it's not a wild variation. So, they're trying to make it as equitable as possible. And then the school works together to support the student. And really that was one of the things Ms. Youngwadi and I spent a lot of time talking about is the student support. It's helping them to make better choices and understanding how their behavior impacts others. Okay, so slide 5. Thank you. What CCPS currently provides, I won't read this to you all, but you can see levels 1 through 5, what our discipline currently looks like. We have attendance reviews to address chronic attendance absences. I really should be wearing my glasses. Disciplinary hearing dispositions that include alternative placement at Higdon. And Ms. Youngwadi and I did talk about that, and this was back in Kim Hill's days, our previous superintendent, that there was a proposal to have like an alternative school for elementary school students. And the big issue was that they were proposing to have them go to Higdon. And Higdon is not designed. That was the whole problem. Ms. Thomas was like, no, Higdon is not designed for elementary school students. You know what I mean? And so it was not a good fit. However, Ms. Youngwadi did believe that if implemented correctly, there was a lot of benefit to that. And having the students that have more of the extreme behaviors having additional support exclusively with people that are trained to offer that support. And I know that there's some considerations about, are we unfairly targeting? And we always have to be mindful of that. Is it going to be composed only of black and brown students? So, and feel free to jump in, Mr. Gavins, and if there's anything. I know he's going to talk more about the data in a little bit. And we just kind of got into the MSDE grant funded programs, first time offenders, and Renew, which we talked about a little bit. And I have some notes on Renew.
Would you like for me to speak to
Sure,
that?
sure. Thank you.
So Renew is a program. We have staff trained. We are starting out at Robert D. Higdon because we have the staff and the students that are more likely or willing to work with the program. It establishes a mentor for each student. It is based around goal setting and following the student through to graduation. So if the student does not opt in to stay at Higdon for their entire academic career, there's someone at the home school that we can pair them up with as a mentor to continue to monitor their goal setting, to be certain that they're on pace to meet those goals that the student themselves have chosen academically and socially. And that's Renew.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Mr. Gammons. Also, they work one-on-one with a trained facilitator, and we talked about, could this possibly be amended, looking at increased grant funding? How could this be modified to the elementary school level? Because what I loved about it is it looked at early triggers that the students themselves work on identifying. You know what I mean? When someone calls me stupid, is that a trigger for me? Is that going to make me want to fight? Is that going to make me want to get aggressive? And she's like, yes, it will. Me too. But imagine the benefit of being able to do that in 4th or 5th grade and understanding why certain words trigger you based on whatever may have happened in home life or whatever may have happened at school. And then you can begin to self-correct so that by the time you're in high school, it doesn't carry as much weight, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so popping back in. Anything else on that page, Mr. Gammons, that you would like to address?
I'd like to point out on that slide that
Slide 5.
Currently for Charles County Public Schools, as opposed to Canyon, they have follow-up.
Oh, yes.
So, but with our discipline process, the follow-up is managed by the homeschool principal, assistant principal, or vice principal, and PPW, pupil personnel worker, as opposed to the case manager for the program or the teen court program or peer court.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. And I think we're on slide 6. And this is just a comparison. And again, they're different, but one of the biggest things is that the enforcement. Utah has legislation in place that outlines the rights of youth, parents, and consequences. And Maryland currently lacks legislative provisions to support peer court programs. And in fact, in doing some research, if approved, I believe Charles County would be the first to have something like this. There are teen court programs where once students have some kind of interactions with law enforcement, then of course, unfortunately, they may potentially be looking at jail time. But to have something like this where we're saying, okay, we're going to start well before that, understanding that unfortunately these unchecked behaviors early on lead to those more increased behaviors. And so our structure is similar to theirs. As I said, they have approximately 34,000 students in 50 schools. And we have, we have a little bit more, a little 28,000 or so in 40 schools. But it's not exactly a one-to-one, but it's a comparable district. Yeah, similar. Okay, slide 7. And so this is where I think we probably would spend, a good bit, not too much time. This and then the data. The key considerations. What are the schools currently doing, and will peer court help? So we had a very robust discussion around this. And also, of course, I know for, some of our, probably all of our colleagues, the funding is another big issue. So I did speak a lot with Ms. Youngwadi, and Mr. Gammons joined us as well. Ms. Youngwadi, I thought, had some great insight into this, since this is what she does. Her recommendation is that we look at 1 FTE, full-time equivalent, possibly 2, and maybe also extra pay for extra duty. So it's not like we'd be looking to stand up an entire office. This would not also be this year. This would be for fiscal year 27. Let me add that as well. So the board, as you know, is the what. What are we trying to solve? The superintendent, if this is approved, would be the how. How would this be implemented? We do have, because I was like, well, physically, where would they sit? We do have the expansion to the Starkey building, just throwing out suggestions, out in the back. So Ms. Youngwadi believes that there would be physical space for them. And also she talked about this would be ideal for a PPW because they often do have that social work background. They see this, they understand the school system, they're in it every day, they're already, and then the other big thing is they're offering the supports. So they know where the resources are, what's already in existence. We talked about if we started at the elementary level, because of course elementary is, a proposal given some of the behaviors that you'll see in the next few slides. If we're going to be doing this 1 or 2 evenings, would this be, how would that be feasible for them? And so she talked about maybe it could be a walkable school, and she used, was it Billingsley or Barry?
No, it was
Shucks.
Brown,
Where,
I believe.
Brown is one example. And then where is Dr. Scales currently?
I'm sorry.
What Dr. Tangi's, thank you, Wade. That was the suggestion that she had. Maybe looking at walkable schools if transportation may be an issue. Another consideration is certainly nothing stopping it from being virtual. And that way it could be something that could be offered to all students, because if we talk about elementary school students, of course, transportation is an issue. And for the teen court students, they all right now go to La Plata. So they have to work that transportation piece out themselves. I'm trying to think. Anything else, Mr. Gammons?
The building of the teams.
Yes, thank you.
You definitely need someone from central office, school-based teams. And you've already spoken to the logistics of all of this as well. So I think you've covered everything on that slide.
Okay. Looking to see any other notes that we took. In terms of the judges, we did talk about encouraging as many students potentially to have the opportunity to serve as judges. So of course you immediately think of your honor roll students, your student government leaders, but then this is an opportunity candidate for any student that will have an interest, either in law or law enforcement or related fields, to have something to aspire to be involved in. Because, and it was so funny, was it you, Ms. Thomas? Someone was sharing, and my daughter has served as a teen court judge as well in the past. Kids love this stuff. They love being able to have conversations with other children. They love being able to have input and say into some of the disciplinary actions, some of the behaviors, and we saw a lot of that last night. Some of the middle school students were on the call like, "Is middle school hard? And how do you manage it?" It was so cute. And how do you? Yes, and no, it's a legitimate question from our customers, and how do you adjust? And I love seeing the children themselves saying that, well, yes, it can be hard, but this is how you can manage it, and including my son. I didn't even know he had jumped on, but he's like, well, you can't miss class in middle school. And, you have to take it very seriously, because if you get behind, you won't get a chance to make up work. And fighting is not worth it, because then you won't get to participate in any clubs for the whole year. And so it was their own people giving them advice. And so I think that, to me, is the huge benefit of something like this. And again, Mr. Evans, if I'm missing anything, I'm trying to kind of quickly cover a lot of what we talked about. If not, then we can move on. We can certainly, if there are any questions.
You're covering.
Okay, thank you, sir. And we can move on to the slides on statistics. I think
So
that's
on
8.
this, on this slide,
Oh, do you want? We'll come back. Sure.
focusing on elementary students, in this slide right here, school year 24-25, the Office of SECO, Student Engagement and Conduct, we saw 2 cases with elementary students with drugs, 1 with serious bodily injury, and of course 1 with weapons. If you look at the chart to the right, suspension counts, elementary school, all grades. In-school suspensions for last school year were at 145. Out-of-school suspensions went up, of course, at 573, and then suspensions to the superintendent, like I just stated, were the 4 that we just saw. Total number of incidents, 722, which was an increase over the previous year of 642. You can go to the next slide. On this slide, we're looking at the major or the infractions that we would be looking at for the peer court. So major disrespect, major disruption, minor disrespect, minor disruption, and minor physical attack on a student. If you look at the 3-year difference here in Charles County, the only place that we have seen a decrease in elementary school thus far has been in the major disrespect column or category. All other categories have shown an increase. Major disruption, and that could be students running out of class, up and down the halls, screaming and yelling, whatever. Minor disruption, that could just be a student refusing to sit down in class during a presentation, so disturbing the educational process for every student in that class. And of course, minor disrespect. Minor physical attack on students and fighting, that has gone up by almost 40% over the last 3 school years, okay? So looking at those numbers, you have to make a determination. Is there a need? How can we fund the peer court? And what would that look like? And where would it be housed? And who would staff it?
Yes.
And also that I think it's important. So just to put it concretely to the board. So Ms. Morley is bringing, with the support of staff, a suggestion to the board. And there are a lot of questions that we're trying to figure out, but eventually, if this is a concept and an idea that the board would like to move forward on, we would come back together and solidify better the staffing requirements, the logistics requirements. We wouldn't do this at this table. At this table, it's the conceptual, like, does the board want a line item for a peer court elementary program that is going to include high school students to support it, and also some level of staffing, and what would those logistics look like as part of the FY27 budget ask for next year? Just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page about what the board is discussing
I
right
would
now.
agree with that, Dr. Navarro. This is just conceptual.
Yeah.
Because if the board agrees to move forward on this, I will not be sitting here.
Yes, sir. Listen, he's like, not me, not it.
No.
Yes, we very much appreciate that,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Gammons. Yes. Okay, Miss Brenda Thomas and then Miss Jamila Smith.
Thank you for the presentation, and yes, I do think we need it. I have a couple questions. Parents, will they have to sign off on it for their kids to be able to participate in this kind of program?
And this is more of the how, but generally, yes.
Okay.
Because we are dealing with minors, we would inform the parents, and similar to Faith Academy, how we're promoting it as an, alternative. And we could also, and one of the things Ms. Youngwadi and I discussed, and I believe Mr. Gammons was there as well, is we're not necessarily going to say we're going to offer this to all 23 elementary schools tomorrow. This would be something we have like a pilot and, see how it's working and what adjustments and tweaks need to be made, and then expand.
How would it be determined if it's bad behavior or mental health?
Now that I think is what the experts would.
So I think in these kinds of programs, the way I understand it is, I think we would align it to certain things that are tied to the code of conduct. So certain violations in the code of conduct will queue up to a family that there are consequences. And one of the consequences, you can take your consequence, and maybe a day out of school or something like that, or you can go to peer court, or we're asking you to go to peer court and go through that process.
Okay, the other question is, if you have repeat offenders, then would they leave peer court and then go to the teen court?
Well, for elementary, teen court starts, I believe, at ninth grade, or, it's a little bit, middle school? Oh, it's six, oh, it's that young, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, so if we're looking at fourth or fifth graders, no, they wouldn't be eligible to do that. I'm hoping to stop that pipeline, you know what I mean? So that this is something, and that was, again, one of the things that I really appreciated about Canyons, is that they do have that low recidivism rate, because you're teaching the students better behaviors. And we spent a lot of time talking about what additional support could they get, because I don't want it to be something where the students feel stigmatized. It's really a conversation with your peers. Well, did you consider this? Did you think about how this may have impacted the people around you? You know what I mean? It's not, and I think they do a great job of that right now with teen court. When they ask questions and they try to get a better understanding of what was going on with you. But of course, given the age of those students, that extra support, and we talked a lot about, could we maybe talk to Dr. Blanchard's office, for example, and what extra support could they be given?
This is going to be a funny question. If they're going to have a public defender to defend them if they said they didn't do it.
Typically, there is no public defender, but, they may be onto something. No, usually they're pro se.
Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith. Ms. Thomas.
No,
Oh, sorry. I think Mr. Hancock was. Well, okay, we'll come back. Go ahead, Ms. Okay, Mr. Hancock. Sorry.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Just a couple things, and I appreciate Dr. Navarro chiming in to let us know that a more solidified plan would be brought in place. I do like the idea. I was glad to hear that Ms. Sarah Vaughn is on board from Teen Court. That was a question I was going to ask. I do think Teen Court's a good program when needed. I think I did have some questions about the funding, but again, I guess that's something we're going to get to. But I think when that comes to us, we need to put money where we can to keep students and staff safe. And any tool that we can use to do that needs to really take priority to help out with the things that we see every day, the fighting, the disruption, the disrespect, the drug use that goes on in bathrooms, anything that we can do to help minimize that, or at least make some kind of progress in that, I think is a good idea. when we start to talk about, as the plan takes shape, we start to talk about a location or being virtual. Hopefully it would be somewhere in the county that's central to everyone in the county. So not really any questions other than just some considerations. I think it would be a good program. If implemented, I certainly support the implementation of it. I think after a year, it'd be nice to see some data on it and see if we're making progress on it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And to your point, another thing that we discussed is maybe that we could have it based at their individual school, and then whoever, again, we'd be looking at one, maybe two full-time people, depending on how the budget is looking. Extra pay for extra duty is something that Ms. Youngwadi mentioned. And also at Canyon Rivers, they do have at least one dedicated volunteer, but we could welcome people from the community who are trained, because Teen Court, of course, relies almost entirely on volunteers. And so, there are a lot of people that have that expertise that would be, willing to lend their time. So to your point, in the interest of equity, maybe we start, and again, she mentioned Wade, if we start at Wade, if maybe to begin it's held at Wade, because then there is no extra consideration for parents to get their child from a Plata or what have you. So, yeah, but that.
We haven't talked to the principal yet.
Yeah, no, we haven't. No, I'm just literally using it as an example. Just as an example. And we only use Wade, not anything to do with their discipline, just when we mentioned schools that are walkable. So, yeah, let me just put that out there. We did not already identify a potential school. Yes, thank you. Candidly, don't remember who was next. It was Ms. Smith, and then I'll come to Ms. Well, we'll alternate. And you had something, Ms. Okay. Yes, Ms. Smith.
I'd
I'll
like to
alternate.
nominate myself as going next.
I volunteer as tribute.
But I did yield to my colleague. But I definitely appreciate hearing from both Ms. Thomas and Mr. Hancock. Support their points. Yes, would be in support of this sort of pilot recommendation. Just to sort of start out with, I have two recommendations and then a kind of question.
Okay.
The first recommendation in terms of the how, definitely appreciate if we're going to encourage this be pushed down to the elementary school level, because again, I appreciate wanting to catch them as early as possible, stop those behaviors so we're not seeing it repeat in either middle or high. But if we're going to sort of move this down to the elementary school level, would definitely support having judges start in the 6th grade.
Okay.
Similar to Canyon Rivers program. So
Okay.
especially thinking about, there is no jury, but like being sort of judged by your peers.
Right.
I think that there's something that 6th graders can offer in terms of the mindset of elementary school students that we at our, young age of 25 may not be able to fully understand.
Okay.
So definitely would appreciate that. Second recommendation, I heard mention that perhaps this is something that's done virtually. Would not advocate for that, just given student privacy.
Okay.
Would want to ensure that if students are being judges and they're in a virtual environment, we don't know if they're in their classroom, if they're in the library, if they're in the
great
car.
point.
And if we're trying to protect, they're kind of signing, not an NDA, but something that says that they're going to keep this information confidential, that they're not in a space where
Other
everyone
people
can
can
hear
only-
and see sort of the students who are kind of sitting in those spaces. And my question is, you mentioned kind of Canyon Rivers has a kind of legislative directive that kind of undergirds their program. Trying to figure out what would then kind of buoy up our program to kind of make it required or strongly encouraged, recommending that in the how, it may make its way into the student code of conduct, but thinking about what is the kind of carrot that we are going to use to encourage parents to allow their student to follow this pathway if they're deemed to have kind of wronged the school environment. Like, what does it look like to say, this is a good option, you should follow it, and for parents to step into it?
Okay, great question. For me, I would say that it's the avoidance of any suspension, candidly, or anything being on your record. And candidly, for children especially, is feeling better about themselves in school. You know what I mean? Like not being the child that's always in trouble and always getting sent to the principal and always. And then I think explaining that to the parents, that this is something designed to help your child, that we're identifying behaviors, like we talked about, maybe combining it with the renew and looking at triggers. Like it's almost like a whole child model is how I envision it. And I think if it's properly explained to parents, like, we can offer this peer court option, and your child would then avoid any suspension or anything on their record, so to speak. I think that would be a huge incentive.
As well
And-
as helping them to build their social skills.
Thank you.
that are
Yes.
needed.
Absolutely. And then just better relations and interactions with their peers. because many of the children, as you know, most of us here are parents. Many times they act out because they want attention. You know what I mean? And so if we can channel that into something more positive, I think we would see a substantial difference in behaviors, knock on wood. Maybe not right away. I'm not, promising the world. I want to be realistic. But I was really sold when Canyons did their presentation because I was really genuinely fascinated. And they've been very generous. They're like, feel free to reuse anything we have. We have no price. Yeah, they were very, very generous. And they're all the way again in Utah. I'm like, what's out there in Utah? Apparently a lot. Yes. And then again, Ms. Vaughn has, offered her support as well. So there are people that, would be willing to assist. And then a lot of this too, again, the how I would leave, if approved, to the expert that would be standing up this program. And that's what Ms. Youngwadi emphasized, that it, again, that's why she liked the idea of a PPW, someone that sees this, that understands elementary behaviors, elementary students, elementary concerns. I think that would be the other huge benefit.
Absolutely.
2, if we can get it, but we have to start somewhere.
And just quickly, Madam Chair, before I yield the floor, I just wanted to also give kudos for thinking expansively about the types of judges that would be trained to be a part of this program. So it's not just your honor roll and AP students and those that are front of the classroom, hands always raised, A students, but thinking differently about the types of students that are recruited to be trained to be a part of this program. I think that's very well thought through. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. As we want to, it's an additional incentive for them to do their best and to behave well because they want to be able to participate. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'm going to kind of ping pong. Okay, Ms. Butler-Washington, and then, I'll come.
Thank you. This is a great idea. I like the concept, but I want to make sure it's nothing like the Fresh Start Academy, where we segregating our kids.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I start feeling some type of way. I was hearing them trigger words in there because I remember that very well.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
Okay, so just making sure we're not.
It's not a whole new. If you're talking about like putting them in a whole new school, or no,
and
that's not what this is.
Okay, all right. So, well, great. Then I'm on board. So,
you're back. Thank you.
I'm back. And let me ask you this. I know that the sheriff has the team court.
Right.
Could it be possible that we work with them? The school, they work with the school and we do the peer court. They handle the team court. The reason I ask that is because they have the funding. They already have the funding in place. If we sit down and say, could you come on this side of it and let's do the peer, that means your team court's gonna be less. If we can get them over here, you won't have to have all those, have that piece, the team court over here and have all the people going through there because we can be a dual hat doing it together. So I was just asking if it could be possible, just ask that question. Could the sheriff let the school have the peer court part and
hold it at the team court location? You mean?
Right, and everything is all in one place and the funding is there. I don't think they would have a problem because what it does is it enhances their program. Because what it does is it helps them out a lot because they're still doing two-headed. Because when you just saying, I'm going to deal with them when they get in trouble, that's not really helping out the parents or helping out the school or helping anyone else. But we come with a solution and say, hey, how about if we do the peer court and the school handle that piece, but we handle it in the same place and we do the same thing how you do and we using their resources. So therefore, we don't have to go find resources and pay, but we're coming in together. And I think that the sheriff department, they would buy in on that because we already familiar with the team court. People comfortable with that. Parents are even comfortable with that. So we come with something different, saying a different location, a different thing, you're gonna get parents, that's not real, but the team court is real. But when you put them together, it's benefiting the whole child instead of half the child. So just looking at something of that magnitude, because I'm thinking if you go to them and talk to them, I'm thinking they would buy in on it.
Well, you're welcome to join us in that conversation. Ms. Vaughn has offered her services. I don't want to, obviously, I can't commit them because I don't know what their capacity and resources and all of that looks like, but definitely welcome a partnership because I don't want this to be a case where students are always in fear that this is going to immediately lead to some kind of criminal action. I'm trying, you know what I mean? And I know that's not what you're saying at all. I'm just saying, like, from a student point of view, so where we can partner and share resources, absolutely. I would welcome that. But the only consideration is if it's elementary if transportation may be an issue. That would be the only thought that I have. But also wanted to talk to the teen court people to see what their capacity is for something like that. Yeah.
Well, just like you said, hold it in the child's school. If it's in the child's school, there's, no barriers there.
Right.
It can be done. So either, I'm saying that either or, because they already have the SROs there. They, the people that they need to train to help us do this, because it's all encompassed of one thing. We all want the best for all the students.
Right.
So that's what we're looking for.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bellaway. Do you mind if I go to Ms. Obanali and then come? I haven't forgotten you, I promise. Ms. Obanali.
Okay, so I don't have any questions, but I had a lot of comments because I was looking through the agenda and this stuck out to me. I was like, whoa, peer court, like this sounds so interesting. So I have a lot of comments for this.
Sure.
So I first love the presentation because I think that something our county should definitely implement more is restorative justice. That was a big part of my platform when I was campaigning, because I think that's just super important. And it just encourages student empathy and addresses harmful behavior without going to drastic measures. And something that stuck out to me that Ms. Moore-Lee said was there are no bad students but bad behaviors. So keeping that in mind when we're addressing students and going about punishments, it's really important. And then continuing on, I like that you maintain like focusing not only on students that are in AP classes or higher level classes. This kind of engages everybody, not students who are typically already involved in the community. It kind of makes sure that they can have a chance to do things that are important as well. So I thought that was really important. And it's also important to note that this also should help students internalize the rules, because I know that it's really hard to point out any student that's read the code of conduct actually knows it.
Yeah.
But with this program, they're going to be able to know, like they're going to know. So this is just really helpful because it helps students internalize the rules while also having them engage with their peers, which I think is really important. And then also something that I thought was important is that it kind of gives them another extracurricular, because I think that you kind of see a lot of like STEM extracurriculars, but you don't really see many civic extracurriculars that are easy to engage in. But I think this is a big one. Yeah, I think this is a big one because I know when I was in 9th grade, I really wanted to do like more civic engagement things, but I didn't know many that I could do. So I really like teen courts, and I really like this program because I think that that could be super beneficial. And then another point I had is I was wondering if this could be part of like student service learning, perchance, like part of like SSL or something, or like volunteer hours.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
All right, Menage.
Yeah. Yeah. Really?
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Winston.
Yeah, I thought that would be a good thing. But yeah, I love the presentation. That was all my points.
Oh, great job. Thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you. I'll be kind of quick because I think a lot of points have already been said. I think it's really important that we teach kids how to advocate early. And I think elementary school is a great time to start that. So this program can really teach students advocacy. I also think we talk a lot about the criminal justice system, but I also think there's another level of justice system, right? There's the ability to go to use your local court system to get a will or, all kinds of things. And so I think teaching kids the comfort with how to digest justice, legal terms, those kind of things at an early age, to our Smob's point, civics, right? We went to National School Board Association conference, and they talked about the fact that the reason why we see kind of an erosion of people understanding kind of how a bill becomes a law and some other legal things, and is because there's less civics being taught, more history, but not civics. And so I think this goes a long way in being able to help civil engagement, the understanding of our court system, because it's not always just criminal justice. There are other things that happen in the court system. And so I do think starting early with advocacy, starting early with learning how to, digest feelings and all those kind of things, these could be, other things that could be learned through this process, and not just, people thinking, oh, this is how we change behaviors. We do change behaviors, but we also broaden knowledge for our students about how to digest information and, you have autonomy in decision making, and then how to do that in a good way. So I think these are important points, and so I can support.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. And Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Gammons.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gammons, as well, for presenting on this. I do want to applaud you for taking this idea and
oh, yes, very last minute.
Yes, thank you so much.
Like
yes,
yesterday,
thank
you stepped in.
Thank you for being on call. But thank you for bringing this idea forward. I'm always in favor, or generally, I won't say always, but generally in favor of trying something new. You know, when the efforts maybe that we have tried in the past maybe haven't been as successful as we would like, and I think that's the time where we need to innovate and start looking at other ways. So I definitely applaud you for that, and I do think there's a great amount of value in students being able to self-govern. You know, in a way. And oftentimes students respect the opinions of their peers more than they do us as adults.
We have talked about that.
And so I do think that that's why teen court has been successful, right? Because they're being judged by their peers. A lot of times they don't care what adults think. They just think all adults think the same, right? And we all think kids are just kids and they don't make good decisions and what have you. But when it comes to their peers, I do think that they respect the opinions of their peers more. So I'm definitely in support of seeing, you know, this moving forward. I did just have a couple of questions. So we're talking about starting in elementary or just targeting upper elementary? So not going to middle or just like 4th and 5th grade?
Excellent point. Starting with elementary.
Okay.
Would love to see this expand beyond,
Okay.
but just managing resources and expectations to begin with.
Okay,
Yes.
yep, and that, I would definitely support that, because of course I have similar concerns like Mr. Hancock, and I'm sure others have shared about cost, but I definitely would support some idea of, and obviously this is in your realm, Dr. Navarro, but some type of extra pay, extra duty type volunteer hybrid type of situation. I feel like that would probably be easier to implement as far as that goes, and then would definitely support like a pilot program at like 1 or 2 schools initially. I think that would be the best way, so then we can come back, you know, with some data and kind of try to see where we're going. Do we need to make some tweaks? You know, is it being, you know, is it making the impact that we hoped it would? So those are just some of my comments, so thank you.
Thank you, and I very much appreciate the feedback. As you know, you all have said about the pilot program, the judges starting in 6th grade, I love that idea. Similar to teen court, we want to make sure they don't have any knowledge of the individual students, and that's the biggest thing, you know, to your point about privacy. Oh, you had something else?
I just, one other thing that I just thought about was maybe also, because I think in teen court they may do something similar, but maybe having like part of the disposition be that a student would, you know, could serve as a judge, because to my colleagues' points about not always picking like the person at the front of the line, you know, if you find yourself before, you know, peer court, one of your, you know, pieces of the disposition could be that you need to serve then in the future as a judge. So that was just a thought I had.
And I love that because Ms. Vaughn did talk about that how so many of their dedicated volunteers did initially start out exactly as, you know, students that found themselves in trouble, and also that so many of them, even after graduation, still want to be. It really is a community effort, and they learn exactly what you were talking about, Madam Vice Chair, the value of the self-governance. Like, and again, just pointing to the meeting last night, I mean, when one boy was like, "Who knows me in here?" It's like, it was hilarious. I was like, "Stay for who all know me." It was a true story. But then, you know, it was one of the students that said, "I would love to see a kindness club." And then other students were chiming in. I was like, yes, because adults saying, "I want a kindness club," they're like, "Kindness club?" You know, that, you know what I mean? That sounds corny. But hearing it from students, it just carries very different weight. So I won't belabor the point. Oh, there was? I'm sorry. Did you all have a question? Anyone? No? Okay. All right. Thank you for pointing out. Okay, just want to make sure. So I won't belabor the point. Thank you, Mr. Gammons. I would like to discuss with both Mr. Schwartz and Dr. Navarro that it's not a policy, so it's not something we have to present before the public 3 times, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like to ask for a motion to establish a peer court beginning in fiscal year 27. And again, I would leave the how and the specifics to Dr. Navarro. Yeah, did you want to? Yeah.
So I think we don't have to do a motion.
Oh, just like a
consensus.
Consensus, okay.
And if I may, so that it gets on, so that we then put it as a line item, if you will, on the budget for FY '27. My suggestion is that we come to you in January and present you more detailed, so that then you can see something as it moves forward.
Okay.
It doesn't have to come back for a board presentation. I can send it to you
Like a weekly update
in a
or
weekly
something.
update or something
I
like that.
appreciate. And I did clarify with Mr. Schwartz that the student member is able to vote, so we would need 6 to pass, because it has budgetary implications, but it's not a budget item, or on a vote on the budget, so. All right, so then just by consensus, a show of hands are in favor, please. Thank you all. Okay, that is unanimous. And thank you, Dr. Navarro. Happy to assist however needed.
Thank you, Mr. Gammon.
Mr. Gammons, yeah,
Mr. Gammon.
much appreciated. Okay, everyone, we are on break until 4:30. If you could take us off the air, please. We're back. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the November 4th meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. So next up, we have what is personally, I know, baby, I hear you. Personally, my favorite part of the day is when we do our resolutions and recognitions. So, who will be presenting? Is it Ms. Paul, do you know, that's presenting the resolutions? No?
National Special Education.
Yeah, is anybody going to be introducing, or?
Larry.
Mr. Johnson? Oh,
Please
come on up,
forward,
Mr.
or-
Johnson. And who is Brenda? Oh, you did say that, Brenda. And that's the only one, right? Yeah. Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good
Good
evening.
morning.
Welcome.
All right, so each year, December 2nd is recognized nationally as Special Education Day. It's a time to celebrate the accomplishments of teachers, administrators, students, and families who dedicate their lives to ensuring every learner has access to meaningful and inclusive education. Tonight, we are honored to recognize two outstanding educators who exemplify excellence in special education. Our first honoree is Ms. Allison Cheney. She's an exceptional educator who truly represents the spirit of excellence in special education.
Yeah, where is Ms. Cheney?
Ms. Cheney serves as the adaptive physical education teacher at the FB Gwynn Center. She was also named the 2025 Charles County Teacher of the Year.
Is she here, Mr. Johnson?
She's not.
Okay.
We're all like,
Where is she?
I told her I was going to represent for her. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Give the whole.
All right, appreciate that.
For the past 18 years, Ms. Cheney has dedicated her career to Charles County Public Schools. She began at North Point before she joined the Gwynn Center in 2022. In her current role, she again serves as an adaptive PE teacher. Her principal, Mr. Todd Wonderling, described her as a teacher who wears many hats.
Yeah.
And she does.
Yes.
Planning lessons, modifying materials, and facilitating therapeutic pool sessions for students who require adaptive PE services. I remember attending the ceremony at the Maryland State Department of Education, honoring Ms. Cheney among the other Maryland Teachers of the Year. And within a small conversation, she said a lot. I was like, how are you feeling about all of this? And she said, oh, it's about the kids. And I thought that spoke a lot. Her words really captured, what it means to be a special educator. Although she could not be here this evening, okay, Ms. Cheney is participating in a 3-day field experience at the Smith Island Environmental Education Center with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Right.
She is alongside other Maryland Teachers of the Year.
All right.
She's exploring the Bay's ecosystems and conservation efforts. It's an experience designed to bring a deeper understanding of Maryland's natural heritage back into classrooms across the state. Okay, so please join me in congratulating Ms. Allison Cheney as she represents the very best of special education in Charles County Public Schools. Here we go. Our second
Okay.
honoree
Ms. Green.
is Miss Georgia Green.
Welcome. Come on up, Ms. Green.
Come on, Miss Georgia Green.
You're going to be front and center.
All right, Miss Georgia Green, she serves as a special education teacher at Gail Bailey Elementary School, and she was selected as Washington Post 2025 Teacher of the Year nominee for Charles County Public Schools.
Yes, congratulations.
So teaching is deeply woven into Miss Green's story. She's one of 5 children born to educators. She was inspired to enter into the field of special education by her twin brothers, who are intellectually disabled. That personal connection led to her life's mission to ensure every child gets everything that they need through the school system. Ms. Green joined Charles County Public Schools in 2018 after a remarkable teaching career spanning 4 decades 4 decades across Jamaica and Washington, D.C. She's a lifelong learner. Her expertise extends beyond her classroom as she mentors international students and teachers. Within her school's community, she leads the Green Club, contributes to the positive behavior, the PBIS program. Her principal, Dr. Sermons, described her as the embodiment of great teaching. Her patience, creativity, and unwavering belief in every child's potential reminds us daily of what true education looks like in advocacy. I remember a time when I was mentioning we had invested in iPads to support the infrastructure needed for students with IEPs. And in her advocacy, she sweetly asked me and inquired about the ability to acquire the old ones for students in her home country. I think that says a lot.
Wow.
And shows that her advocacy is boundless. At this time, please join me in congratulating Ms. Georgia Green for her outstanding service and dedication to the children and families in Charles County Public Schools.
Oh, don't move. Not yet, not yet. She's like, wait, there's more? There is. Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson. So Ms. Brenda Thomas will read the resolution. Ms. Thomas, for National Special Education Day.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, National Special Education Day, November the 4th, 2025. Whereas the Charles County Board of Education is provider of the evidence-based program and practice special targets at building equity and narrowing the achievement and opportunity gaps for all underserved students, and whereas December the 2nd has been designated as National Special Education Day in the United States and in a day to celebrate the accomplishments of teachers, administrators, students, and parents as relates to special education and to encourage further growth. And whereas National Special Education Day marks the anniversary of the national first federal special education law signed by President Gerald Ford on December the 2nd, 1975. And whereas a nation, we've come a long way since 1975, but we still have important work ahead to provide access to education for all children, including children with disability. And whereas the Charles County Board of Education recognized the contribution of our students receiving special education services, their families, teachers, and administrators, and whereas all educators will engage students in activities and projects that will broaden perspectives of special education community, and whereas the Charles County Board of Education is committed to providing high-quality education services to students with disability, embodying a focus on equity, access, partnership, inclusion, now therefore be resolved that the Charles County Board of Education does hereby recognize December the 2nd, 2023 as National Special Education Day. In doing so, the Board of Education called upon all Charles County Public Schools to observe this day with appropriate program and activities to advance its important message that people with disability deserves a high-quality education, appropriate support services, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in minutes of the Board of Education, Charles County, by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 4th day of November, 2025. Marie Novato, Superintendent. Yanel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson.
Stay right there, ma'am. She's like, still you. We're gonna move out of your way so you can get a picture.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Green. Next up, Dr. Iverson, we have our recognitions. I believe we're starting with our students first.
Yes.
Yes. Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Board Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, Board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff.
Hi.
Today is my honor to turn the spotlight now onto several Charles County Public School students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. We have with us tonight being recognized Margaret Allen, 12th grader from La Plata High School on the far left there. Emma McVeary, 8th grader from Piccowaxen Middle School. Next to her, Esther Ole Jade, 5th grader from Berry Elementary School. Madison Roback, 5th grader from Dr. Thomas Higdon Elementary School. And sitting right next to me, Eldana Dumesa, 5th grader from Eva Turner Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in that order by their school principals, beginning with Mr. Douglas Doland, Principal La Plata High School, followed by Wolanda Finstead, Principal Piccowaxen Middle School, Leanne McLeod, Principal of Berry Elementary School, followed by Jennifer Posey, Principal of Higdon Elementary School, and finally by Courtney Gandy, our Principal of Eva Turner, in that order. Let's give these students a round of applause.
Congratulations.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is with great pride and admiration that I recognize 12th grader Margaret Allen for her outstanding academic achievement in the Achieve program, a regional program dedicated to nurturing both academic and adaptive skills. Margaret not only has met the expectations of this program, she is consistently exceeding them, especially in reading, where her progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Her success on the alternate state assessments is a testament to her dedication, perseverance, and ability to thrive in a supportive learning environment. But Margaret's achievements extend far beyond the classroom. She is a proud member of our choir, sharing her voice and spirit with our school community. She has also been a key player on several of our state championship unified sports teams, and this year, she embraced a new challenge by joining our inaugural flag football team.
Awesome.
Her coach, Miss Otey, shared that Margaret brings unmatched energy and enthusiasm, always giving 100% and lifting the spirits of everyone around her. She truly embodies what it means to be a La Plata warrior. Even with her growing involvement in extracurricular activities, Margaret has maintained her academic focus and continues to lead by example in the classroom. Her teacher, Miss Curtin, describes her as a social butterfly who cheers on her classmates and inspires others with her leadership and positivity. Margaret, your achievements reflect your hard work, your heart, and your unwavering commitment to do your best. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. We are proud of you. That's your ticket, and then you can sit right here. All right, good job.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Emma McVeary is an 8th grade student at Piccowaxen Middle School and is being recognized for her academic achievement. During her middle school experience, she has maintained a 4.0 grade point average.
Wow.
For the last 2 years, y'all. Furthermore, she is a member of the National Junior Honor Society. Her teachers describe her as being a dedicated student who always turns in her assignments on time and goes above and beyond when it comes to learning. In addition to her stellar academic achievement, she is also a member of the 8th grade chorus and plays soccer with La Plata Youth Soccer Association. This year, she is excited to try out for school sports. Emma especially enjoys Spanish class, and her favorite teacher is her science teacher, Miss Waring. And you'll find out that a little bit more about that later. She shared that Miss Waring makes learning fun and always finds ways to connect classroom lessons to real life. Emma's teachers also describe her as being a ray of sunshine in class and a very caring student who always looks out for others. She is hardworking, kind, determined, and all of these things are a driving force for her character throughout life. She perseveres through challenges and fights for what is fair and just. All of her teachers say that she is well deserving of this award, and they are extremely proud of her. She exudes Picco pride every single day: respect, responsibility, safety, and pride. Emma is inspired by her parents, passionate about pursuing a career in computers, and is looking forward to going to college after high school. We are ecstatic to have Emma McVeary receive this recognition this evening. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is my true joy to celebrate Esther Olajede, fifth grade student at Berry Elementary School, as she is recognized in the area of academic achievement. Esther has maintained an impressive 4.0 GPA since third grade and continues to excel in all academic areas. She was identified for gifted services in both reading and math at the end of second grade and currently participates in our virtual sixth grade math class. Esther consistently exemplifies our school's 3 R's through her hard work, respect for others, and responsibility towards her learning. She is a humble and dedicated student who leads by example. Beyond the classroom, Esther participates in our math team and Green Club and plays both the violin and the piano. Wow. She also sings in her church choir and also enjoys crocheting in her spare time. Showcasing the impression she has on others, fellow classmates and Berry students shared glowing compliments about Esther, including, she is always focused on her work. She is the type of student that would always help another student. She is always polite. As a friend, Esther is outstanding. Whenever I'm around her, I always feel happy. She cheers me up when I'm not having a great day. All comments from your fellow friends and fifth graders. Aww. Teachers shared that Esther is consistent with her efforts and is a true representation of our core values of being respectful, responsible, and ready to learn. While she does not seek the spotlight or to be recognized, she is so deserving for her commitment to hard work, her strong character, and the true light and joy she brings to the classroom. Esther aspires to be a math teacher because of her love for helping others and promoting a positive mindset towards learning, even when it's hard. On behalf of our Berry family, we are so proud to honor you this evening, Esther. We are confident that we will see her continue to shine throughout her career here in Charles County. Oh. Congratulations, Esther.
Nikki, we have a math teacher right here we need to give a contract to. She's not quite in middle school yet, but we can extend the contract now.
We will gladly hold the job for you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madison Rohrbach is a 5th grade student at Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School and is being recognized in the area of personal responsibility. Madison joined our Higdon family in 4th grade and made an impression right away. Her former teacher, Miss Peter, shared Madison was always helpful in 4th grade, eagerly stepping in whenever a job needed to be done. She consistently supported her classmates and worked well with everyone around her. Whether it's lending a hand, being a team player, or setting a great example, Madison shows us what it means to be a responsible Husky every single day. The 5th grade team shared she pays attention on what is going on around her. She helps both the teacher and her classmates without being asked and exudes kindness. Madison is a natural helper. She goes out of her way to help others without being asked. When she sees a need, whether it's being to stack stools at the end of the day, picking up trash around the room, plugging in computers, or a friend that just needs help with work, she jumps in to help. Madison is kind and easy to talk to and has a solid group of friends who gravitates towards her. She works hard and strives to do well in school. She turns in her work consistently and strives for excellence in her work completion. Every morning after checking in with her own class, she heads straight to our kindergarten classroom like a superhero in sneakers to help our littlest Huskies kick off their day with smiles and success. Even though she's busy being a role model, Madison makes sure to catch up on her own morning work later in the day because she's very responsible. And if that wasn't impressive enough, Madison is learning to play the trombone in band. Not only is she leading in the classroom, but making music and marching to her own beat. When Madison grows up, she shared she's headed straight for the spotlight with plans to become an actress. We are beyond excited to cheer her on as she chases her dreams and celebrates all she accomplishes. With her talent, heart, and sparkle, there's no doubt Hollywood better get ready. Congratulations, Madison. We're so proud of you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is with great pride that I recognize Eldana Dumesa for demonstrating exceptional career readiness. Eldana, a 5th grade student at Eva Turner, consistently excels academically, earning her a place on honor roll since 3rd grade. Eldana has shown proficiency in both reading and math as measured by her MCAP scores, as well as her iReady scores. In the classroom, she exemplifies the 3 R's, being respectful, responsible, and ready to learn. Her positive attitude and commitment to excellence has made her a true role model for her peers, inspiring others through her actions and dedication to personal growth. Beyond academics, Eldana plays an active role in shaping her future and contributing to her school community. She's taken the initiative to inquire about the AVID program and works closely with the school counselor to develop plans for her own career pathway. Her leadership extends into service as she assists with our PBIS store each week, and last year helped the counselor plan for Career Day. Outside of school, she continues to give back by volunteering at her church, where she reads to younger students and helps teach lessons. Eldana is a shining example of a student who is not only prepared for her future, but also deeply committed to helping others along the way. Looking ahead to the future, Eldana plans to be a pediatrician. She shares she wants to give back to her community in the same way they have given back to her. Congratulations, Eldana. We are proud of you.
Thank you. Well, congratulations, ladies. This is exciting. I'm so proud of you all. We always say this is the highlight for us of our day, is to be able to recognize our incredible students and later our teachers and staff. Beginning with Margaret. Hi, Margaret. How are you? I just loved hearing about you. In particular, your energy. That's something that is hard to fake. You know what I mean? Like, I can tell you're just a positive, happy, kind person, and that radiates and it draws people to you. You have a great smile, by the way.
Thank you.
So, love that you are working at consistently exceeding your reading goals. That is fantastic. That is something that will translate to everything else. And you're a member of the choir. Oh, that's awesome. Fun fact, in my head I can sing, not so much out loud.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe we can discuss offline. I love to sing. I love that you give 100% and that you inspire others. And I too was known as a social butterfly. It didn't matter who you put me next to, I'm going to make a friend, I'm going to talk, right? That's awesome. So, Margaret, what are you most proud of? You've accomplished a lot in a very short amount of time. What is one thing that that really stands out to you?
Well, I really like all the teachers and everybody, and
Aw.
I really like that I can sing, I can read whatever I want, and it was really nice.
Oh,
And I
that's
really
awesome. Yeah, you're quite accomplished. That's fantastic.
thank you.
Maybe we could sing together sometime. Yes? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, is there anything you'd like to say? Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank my family, thank my parents, my friends, my family, and my teachers too.
Oh, congratulations. I'm so
Thank
proud of
you.
you. She's so cute. Hi, Emma. How are you? Oh. Well, congratulations on your academic achievement. You're 4.0 the past 2 years. That I feel like that gets harder and harder every year to get a 4.0, right? School in general is getting harder. I'm glad I got out when I did. I also love that you go above and beyond when it comes to learning, because that's another one of those life skills that'll translate into almost everything. And kudos on the Espanol. I love Spanish. You know, Dr. Navarro is fluent. So maybe the three of us have a conversation. Yeah. Okay. I love that you were described as a ray of sunshine. I thought that was so sweet. That is just genuine, because you're the kind of person people look forward to talking to. You just brighten people's day, and that you persevere through challenges. That is fantastic. And tell me more about the career in computers. Like, I'm excited to see another woman in tech. That's fantastic. What do you want to do?
I like photography and like coding and all that stuff. So I'm trying to find like something that like connects it all. So yeah.
Oh, I love that. And maybe what you're going to do hasn't even been invented yet, you know? Might be up to you. Well, fantastic, Emma. So what would you like to say, and whoever you'd like to thank?
My teachers and my parents and my friends and family.
Oh, well, congratulations. We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
Good job. Hi, Esther. How are you?
Good.
So I heard you want to come work for CCPS, no? No. Thought I put it out there. She's like, who said that? But Dr. Navarro used to be a math teacher. So, you know, there's lots of people. I was not a lover of math, but there are a lot of people that could definitely talk to you about that. I think that is phenomenal. Another 4.0 student, that is not an easy feat. And that you're in 5th grade and taking the virtual 6th grade math. That's right. So what math are you taking in 6th grade?
Just like 6th grade accelerated math, and like we're focusing on division, decimals, and fractions.
Ooh, yeah, you lost me. That's awesome, though. And kudos to you, play both the violin and the piano. That's incredible. Like, I was just reading this. I was like, and you sing and you crochet? My God, what do you not do? So if you had to pick one thing that you feel like this is really what I love to do, what do you most love to do?
Crochet.
Crochet? Why?
Um,
What I hear? What they say? They knew it. Ah.
Because it calms me, and like I would like to do it for other, like give out the things I crochet to other people.
Oh, that's nice. That's really sweet. I love that. I mean, and listen, crocheting is definitely a skill. So it's definitely, if you wanted to, you know, start your own business, because, you know, you clearly don't have anything else to do, right? But it's a thought. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the people that nominated me and my friends and family.
Oh, well, congratulations, honey. Good to see you. Hi, how you doing, Madison? So, fun fact. In my head, I'm a thespian, right? So I see that you want to be an actress. What kind of actress, if of all the things you could do, what would you want to do? Soap operas, movies, television? Movies. Oh, I could see that. Do you have a favorite movie? No, okay, all right. Well, kudos to you as well. I love that you exude kindness. I think that's one of the nicest things people can say about you. Is we were talking earlier. We were just on a call yesterday with other students, and there are many that are interested in starting a kindness club. So I think you'd be a perfect spokesperson, right? And you're very, very helpful, always eager to step in and support people, and you strive for excellence. That really stood out to me. And I'm also very partial to the little people. I love that you head down to the kindergarten room. Why the kindergarten room? Like, how did that start?
So my friend's neighbor, she's a teacher for the kindergarten room, and she asked me if I could come down and help them in the morning.
Oh, yeah, I get it. That just a day with a kindergarten, even an hour or two, or even 10, 15 minutes, right? It just makes your whole day because they are the cutest. Even better when you could play with them and then send them back to somebody else. Right? All right, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my family and everyone that helped me with my schoolwork, and I'd like to thank my principal, Miss Posey, for giving me this award, and my fourth and fifth grade teachers for helping me to get this award.
Oh,
And I'm glad I get to receive it.
that's awesome. Well, if you ever need anybody to practice your lines with, I got you. Right? Congratulations. Oh my gosh. So I'm getting carried away. Let me focus. Hi, Eldana. How are you?
Good.
Don't think I didn't notice the outfit and the shoes. Yes, ma'am. I see you. Well done. Well done. Kudos on your excelling academically and your 3 R's. I love when I hear the 3 R's: respectful, responsible, and ready to learn. And the dedication to personal growth. That's not something you typically find in a 5th grader. Like someone that's always thinking about how they can improve themselves in 5th grade. That is remarkable. But then, and I heard you wanted to be a pediatrician, I was like, that makes sense. You know what I mean? There we go. Yeah, because that is a huge aspiration. Well, tell me about that. Like, how did you decide on that, and why do you want to be a pediatrician?
When I went to the doctor's office, I would always see sick kids, and I've always wanted to put a smile on their faces.
Oh, that's so sweet. I love that. And of course, it's something that's altruistic, right? That you want to give back to somebody else. And also, I love that you do a lot of volunteer work. That is fantastic. Well, Eldana, what would you like to say?
I would like to thank God for guiding me through this path, and I would also like to thank my family for supporting me and encouraging me no matter what. And finally, I would like to thank all my teachers for helping me get here today.
Oh, well, congratulations and very well done. We are so proud of all of you. Great job. If you all could stay right there, we're going to come down, shake hands, and we have a little something for you. I have a student, right? Oh, no, I do. Okay. Oh, yes.
Sorry, thank you.
It was like a really detailed bite. She put a lot of thought into it. I've just had a lot of Brenda, you never get one. We don't know ahead of time. That is gonna be. That is true. What we need to do is. Yeah. Or just say, can y'all just stand up real quick? See, eyeball it. It makes a difference. Thank you guys for coming tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, yes. Eldana, yes, thank you. Congratulations again. Last time we had all gentlemen, this time all ladies. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, hello. Welcome. See a few faces.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
All right. Good evening, Chairperson Morley,
Yes,
Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Shirlene Ogburn, and I'm with the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will be acknowledging four actually, exemplary employees. One of our exemplary employees was unable to be here today. Our first recipient, Leanne Chan, a third grade teacher from Berry Elementary. She will be represented by her principal, Leanne McLeod. Jacob Girding, media specialist from Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary, represented by Principal Jennifer Posey. Sydney Smith, who is unable to be here with us today. We will recognize her at a later date.
Okay.
Lauren Waring, a science teacher from Piccowaxen Middle School, represented by Principal Wulanda Thinstead. And finally, Michael Blaine, a foreign language teacher from Plata High School, represented by Principal Douglas Dolan. Let's give all of our recipients a hand, and we'll start with Leanne McLeod.
I need to get this out. Never misses.
Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Leanne Chan, who is our recipient of the Exemplary Employee for Berry Elementary. Mrs. Chan has been teaching for 10 years and is known for her consistently kind, patient, and dedicated approach to supporting both students and colleagues. She contributes to our school community as a team leader on both the kindergarten and third grade teams, serves on our social committee, is an EACC rep, and acts as one of our Synergy coordinators. Leanne is also a strong advocate for safety at Berry and plays an active role in ensuring our school remains a positive, caring environment for everyone. I shared with staff, I feel as if we have our own built-in security guard. Watch out, Jason Stoddard. She's got it. What truly stands out about Mrs. Chan is her genuine care for students, especially those who may be more vulnerable or who may struggle with accessing their learning. She is patient and persistent, always willing to try new strategies, approaches, and supports to ensure every child is learning and thriving. Her compassion and creativity make a meaningful difference for her students each and every day. Mrs. Chan embraces our staff in the same. She is always willing to help a colleague, provide feedback and support without judgment, and is a solutions-based teacher leader. If she can't provide the answer, she seeks clarity through professional inquiry rather than assumptions. This has proven to be one of the greatest contributions to our school. She is a solutions-based professional. In addition to her commitment to students and fellow staff, Mrs. Chan is committed to her craft. She is a lifelong learner who embraces new ideas with curiosity and an open mind. She asks questions not to challenge, but to learn, demonstrating a true partnership in this important work. She embodies the spirit of ongoing professional growth, modeling for all of us what it means to continue learning and evolving as educators. Every professional learning, staff meeting, collaborative planning, in-service, and even IEP meetings, Leanne is an active participant who embraces and applies her new learning to her own classroom. She challenged herself to join an intermediate grade after years in kindergarten. It's Leanne's natural character to lead with humility and remain humble in all that she does. The Berry community commented, commitment and dedication and pride in what she does. I want to make sure I'm quoting your people correctly. Ms. Chan shows her commitment and dedication and pride in all that she does and always has a willingness to lend a hand or make connections with everyone in the school. The amount of patience and goodwill she has in her heart is amazing. Chan goes above and beyond. I'm so proud to recognize Mrs. Chan for her leadership, her collaboration, and her steadfast dedication to our school community. Congratulations, Mrs. Chan, and thank you for all that you do.
Aw. Having a whole conversation.
All right. Higdon Elementary School proudly recognizes Mr. Jacob Girding as our exemplary employee. Since joining Higdon in 2019, Mr. Girding has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to student success, staff support, and professional leadership. His dedication goes far beyond the walls of the Media Center. He is a true pillar of our school community. Ms. Bell shared, Jacob is always there to provide resources to teachers. He always makes time to help staff with a positive attitude. Jacob is not only involved with the school events, but also leads several after-school activities. Mr. Girding serves as the team leader for our VEX Robotics team, which is impressively qualified for state and world championships 4 times under his guidance. He recently launched a book club for our 3rd grade students, fostering a love of reading and critical thinking at such an early age. Beyond Higdon, Mr. Girding is a passionate advocate for school librarians across Maryland. He is our EACC building representative, president-elect and advocacy chair for the Maryland Association of School Librarians, and co-chair of MSEA's School Librarian Caucus. His leadership and advocacy efforts are shaping the future of library media education across the state. In addition to his professional roles, Mr. Girding is pursuing a PhD in instructional leadership for changing populations at Notre Dame of Maryland University, further exemplifying his commitment to lifelong learning and an educational excellence. Whether supporting bus duty, aligning media instruction with classroom learning, or leading extracurricular programs, Mr. Girding consistently seeks out opportunities to enrich the educational experience of our students and staff. We are honored to celebrate Mr. Girding for his outstanding contributions to Higdon Elementary School and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Girding.
So earlier I shared with you that Emma McBary's favorite teacher was Miss Waring.
Oh.
And so today I stand before you. Miss Waring is our
I see what you
teacher
did there.
Yes, yes. So Miss Waring is an exemplary science teacher whose passion is evident whenever she teaches. When I met her, I didn't have an opening for PE or science. And after that job fair, I just kept thinking about her and I knew I had to have her on my team. 3 days later, I saw her in the parking lot as she was getting ready for her daughter's birthday party. They were going into the dollar store. And I had another chance to talk to her, and that's when I found out about her love for science. And so we kept in touch. And the opportunity presented itself the next year, and she accepted the challenge. She explains the content in a way that her students can understand, and she inspires them to care deeply about the world around them. She approaches her work with a high level of professionalism, ethics, and integrity. As the leader of our environmental club, Ms. Warren has worked to revitalize the outdoor classroom, fostering student engagement in hands-on ecological projects. In addition, she has taken over the Green School application for our school. With this process, she has partnered with Nanjemoy Creek to bring programs into our school as well as different experiences into the classroom. Her 7th grade classes have actively contributed to removing invasive species from the wetlands and surrounding areas in our outdoor classroom. Ms. Warren meticulously documents all green initiatives to ensure that our school maintains its green school status. She is always working diligently behind the scenes, willing to jump in and help wherever she can. She wants to stay behind the scenes, but I'm not letting her do that. She is also passionate about our environment and sustainable practices. She owns and operates a local working farm that has earned a conservation award, and she thoughtfully integrates this experience into her classroom instruction. Beyond her environmental work, Ms. Warren also coaches various youth sports. At Piccowaxen, she coaches the archery team. Outside of school, she coaches both lacrosse and field hockey. Her passion for youth sports is evident in her community involvement. When she recognizes a need, she helps establish different opportunities for students. She has helped establish a youth field hockey program in Charles County, bringing the sport to local families and expanding opportunities for our young athletes. I appreciate all that she brings to Pico and does for our students. I look forward to her growth as an educator here in Charles County Public Schools.
He's having a whole conversation.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
It is my distinct honor to recognize Mr. Michael Blaine, whose name has become synonymous with La Plata High School due to his dedication, integrity, and excellence. For years, Mr. Blaine has exemplified what it means to serve with purpose. His longstanding excellence is not just a reflection of his skill, but his unwavering commitment to do what's right for students. He brings strength and a steady hand in every challenge, always leading by example. Mr. Blaine takes great pride in his work, whether it's the smallest detail or the biggest initiative. He approaches every task with care, precision, and a deep sense of responsibility. His work ethic is not just admirable, it's inspiring. He shows up early, stays late, and gives his all every single day. Outside the classroom, Mr. Blaine has served as head coach of the Plata cross-country team for the past 8 years. During that time, he has helped build a program that transforms runners into young adults who are leaders in the building and dynamic athletes on the course. This is evident by the team's outstanding GPA and their back-to-back regional championships. In the classroom, Mr. Blaine brings energy and humor to his teaching, making Latin both engaging and enjoyable for his students. His ability to connect with students and foster a love of learning is a testament to his passion as an educator. But what truly sets Mr. Blaine apart is his impact that he's made beyond the walls of his classroom. His contributions to our school system, and our community have been nothing short of outstanding. He's not just a colleague, he's a mentor and a role model. Mr. Blaine, your legacy at La Plata High School is one of excellence, service, and a heart. On behalf of La Plata High School, I'd like to thank you for everything that you've done and continue to do to make our school stronger.
Bravo. All right. Well, bravo to all of you. And first, let me say thank you. It really does mean a lot to us how dedicated you all are, not just to your craft, but to your community, to your students. It is something that we definitely don't take for granted here. And this is, as we always say, the highlight of what we do and why we do it. First with Mrs. Chan, hello. I love that yellow on you, it's so pretty. But kudos to you on being a third grade teacher, first and foremost. I have a fourth grader. On behalf of all moms of elementary school students, we are so sorry. No, I jokingly say that, but I always say I love the littles. And I love that you challenge yourself, like you're a lifelong learner. So you went from teaching kindergarten to more intermediate. And it's more difficult than people would realize, because that's really a lot of different skills that you're relearning and you're teaching yourself. And I love all the things that you do. You lead the social committee, you're the safety advocate, you foster a positive and caring environment. Like you do a lot of things that you may not think people notice, but they always notice. And it is something that clearly is deeply significant and meaningful. So let me say thank you again. And what made you get into teaching? Like, why did you choose that profession?
Honestly, just helping children learn, helping people grow. It's just kind of in my nature to always want to help. And I honestly credit that to my family. So just being able to help in any way I can is why I wanted to do that.
I could definitely see that. And I'm sure that's something that all teachers have in common. Like you see a problem and you want to solve it, or you want to see a need and you want to fill it, et cetera. That is fantastic. Well, what would you like to share, Mrs. Chan? Anybody you want to thank?
Is there? Am I?
Oh,
is
no,
it
no,
okay?
please, go ahead.
Can I just sit down?
No.
It's okay if I sit or.
It's entirely up to you. If you want to sit, stand.
Do I?
You want to stand? Yeah, go for it.
Kind of short. Good evening, everyone. I am truly honored and humbled to receive the exemplary employee for Berry Elementary. Standing here today, I am reminded of my why. As a teacher, seeing the growth in your students, the dedication and hard work seen daily from each of my students gives me the reason for being a teacher. It's about touching lives and helping my students see their potential. This recognition means so much to me, not only because it acknowledges my work, but because it represents the teamwork, dedication, and heart that go in everything we do in education. I've been fortunate to work alongside incredible colleagues and leaders who motivate me daily with their passion and commitment to our students. Thank you to my colleagues, who I refer to as not as coworkers, but my friends, for helping me learn and grow along the way. I also want to take the moment to thank God. Without him, nothing is possible. Amen. To my husband, my sons, and my family here today. Thank you for your patience, encouragement, and unconditional love. To my husband, James, you understand the late nights, the early mornings, and the countless hours spent preparing lessons and supporting others. I couldn't do this without you. To my students, past and present, you are the reason I do what I do. You inspire me to keep learning and to give my best every day. Again, thank you for the incredible honor. It belongs to everyone who believes in the power of education and making a difference in a child's life. I will continue to strive to make a positive difference each day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chan. Bravo. Very, very well said. Mr. Girding, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh.
No, it's fine.
It's just fine.
Oh, it's the cutest. Hello. Oh my gosh. I miss when my boys were that young. Hello. Here comes their friend to recruit him. It's okay. Proud of mommy. Yeah, she's awesome. Oh. Mr. Girding, first and foremost, congratulations. Vex Robotics State and World Champions, 4 times World Champions.
Well, we went to a world championship, so we were not world champions. We were good, but we weren't that good.
Tomato, right? It's all, it's adjacent. So you're champion adjacent.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that you're the pillar of the community. I could 100% see that. And shout out to all the librarians. Librarians are also my favorite people. They would always hide the good books, right?
Oh, not in our library. They're never on the shelf long enough to be hid.
There you go. I was one of the repeat customers, as it was one of the few places my parents would let me go after school. So every chance I got, I was in the library and just reading. And thank you so much for everything that you do, because it's for so many of us, it's our safe space. It's how you begin to imagine the world, outside of your surroundings. It inspires lifelong learning, like all the things. Sidebar though, and I was, as a kid, I was born in the 1900s. I feel like that system was unnecessarily complicated. Can we circle back to that? Like I could never remember how to file the darn book. Either do it, thank you.
Yes.
I was like, it's not just me. Okay.
It can be.
Kudos. I know, right? Kudos to the PhD in institutional leadership at Notre Dame. Ooh, fancy. Okay, well, tell us about that. Why did you choose that particular field and that school?
Well, I have always been a tremendous advocate for school libraries and school librarians, and I believe that through a higher level of research, there's the potential to truly advocate for librarians statewide. I was sharing with my advisor that my dissertation goal is I want to do the first ever school library impact study for the state of Maryland and seek definitive evidence that school librarians are an integral partner in creating and improving student achievement outcomes. For
Absolutely.
students.
Yes. Spoiler alert. Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Thank you. I'm going to make a note of that when that winds up being the case. You'll be in the dedication part, perhaps.
Don't threaten me with a good time now. I'll have a whole write-up for you by tomorrow.
Awesome.
What would you like to say? And this is your time, sir. What would you like to?
Okay.
Anybody want to thank?
So I did write just a couple comments, but if it's okay, I'll stay seated because as an advocacy chair for Maryland Association of School Librarians, I go with those podiums a lot, and it's not always with a positive message. So I am going to make my positive message sing down this evening.
Okay.
It is an honor to be here today to be recognized as the Exemplary Employee of the Year from Dr. Higdon Elementary School. When I became an elementary school librarian back in 2014 after teaching secondary social studies for a decade, I initially went to elementary school because I was like, it's a numbers game. There's going to be way more elementary than secondary library positions because of the number of schools. I knew at that moment I'd be going back to high school someday. How my perspective has shifted. Despite my secondary teaching experience, there's something incredibly endearing about our elementary learners. They are kind, eager, curious, and ask all the questions, literally all of them.
Yes,
sometimes in the span of a 50-minute class. I would like to take a minute to acknowledge amazing volunteers, both on our staff and in our community, even my own parents. who come in and donate their time and allow me to facilitate meaningful opportunities for our students, not just in class, but also beyond, through activities like VEX Robotics and book clubs. Our VEX Robotics Club always has more applications and spaces available. Our inaugural book club for third graders has attracted the interest of more than a quarter of our third grade students. And now they're asking about next year, and some of them haven't even had their first meeting this year yet. For my colleagues and I, our work at Dr. Higdon is a labor of love rooted in a deep belief that every student can be successful if given the opportunity. Everything we do is for the benefit of the students that we are privileged to teach each day. And I am eternally grateful not only to the staff and community members that help make these things happen, but also to the families that entrust their students to our care each day. I am deeply honored by the opportunity to work with such amazing staff and community members as we work to serve the incredible students at Dr. Higdon Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said, sir. Very well said. Hi, Ms. Soren. Good
Hi.
evening. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thank you.
I'm doing well. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I love that you are a passionate teacher. And I always pay attention when people make a note of ethics and integrity, as those are two things that just, you either have it or you don't, right? It's just a fundamental part of who you are. And kudos on the partnership with Nanjamoy. Thank you so much for that. That is such important work. And I love that you own and operate a local farm. Wow. I would love to hear more about that. Like, what is that like, and how do you manage all that? Because teaching in itself is a full-time job. Farm life is a full-time job. How do you do both?
Well, with our whole family, they're back here somewhere.
Aw.
So yeah, I grew up in Anne Arundel County. I taught there for a little while. Came down here because husband lived on a farm and wanted to live on a farm. So I went from Annapolis to country life, and I would not change it for the world. So we're outside a lot of the times. You know, we watch the wildlife. I like to call myself a bird landlord. We have bird boxes for bluebirds all over the place. So it's fun. It's nice to go to work and then come home to absolute peace and quiet.
That I can completely agree with. I'm sure Mr. Hancock can appreciate
Yes,
it. You know, he operates a farm as well.
Yes, we are neighbors.
Oh, yes, he absolutely can appreciate it.
Yes, my husband and David, they've worked hand in hand on the farmland and together for a lot of years. So
That's
yes,
awesome.
yes.
Well, my husband grew up on a farm in Louisiana.
Okay.
And he's been begging me to get chickens.
I love my chickens, though.
I hear that people form attachments to these
Yes,
animals.
they do.
that is not my ministry.
That's right.
But kudos to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what would you like to say, Ms. Waring? Anything you want to share?
Sure. I guess I could go up here. I didn't prepare anything. So,
Oh, no worries.
but I just, so here's a funny story. So when Piccowaxen was getting rezoned, I was at dinner with a few girlfriends who are actually here in the room, and we made a pact, and we were like, let's all try to apply to Piccowaxen. We were all at different schools. Lo and behold, we were all hired by Miss Finstead. Little did she know, right? But Miss Gibney, who's also in the back, she gave me a call when Miss Finstead, she mentioned that we ran into the parking lot, we didn't know. There were no positions that I was looking for. But anyway, Miss Gibney, she called me. We were friends from the pool. And she was like, you've always said you would love to teach science. We have a 7th grade position.
Aw.
Would you like to do this? And so I talked to my husband, and I was like, yes, let's do this. And we all made it work. So thank you to Miss Gibney. Thank you to Miss Wooka, my science team. We're
Aw,
amazing.
hi, science team.
And thank you for the administration for letting me do some crazy stuff with all these outdoor field trips in our woods and at our pond. And yes, I couldn't be more happier teaching at Piccowaxen.
That's
So
awesome.
thank you, everybody.
Congratulations. I love how you just light up. Like you can tell when somebody's doing something you genuinely love doing.
Yes.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Mr. Blaine. How are you?
Good.
So foreign language. So do you speak languages other than Latin?
I speak a little Italian when I need to.
Oh, wait a minute. What is this Hugh Jackman voice? Tell me more. Have you ever done voiceover? You have
No, I
a
have not.
great voice. Okay. It's an alternate career. I just consider it. I love that you serve with purpose. That really stood out to me, and that you have a commitment to doing the right thing. That means a lot because our students are always watching, and they're mimicking you, and they're being led by you, and candidly motivated. You know what I mean? And I know that that's for a lot of people. That's why they get into teaching or wanting to work at schools. You know what I mean? It's something that's just intrinsic to who you are. And also kudos that you're turning. I wrote down runners into leaders. That is awesome. I personally don't run unless I'm being chased, but the cross country, that is. If I ever were to aspire, that would be it. Because I think that the amount of stamina and dedication and just mental fortitude that takes, kudos to you. So are you out there with them? Like how does that work? I'm just genuinely curious.
I'm out there with them. Yes,
Yeah.
I am.
The whole, are they doing marathons?
I've put my bibs in the races that I've done on the desk so they can see them. So I don't just preach it, I live it.
Love that. Good for you. Fantastic. So what would you say is the one thing that motivates you? There's probably many, but like the main thing that gets you up every morning and gets you back out there.
I tell my kids that I don't go to work, I go to school. There's a difference. It's a mental difference for me because I enjoy what I'm doing, and what gets me up is every day's different.
Every day's different.
It truly is.
Yeah.
You don't know, even though I've been teaching for a long time, I'm old. I'm a dinosaur, I know that. But
Look, welcome to the 1900s club,
Yeah.
right?
every day is different. Every class is different. So it always changes.
Yeah, I love that because then you're learning every day, and I could understand that. So, what would you like to share? Anything anybody want to think?
Okay, yeah, I would like to.
Yeah, please.
Okay, first of all, Dr. Navarro and fellow members of the Board of Education, I want to thank you for this opportunity to teach in this county for 31 years. I've been here 31 years. I've had the opportunity to teach farmers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, welders, electricians, you name it. I've taught them, and it's been an enjoyable time. It really has. So I thank you for the honor and the privilege to teach in this county, the young of this county. It really has been, that's what inspires me, really, to be honest with you, just to get up and teach them, because it's a challenge every day. It really has been. Yes, I would certainly like to thank, some people, my wife here, my son, my family, my granddaughter. They've certainly been helpful to me and keep me going. My parents, whom I lost this year. A couple of people you may know, you may not. Ron Cunningham, he used to be here. He was my first principal back in 1995. Yeah, I know, last century. He hired me. He took a chance on me. Some other fellow Latin teachers, Pete Troiano, Carol Donahue, Dave Rice, and certainly John Previs. These were all other Latin teachers in the county. They've all since either passed on or retired. They were just an inspiration to me. And lastly, my current principal, Mr. Douglas Dolan. He's just given me the opportunity to be the dinosaur that I am. I use chalk, I use textbooks. Yeah, I'm old. Yeah. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I love it. I heard chalk is making a comeback. Don't worry about it. If y'all could hang out right there, we'll come down, shake hands, and we have something for you. All right, stand by. I'm working on it. It is what it is. I tried. Country sells. No, it's hard. Don't hurt nobody. That is my mom. And I love it. Oh, yeah. I know I interviewed for that job at least 2 years ago. I gotta put family first. I understand. Gotta keep the money in the in-house. All right. Fair enough. Off the air, please, until 6 p.m. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And Mrs. Nicholas, if you could please do the public forum rules.
Yes, rules for the public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by the speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address a speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topics with the following limitations. Personnel matters pending or potential appeals or comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. The first person we have is Peter Ullman.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Allman. How are you?
Last month, I felt like I had to rush through my stuff, so I greeted you and you greeted me back, and I just blew through it. I'm so sorry.
No worries, sir. Thank you for joining us.
I come before you this evening to emphasize that the workload pressures on our teachers have not eased since my appearance before you last month. Our educators are stretched thin, managing both instructional and non-instructional duties while class sizes continue to grow. Much of their planning time is consumed by additional responsibilities, leaving some with only lunch and self-directed planning as their sole breaks. Some have no opportunity even for basic needs such as running to the restroom without requesting class coverage. This situation is unsustainable and poses a serious risk of losing valued educators from our district and potentially from the profession entirely. I must also raise a separate concern. A troubling pattern has emerged that, when combined with long-standing concerns, reflects a growing disregard for the performing arts within Charles County Public Schools. During our recent all-county music events, staff and students encountered multiple preventable disruptions. These included maintenance and lighting upgrades that rendered booked performance spaces unusable, unannounced fire drills held during rehearsals with hundreds of additional students on campus, and we continue to experience obstacles to accessing specialized rehearsal and performance spaces. These spaces are not available on a first-come, first-served basis as we previously believed. Performance areas in some schools are now restricted to accommodate building priorities over county curricular needs, which places pressure on other schools to accommodate for more performing arts events than normal. Do performing arts educators need to request pool space for performances, given that auditoriums are frequently used for events that could just as easily be held in large classrooms, cafeterias, or library and media centers? These repeated issues suggest that certain building administrators view the arts as an inconvenience to barely be tolerated, rather than an integral part of our educational mission. In some schools, scheduling practices even pit fine and performing arts classes against advanced placement courses, reducing student involvement, undermining full-time teaching positions, and limiting access to arts education. Such practices send a clear message that these programs are neither valued nor supported. This disregard stands in stark contrast to our neighboring counties. Calvert County boasts large capacity auditoriums, far larger than our largest, and a dedicated performing arts center. St. Mary's County had been scheduling flexibility so students could participate in multiple ensembles. Charles County, by comparison, continues to restrict access and opportunity, despite the overwhelming documented evidence that participation in the arts improves academic performance, student engagement, and overall school culture. Our programs, our teachers, and our students deserve better. The continued marginalization of fine and performing arts within CCPS is both disheartening and short-sighted. I urge the board and district leadership to address these systemic barriers with concrete policies that demonstrate that the arts are not an afterthought, but instead a vital part of a well-rounded education. Thank you, and best wishes.
Thank you, sir. 1 second, Mrs. Okay. Okay, all right, yes.
The next person we have is Jennifer Everett.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
So my name is Jennifer Everett, and I serve as a special education teacher. I'm here tonight to speak about a growing concern that affects not only our students, but also the educators that serve them. The balance between providing a free and appropriate public education, also known as FAPE, and the increasing demands placed on teachers due to behavioral challenges in the classroom. The A in FAPE stands for appropriate, and that word carries weight, meaning every student should receive an education tailored to their individual needs. But when behavior issues dominate the classroom, it becomes increasingly difficult to provide appropriate instruction. Not just for the students exhibiting the behavior, but for every other child in the room as well. Teachers are spending more and more time managing behaviors, often extreme and disruptive, leaving less time for instruction, planning, and individualized support. This is especially true in special education settings, where students often require intensive interventions. The results is a learning environment that is reactive rather than proactive, and this compromises the quality of education for all. The emotional toll this takes on educators is significant. Teachers are burning out, not because they don't care, but because they care deeply and are being asked to do more than is sustainable. Mental health supports for students are critical, but we must also recognize that teachers need support too. When educators are mentally and emotionally exhausted, it affects their ability to teach effectively, to connect with students, and to stay in the profession. To illustrate what appropriate looks like in practice, consider this. A neurotypical child or a child without special needs may thrive in the general education classroom with standard lighting, standard seating, standard noise levels. They can follow routines, participate in group activities, and respond to verbal redirection with minimal support. A child with sensory processing disorder, however, may need a quiet, low-stimulating environment with flexible seating, dim lighting, and access to sensory tools like noise-canceling headphones or fidget items. They may also require frequent sensory breaks, visual schedules, and staff trained in these techniques to help them. In this case, what is appropriate for one child is not appropriate for the other child. Placing both students in the same setting with or without accommodations doesn't work, and expecting teachers to manage these vastly different needs without adequate support is not sustainable. Additionally, the increase in required testing and progress monitoring, while important for accountability, has begun to take away from valuable intervention time. Teachers are being pulled to administer assessments, collect data, and complete documentation, often during the very time that we should be spent providing direct supports to students. This shift not only undermines the effectiveness of interventions, but also adds to the stress and workload of educators already stretched thin. We also must acknowledge that new teachers are entering the profession with passion and commitment, but often without the promised resources and support. Many are expected to navigate complex student needs, manage behaviors, and meet compliance requirements with little guidance or mentorship. I'm sorry?
Can you finish your sentence, please? Yes, your time is up. Just to give you a little time to finish up. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can I add one thing? This is a detail I wanted to add.
Okay.
So my school has lost a 22-year veteran special education teacher due to anxiety and stress. And that's not a statistic, it's a real person. And we just lost her last week. And so in closing, my job is to create a safe and supportive environment for our students. And your job as a board is to help me do that.
Next, we have Melissa Carpenter.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Carpenter, and I am a lifelong resident of Charles County, a graduate of CCPS, and for the last 12 years, a fifth grade teacher here. I'm not a special educator, but I see and hear the ever-increasing workload on our special educators in our schools. One of the newest additions to workload, one of many, has been the decreased availability of substitutes. See, in schools, one of the first positions to not be filled or to move a sub-job from are instructional assistants or substitutes, or special educators, if we're even able to put in coverage for them. Many schools are being directed not to put in for substitutes for vacancies or for instructional assistants. Even though these are not positions even though there is a need for those positions based on staffing. Special educators coverage is not extra or added, it is required. Some of our instructional assistants are specific to special education and should remain a top priority coverage for all of our schools. They provide vital interventions and classroom supports. Special educators are just as vital providing required services, time that truly cannot be made up. Although these educators might work with smaller groups or seem to affect a smaller number of students than to provide coverage for a general education classroom, the impacts ripple through the entire building and must be respected. Last I checked on CCPS's site, there are no job openings for classroom substitute positions. We might have a big pool, but individuals are not signing up for the jobs. I know of a school last week where there were 10 plus open positions that day. 6 had to be staffed by internal moves, special ed instructional assistants, special educators. or some other form of person that couldn't do their job that day because they were covering for a substitute. And the other four were lost program time. How many of those positions affected special education? Trick question, all of them. Because special ed is not isolated, it is not standalone, it is felt through every school every day. Now there are lots of theories as to why the jobs are not being picked up, but that doesn't fix the problem of missed time for students, especially special education students. From what I could find, and honestly it was really hard to navigate openings, there are currently 7 open educator categories, 4 of which are connected to special education. We will continue to see increased openings if we do not show we value our educators. We have to do better for our special educators, and we have to do better for our students. I look forward to continuing this conversation and making CCPS the best it can be.
Next, we have Carol Bush.
Don't start the clock yet. I was going to say. All right. Good evening. I am Carol Bush. I'm a seasoned kindergarten teacher. This year, many special education students have been placed in general education classrooms. We are called inclusion, but that is in name only. Our students are receiving their IEP services to the best of our abilities. However, that does not make their placements correct. The workload has increased for teachers as well as our students. Kindergarten has changed and not for the better. Rest time has been taken away and replaced with flex math groups. Reading groups are becoming more difficult to navigate, and our youngest students are being pressured to perform at levels that are not developmentally appropriate. Once upon a time, it was my job as a highly qualified kindergarten teacher to determine where my students needed more support and help them develop these skills at a rate that would be successful. I could incorporate fun learning activities to meet them where they are. It was not more small group math or U-Fly, which is a lot like structured literacy that we've already incorporated every day. Pushing kindergartners to learn to read faster and write sentences sooner is not what is developmentally appropriate. This is where the correct special education placement comes in. You can't place a child that is at a developmental level well below a 5-year-old's and expect them to be able to participate in the classroom activities. I said that my classroom is general ed inclusion in name only because for most of the day, it is myself and my IE who are teaching our students. The students who do not have an IEP need support as well. They must wait longer for help, learn to be more patient while we change a diaper, redirect a student back to their seat repeatedly, and attempt to keep students safe who are unable to do that by themselves. When Dr. Navarro first came to Charles County, I expressed my concern over the growing number of special ed students that we are seeing, and that is where we need to put our focus. I thought true inclusion classes are what pre-K has, 2 teachers and 2 IAs. The key is having staff that are trained in special education. I would like to shout out to all the special ed case managers who are trying to make all this work with the service hours and support that is required. Scheduling has been proven to be very difficult. Many of the supports that are suggested, such as picture schedules, first-in charts, timers, sensory breaks, etc., would work best if each of these students had a one-on-one aide. As we know, that is not realistic either. My suggestions are to really look at how we are placing students and truly doing what is in their best interest. Not all students will perform better in general education classrooms. Also, take a look at our kindergarten curriculum expectations and decide if we are teaching them appropriately or checking a box. I would also like to invite anyone to spend a day with me in my classroom to fully understand what I'm talking about. A 10-minute observation does not give you the true picture. Thank you.
Next, we have Katrina Flores.
Good evening. My name is Katrina Flores, and I stand before you tonight both as a parent and a teacher in Charles County. I come here not out of anger, but out of deep disappointment and concern for the direction our school system has taken when it comes to supporting our students with special needs, particularly those who are medically complex. These are our most vulnerable children. They depend on us, the adults, the educators, the policymakers, to ensure that they receive what they are legally and morally entitled to, a free, appropriate public education. Yet right now in Charles County, FAPE is questionable. As a parent, I have watched my child and the children of other families struggle in a system that promises inclusion and equity, but fails to deliver the services and supports that make those words real. As a teacher, I see firsthand the frustration of staff who want to help but are not given the resources, training, or administrative support to meet these students' unique and complex needs. We are failing these children. When services are delayed or denied, when students are placed in programs that do not fit their individualized medical or educational needs, when instructional assistants and nurses are spread so thin that they cannot safely and effectively support the children in their care, this is not providing FAPE. This is called a broken system. Our medically complex students are not an afterthought. They are not numbers on a spreadsheet or a line item in a budget. They are human beings, students who deserve dignity, individualized attention, and meaningful access to education. Yet decisions within the special education department are too often made without fully considering how they impact this population. Policies are being developed and programs adjusted without the input of families, teachers, and specialists who know these children best. That disconnect has consequences, real ones. It means children miss weeks or even months of instruction because necessary supports aren't in place. It means students are sent home because schools can't safely accommodate their medical needs. It means parents who already live with the heavy emotional and logistical burden of managing their children's complex care must fight, beg, and sometimes threaten legal action just to secure what the law already guarantees. We can and must do better. I urge the board and Superintendent Navarro to look into auditing and assessing the delivery of special education-related services with a particular focus on medically complex population. Engage families, teachers, and medical professionals directly in decision-making processes. Include their voices before things are finalized. Increase staffing and training, ensuring that nurses, instructional assistants, special educators have the expertise and support needed to meet the students' daily and emergency needs. Hold the special education department accountable for ensuring that FAPE is not just a legal phrase, but a lived reality for every child in this county. To the members of this board, I ask you to see these children not as a challenge, but as a charge. Our community's greatness is measured not by how we treat the average, but how we serve the exceptional. Charles County can be a leader in inclusive education, but right now we are not leading. We are falling short, and our children, our most fragile and remarkable children,
Your time is up, ma'am.
thank you, are paying the price.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claire Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Claire Mitchell, and I'm a junior at Plata High School, and I'm also a part of the Teacher Academy of Maryland program. Many of you know that program as a good CTE, and I love being a part of it. And CTE is very important in Charles County and especially the state. I know this specifically because I'm a CTSO state officer, or also an Educators Rising state officer. As I look forward to my senior year and my course selection that will be coming up in January, I think about my senior year classes. One of them is Foundations of Curriculum and Instruction, but especially there is my internship class. Several days a week, I will be doing an internship, either in a 9th grade classroom at my school, at the nearby elementary school, or in a nearby center, such as the Gwen Center. Internship, as I've learned from graduated seniors and my teacher in my program, is very grueling work, but it is only honors weighted. But in this classroom, you're managing, you're planning a lesson, you're teaching a lesson. That's very hard, and many teachers know that. And you're learning to do this, and you're guiding through this as a high school student while you're also balancing high school classes and maybe even a job. CTEs such as biomed and engineering have AP weighted senior year classes. And I don't think that it's fair in a way that just because I chose the TAM program, should have my GPA hindered because of that. In my senior year, I plan to take many AP classes, and I want to get a high rank and a high GPA, but this program pulls me away from that and doesn't allow me to get as high as I want to achieve because of that. I've heard from many others that they've seen the weight that this program allows, and it doesn't make them want to be a part of the TAM program. But we need people to be a part of it because we need more teachers. We're in a teacher shortage, and having more people that become a part of this CTE program to benefit our future and our future educators is so important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Clint Regenerator.
I feel really old. I brought a piece of paper. Everybody brought phones. Jesus. All right. Excuse me. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Clint Regenerator. I'm here tonight as a parent and a concerned community member. I'm time limited, sorry. I want to speak briefly on 3 areas that I believe represent serious failings on transparency, integrity, and accountability within the district. First, William B. Wade Elementary School budget remains unavailable to the public. As taxpayers and parents, we have a right to know how funds are being allocated to support our children's education. Even more concerning, the PTO recently sent out a public request for donations of copy paper and other basic necessities. If our schools are operating on solid financial footing, parents shouldn't be asked to fill the gaps of fundamental supplies. Transparency in budgeting isn't optional. It's a foundation of public trust. Second, and far more painful, are the racial issues that have been taken root within the school's culture. Due to administration's efforts to emphasize the importance of Black boys, maybe unwillingly, the seeds of negative self-worth have been planted within other students. My daughter, a Korean American student, asked me if she was less important than a Black boy. No child should ever question their worth or place in this community. It is very concerning how many other children of different races and genders started wondering their importance and worth at such a young age. Worse, I was referred to as a haole, which is a derogatory term directed to white people. Obviously, I'm not white. And it comes specifically from Hawaii, which that person realized. And as soon as I called them out on it, they started to backpedal and tried to make up things to make it seem okay, which it's not. That behavior from a school leader is completely unacceptable, and our children learn not just from the curriculum, but from the examples that are set forth. And that example cannot include racism or bias from those that are in power. Lastly, tonight, I am formally notifying the board of my intent to contact the Attorney General of Maryland regarding potential violations of the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act. I've gathered substantial evidence that this district has been complicit in the unlawful collection and sharing of personal data from students, parents, and employees, data that should be protected protected under both state and federal law. The community deserves to know exactly what information is being gathered by whom and for what purpose. In closing, this is not about politics or personal grievances. It's about restoring trust that our district is using its funds appropriately, treating every child and family with dignity, and following the law in safeguarding private information. While I understand that I have a meeting scheduled with the chief of schools on Friday, if transparency, equity, and accountability truly matter to this board, then these issues must be addressed publicly and immediately. Thank you.
Can you please make sure that, would you like to comment?
Yeah,
I want to
no,
make sure we follow up.
What I will say is, I know that you have an appointment with Dr. Iverson on Friday, so we will follow up on that, and I've taken note on the other concerns that you've raised. Thank you.
Next, we have Rhonda Winters.
Hi,
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hi. Well, my name is Rhonda Whiters, and I'm a resident of the Villages of Potomac at Indian Head, Maryland. And so recently, there's a double wide trailer that was being installed in the community. And so I'm here on behalf of the residents of that community. So I know I'm on a time, so let me get started. So on behalf of the residents of Potomac Indian Head community, on behalf of the residents of the Potomac Indian Head community, I respectfully submit this petition requesting the reconsideration and the relocation of the double-wide trailer that's been placed within our community. I understand that it's installed as an extension of the Indian Head school system. And while we support the value and the mission, right, of the services that will be provided, we have serious concerns regarding its placement and its site compatibility within the community, its aesthetics, and I was told that after cosmetics, that the structure would be, conducive, right? However, we have some concerns, and one of the concerns, we have two, is the location of the double wide trailer and its inconsistency with the residential design of the community. And the second one is the aesthetics and the possibility of the property value impact, right, for us as homeowners in that community. And so on behalf of the residents who live in that community, we have paid pretty good money for our homes in that community. We would not like to see our property value diminish, although we do respect the mission of the service that will be provided, and would just like to know if the board will consider just relocating the double wide trailer. I have photos of, if I can present them to you.
If you could please email them, ma'am, and we can, you want to add something?
No. So, Ms. Rhonda,
Oh,
if
you
you
have
can
phys-
please
okay,
give
got
them
you.
to folks.
I
And
thought it was
do we
something
have
rich,
your
okay.
information in that packet?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
if you
you
can
do.
please leave your information, we'll follow up. I'm sorry, my chief of is out for a family thing, so he will follow up with you.
And in closing, I'd just like to finish with this. So when I open up my shutters, right, the first thing I see is the double wide trailer, right? And there is also, when you see the photos there are homes, right? And that's the first thing we see. Again, I really want to emphasize the service that it will provide and its mission is valuable, right? It's just the relocation of the trailer itself, the double wide trailer. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waters.
And last but not least, Joseph Mank.
Thank you. Start this timer here. Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Mank. I live in District 4 in Waldorf. I'd like to start off with some positivity. I want to thank everyone here, especially the teachers that spoke up about the environments in the schools. I think that's very paramount. And I'm not sure if anyone knows or people that are here know that there was a legislative breakfast this morning. And I also want to thank the board and the administration for putting that on. I believe that was very informative. But listening to some of the things that I'm hearing from the community, and I was in a meeting this weekend with I attended it with, I was not with that person, but a member of our delegation was also there. And the tone of that meeting or community meeting was about support services and funding and training for students with IEPs. And it seems to be the people here in the audience are speaking about special education. And I keep hearing this phrase, environment. And I've spoken about public safety many times before, and we have to make sure that the environment that our students and our educators, our administration, and our support staff are in are conducive to learning. And that goes beyond just safety. Safety should be number one, but making sure that they have the resources they need. And I believe all the things that were put forth on the agenda this morning were important. We spoke about sharing information with other jurisdictions. That ties into school safety. I believe in that. We also spoke about something I'm still doing research on about dropping the certification requirements for the principals and assistants. I really like to know why was it put in the blueprint in the first place. Normally something that goes through that level of legislation is going to be vetted multiple times. There's going to be a lot of input into it. And I understand the board would like to have that removed. I like to figure out why it was put in the first place. But also getting back to that meeting I was in on Sunday, I think the link that we're going to need, and I know this morning was not everything, that was like bullet points. So I don't want to discount, say, hey, we only talked about 4 or 5 things this morning and that's all there was. But we also should add to the legislative priorities getting support to these teachers, these special education teachers, making sure these IEPs are followed. And not just clicking boxes. I was in a room with 20 plus people on Sunday, and this is not just conducive to this school board, this school system. This happens all across the country, that we're more worried about clicking boxes just so we could pass the test than actually getting the enactment of the change and seeing it all the way through. Because again, these are our children. These are the people that are going to grow up to be us in 20 years. They're going to be in our communities. We do not want them in and out of the court systems. We want them to be able to function. We want them to be able to be functional and happy, productive citizen society. And that's going to start here with us in the education system. My name is Joseph Mang. I want to thank the board and the community and the EACC for coming out and speaking. Joseph Mang, District 4, Waldorf.
All right, thank you. Was that the final speaker, Mrs. Nicholas? All right, thank you. All right. Next up, we have the reports from the board, just general updates. We can begin with Ms. Obanali. Would you like to, I know you had a very big event that went very well yesterday. You sure?
Okay, so yesterday we had the student forum, and that was very, very successful. It was super exciting. I was worried that we weren't going to have a big turnout, but there was like 90 students, and that was super impressive.
Yeah.
They all had really good inputs on what goes on in the school system. We repeatedly had students complain about fighting and stuff like that, because those were 3 of my main things I knew were going to pop up, which was bullying, bathroom policy, and I'm blanking on the third, but
Dress code?
Dress code,
Dress
yes.
code.
We actually didn't have anybody talk about dress code
No, I
yesterday.
think I saw one maybe in the chat. Yeah.
But it was a lot of bullying and bathroom policy. So I thought that was really nice to hear from so many students, because going to my school, I can hear from students in my area, but it's nice to know that so many students in other schools have these same concerns and concerns that I thought were important as well. So that was great. And then it was also sweet hearing like middle school students talk to other middle school students and give each other advice.
Yeah.
And I think it would be really beneficial to have more of these events where students can kind of talk to each other and have that type of community, because I feel like that's kind of what we want to do as a county, have events where students can talk to each other and kind of foster community and, just relationships like that. It was super sweet. So that was kind of my big thing, and I enjoyed it. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Great job. Ms. Butler Washington?
Yes, just wanted to say that the fiscal management committee that we're on, this is the one that we have done for the board that Madam Chair has established for the board. Our next meeting will be the 17th. Just hearing what the auditor said and what Mrs. Acton have, shared with us with the budget and stuff, we feeling very informed of how we are able to look into the budget and understand it, because there's a lot to do with it, because it's part of our job. So knowing what he said and what she has already shared, that's one of the things that inspires me to know that we know a lot about our board, our budget on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Tamisha Thomas?
Thank you. For the sake of time, I only have 2 reports, and our strategic planning committee is coming up.
Okay.
We will be taking the results of our last presentation, and we'll be moving that forward. In addition to that, we will be working towards gathering feedback from that last presentation. There were several groups that gave us comments, and the board, but we also wanted to circle back with others that had given us comments, so we'll be doing that. The other thing is, tomorrow, today's Tuesday, okay, Wednesday, yes, tomorrow. Ms. Thompson is holding the meeting that we discussed with Morgan State University about AI.
Oh, nice.
And so that meeting will be held tomorrow. And Morgan State University has an AI lab in the state of Maryland that's doing some AI review of software, but also ethical uses of AI. And from 2 divergent points, one from the student perspective and then one from administration and also from teacher curriculum support. So I'm looking forward to hearing a lot of goodness from that, and we'll bring back to share with the board.
I say they just got a rather large donation. Is it Mackenzie Scott?
They did,
I've heard they're going to be establishing a medical school.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's incredible opportunities.
And in good fashion and form, Charles County is the first LEA to reach out to develop a partnership with Morgan. So we will be trailblazers where we can be.
Oh, absolutely. Miss Brenda Thomas.
Far as meeting report, I don't have any. Far as correspondence, well, with the Thornton dedication,
Yes.
that was really remarkable. With all the elected officials coming out and the kids were just remarkable, receiving their citations or the awards that they got. That was really nice. And I went to the CSM Adult Education Program graduation. They had 22 that got their GED. So
I
that
love
was
that.
really nice. It was exciting. They were really proud of receiving their GED, and their family were just excited about that too. So those are the only two that were. Oh, and the economic development that I went to.
Oh, that's this
also.
morning. Do you want to tell us just a little bit about that?
The economic development, they have a lot of partnerships in there, and the two, it would have been more, but two of them are really interested in getting with Board of Education to do some programs with our kids, far as apprenticeship, far as community service. One was actually with farming, and he's right across from Smallwood State Park. So he's supposed to give me some information. I gave Dr. Navarro the young lady who wants to have some kids if they need community service. I gave her that information. So I think we should participate. Somebody at the board, maybe go to one of those economic developments next time. I know we usually have it at the same time we have legislation breakfast, but I think we should get involved in that also.
Great points. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. So always lots of great activity. I will try to be brief, given the hour. So also attended the Margaret J. Thornton Elementary dedication. Was blown away by the number of elected officials who made it out. Definitely appreciated Dr. Navarro's comments in terms of making it a teachable moment so that students could see how much adults were invested in their school and invested in them. NAACP was there. Of course, the Thornton family was there as well. NAACP, they actually donated the portrait of Mrs. Thornton, so it was amazing to be in the space. Shout out to Miss Anita Wilson, who used to work for us, who's now the secretary there, who, did all the yeoman's work of sort of pulling it all together. Also participated in this morning's legislative breakfast, which was amazing, to sit with our elected officials and make them aware of our position on some of the bills that we would recommend for movement, some of the things that we recommend they advocate for in Annapolis, but also hearing from them in terms of what they're interested in supporting and kind of what their stances are on various things. I think it's always important to remain and kind of retain that relationship with our appropriators to ensure they understand what's happening here at home and how we need them to move in Annapolis. It was also televised, so I believe we should have some recording of that if folks weren't able to watch it in real time.
Yes.
Upcoming for me later this week and next week, on Thursday, we have a board policy meeting, of which our SMOB, Dr. Smalls, Ms. Patterson, and Mr. Hancock will be attending. That too is open to the public as well. Later this month, I think actually next week, Ms. Brenda Thomas and I will be wrapping up with the conference planning committee that we serve on for MABE, just making sure that we're able to close out that body of work and thinking about continuous improvement and how we prepare for next year's conference, just learning from all the evaluations that were done. Also for federal advocacy, next week I have a meeting with our MABE board president as well as our executive director, as well as the staff from MABE that serves as our liaison, just to talk about forward movement within that committee, given that we have new leadership. So just making sure that we're all aligned in terms of what the guardrails are for that work and what to expect. So more to come, lots of great work.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, I was grateful to have been sworn in to this amazing board. And also to attend the webinar in NSBA for navigation of the federal voucher program. And also I attended with my amazing board, the dedication of MJ Thornton. And this week, I will be in attendance with Mrs. Smith for the board policy, my first board policy subcommittee meeting.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
All right. Oh, it's riveting stuff. Riveting. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hancock.
Quick, thank you. So I'd like to start off with thanking the principal at Piccowaxen and the staff there for allowing me to visit with them and partake in their career day last week. It was always a lot of fun, and the
Yeah.
students were very engaged and very respectful, and I appreciate that. Just want to thank the state officials and commissioners and county staff and state staff for coming to our legislative breakfast this morning. We certainly appreciate the dialogue. And I was going to say this for like a agenda item, but I think I would recommend us as a board. I know Sean Heil had mentioned the EACC has their legislative night is coming up.
December, yes.
Yep. And we've heard a lot from the teachers the last couple months in regards to planning time, issues around special education, and a lot of other things. I think we're probably going to hear a lot at that legislative dinner. And I think after that, I would hope maybe we as a board can come together and try to address some of those issues. So other than that, thank you all.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I want to congratulate our student board member for hosting a very successful student-led town hall last
great
night.
job.
I loved reading the comments and just seeing our students step up to engage in their school communities, which is really great. And they didn't just bring problems or challenges. A lot of them had suggestions for solutions, which I think is great to see from young people. So amazing work, Munachi, and our board chair for moderating. You did a wonderful job as well.
Thank you.
I also forgot to mention that I wanted to mention this because I felt like it was notable. I attended the MSDE board leadership training. It was actually last month, but it really seems like it was like 6 months ago.
I know, right?
With Dr. Navarro, and it was like early September. And it was a great opportunity to network with board leaders and building leaders. And the reason I brought it up is because a lot of what we heard, there was roundtables, and we talked to mostly APs and some principals about one of the hot topics recently that we've been hearing, which is collaborative planning. And so, we definitely were listening and taking notes, and I'm looking forward to the work of the work group and hearing what comes from that. And of course, as Mr. Hancock said, engaging more with the EACC and our teachers and building leaders on how we can all come together to make this work and be successful for everyone. I also just wanted to talk about May briefly last month. I think I forgot to mention that I don't know if I did or not because I took notes and then I had to adjust them. So forgive me if I did, but I'll just be quick. I presented with Madam Chair with our equity committee, and that was amazing. But I attended a session on boundary studying and redistricting, which was done by Montgomery County Public Schools. And I thought that was really interesting. And I learned a great deal about one of the pieces that was really interesting to me was all the efforts that they took around community engagement. And they were very intentional and literally pulled out all the stops really to find the voices that, in their words, are not the typical voices that come out and engage. And they really wanted to intentionally hear from folks that they don't normally hear from. And so I definitely took that information to heart. And I think that, community engagement can be used in a variety of ways. And that's a perfect segue into my next note. I'm the new chair of the Community Engagement Subcommittee for this school year. So thank you to Mr. Hancock, who was our chair last year in our inaugural subcommittee. And so now I'm the new chair of Community Engagement. And so I thought that was really appropriate to really get some insight from one of our sister LEAs, I guess, about community engagement. And the Community Engagement Subcommittee meeting last month, we talked about, actually we received a presentation on Title VI, and I think it's been said before, but just wanted to repeat that CCPS is the only county in LEA in Maryland that's receiving Title VI funding, which that's amazing, and so I believe it bears restating. What else? Oh, kudos to all the cheer teams that participated in the county championship. Dr. Navarro and I were there. Congratulations to McDonough varsity cheer squad who took first place in the county. first place at regionals and is on to states this weekend. So kudos to McDonough. It was an amazing, amazing performance. And North Point JV took first place in the JV division as well. And finally, as Dr. Navarro mentioned earlier, we are on to the second quarter. Parents, hang in there. You know, we're moving right along. Teachers too. Teachers too.
Parents, teachers,
I've
everybody hang
I've
on.
already talked to some teachers that are like, I'm counting down to winter break, and I'm like, wow, really already? Okay. But I just want to encourage you, parents, if you haven't had a chance to kind of meet with and talk with your child's teachers, please take advantage of the opportunity to meet with your child's teachers on the teacher conference day, which I believe is Monday.
Yes,
correct?
the 10th.
Okay, the 10th. And if you can attend that day, you know, just reach out and schedule some time to meet with your child's teacher or teachers and just build those relationships, because I feel like that's really a critical part of our school and family relationships, is making sure that we keep that communication open. So I'll be doing that, and I just encourage everyone else to join me in that. And that's all.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a few things. First and foremost, today is day 35 of the government shutdown. I know many of us are impacted personally. Definitely just a very trying time. Keeping those who are impacted lifted in prayer. I'm hoping that there's some beginning of the light at the end of the tunnel, because this now ties for the longest shutdown ever. And it is just very painful. I am pleased at least that it appears for the time being that in the state of Maryland, SNAP benefits will continue. And that is one of the things that many of us were worried about. Kudos on a wonderful legislative breakfast this morning, colleagues. Thank you to Dr. Navarro, Ms. Acton, Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Miller for presenting. Thank you also to the members of the delegation who were able to join us. Senator Ellis did text me to offer his regrets, as did Mr. Commissioner President Collins, who was not able to join us. But we had a wonderful exchange of information and ideas. And one of our major focuses we've talked about that I personally would very much encourage my colleagues to pursue is advocacy. We are in some perilous times financially, and unfortunately it's going to probably get worse before it gets better. So we need to be very strategic about our resources and our advocacy, which I know is near and dear to all of us. As a reminder, parents, schools closed Monday the 10th and Tuesday the 11th. Please don't bring your children. No one will be here. Teachers on Monday, but yeah, they're not open for that. We, as the vice chair mentioned, we will have parent-teacher conferences. So I invite you to participate either virtually or in person. It's very, very important. Also, we're celebrating Native American Alaskan Heritage. Pardon me, Native American Alaska Native Heritage Month. So kudos to everyone who celebrates. And also Veterans Day is next Tuesday. Very near and dear to us. My husband is a Marine Corps veteran, and Marine Corps is also about to celebrate our 250th anniversary. I say our like I'm a Marine, right? Yeah, me personally, yes. I served. No, I did not. Also, Thursday, November 13th, will be Board of Education Town Hall. It will be virtual. And as we saw last night, and we invited some of our tiniest friends to join us, when we have virtual, we typically get a lot more participation. Dr. Navarro suggested a topic around blueprint and funding implications. As we heard this morning at the legislative breakfast, there are many, and this will be our opportunity to explain to the community, to parents, anyone who'd like to join us, what we're going to be facing and how we're going to have to pivot and navigate that space. But we also share that you're welcome to join us. We're not going to necessarily talk about Blueprint the entire time, that we do have one set presentation. But whoever wants to join, whatever concerns you have, please come and join us. And speaking of, the student town hall last night was just adorable. Shout out to the young boy in the chat, was like, who knows me? I was too tickled. But I love to see their interaction with each other. The questions they asked were on point. The level of information and knowledge that our very own Miss Munachi Obanali had, I was like, wow. She was handling those questions like a pro. I was so, so proud. Thank you so much to Dr. Navarro for joining us, for helping to answer questions, to help to dispel some myths. We did hear some common themes. We all took notes, so we're going to
circle back on some of the things that we heard about. In particular, students, a lot of them are concerned about fighting and bullying. And you know, we have to address that. We shared what we've done, but they also had some suggestions. It wasn't just, these are the things that bother me. So I appreciate that they came with solutions as well. As a reminder, our November 24th work session will be virtual. That is the week of Thanksgiving. So you're welcome. All right. And already from the town hall, one of the participants emailed us to follow up. So I appreciate that. Quick update regarding MABE. The biggest thing, two things. One, again, January 27th, their legislative reception will be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Annapolis. Invite all of my colleagues to come out. It is a great time, also a training opportunity. And I did receive an email. Committee assignments are due by the end of November. I've spoken to several of you that would like to remain on, but you know, feel free to send an email. As it relates to NSBA, Dr. Felton Moss, who again is a Prince George's board member and also the NSBA Managing Director of Government Relations, hosted a policy hour. Will be hosting his next webinar on special education, December 2nd at 2 p.m. And his policy hours are remarkable. We just had an update from him yesterday. And everything he does is just, it's fantastic. We also are receiving daily updates to the NSBA board from CEO Virginia McCotter-Jacobs, just on all things dealing with education nationally, how we're impacted, and things to look out for. And also NSBA, every week in January, they're going to be hosting an Advocacy 101 series, a series of webinars on different aspects of advocacy and how we can be more impactful as board members. And also the Advocacy and Equity Institute will be in January. I think February 1st through the 3rd. Yeah, end of January, early February. And the keynote speaker will be Amanda Ripley, who's a New York Times bestselling author, Washington Post columnist. And she has done a lot of work around conflict and through her media training company. Also, kudos to Thornton Elementary on a beautiful dedication. I always enjoy just anything in the schools, but especially the key ceremony is very significant, and the intentionality of passing the key down, and it always ends with our students, who is our future. That was fantastic. And lastly, thank you to Commissioner Ralph Patterson, who came in last week before, whatever we last, you know, it runs together. Last week, thank you, to talk to some of our aspiring Eagle Scouts from Troop 417. They had to interview some elected officials. So they interviewed myself and Commissioner Patterson, and we just had a great time. So with that said, do we have any unfinished business? Did you have something? No? Oh, she reported. Yeah, we started on that end. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Okay, no unfinished. Any new business? Yes, Ms. Smith.
So want to ask for my colleagues' support of this particular issue. So earlier this afternoon, the state board met to discuss some regulatory or COMAR changes to the rules for meetings. This would establish requirements for local boards of education to hold regular meetings of the local board in person. There, of course, are outlined exceptions for special meetings of the local board with exceptional circumstances. The board is entertaining regulatory changes that will disallow local boards of education from hosting essentially all virtual meetings, meaning a quorum of the board would have to be in person, where 1 or 2 board members are allowed to be virtual, but essentially requiring us to be in person. Another regulatory change to the rules for meeting that they're entertaining is the establishing minimum requirements for local board to hold opportunities for public comment and to adopt a written policy for conducting public comment. The reason I take issue, I believe we all should take issue with that, is I feel as if this is a local control issue in terms of how we run our board meetings, meaning that if we opted to have a virtual meeting as a quorum, as a board, we should be allowed to do so and still hold public forum in that virtual setting. We already have a variety of mechanisms here within Charles County to have public forum both in person as well as virtual, so there would be no harm to the public. But just thinking about it, if we as a local board decided to have a virtual meeting, we should be able to do so, and it shouldn't be contingent upon inclement weather or technology issues. It should be up to us to sort of make those decisions. I believe that there are 1 or 2 counties around the state that are having some issues that I think the state board is trying to control for across all 24.
Right.
And in my personal assessment, I feel as if this is kind of a mallet to kill an ant. I mentioned that previously. I think this is something for 1 or 2 that they're now trying to overly apply a policy to or a regulatory change to all of us. And I think it's a bit of overreach. So I would ask my colleagues to support either individual letters or one collective letter that we can send to the state board, just noting our disagreement with that particular regulatory change to COMAR.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion, any comments? Ms. Thomas and then Vice Chair Kramer.
I can support that. I mean, I think local boards all have diversity in their needs, and for us to have the autonomy to run our meetings the way we see fit is appropriate. I do know that there's quite a bit of unrest, if you will, at some other LEAs, but that doesn't have anything to do with, the local control that's necessary as well as autonomy to run your meetings as you see fit. So I can support that put out by our colleague, Ms. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Chair Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for raising this point, and I agree with you and Ms. Thomas. I would certainly support that and do agree with your assessment that I think that this may be overreach and overkill in a way, instead of addressing, those 1 or 2 LEAs that may be having challenges and trying to offer some support there. They're kind of trying to make a statewide rule that really infringes upon our local control. So I would certainly support this as well.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Did you want to add something?
I support it.
Thank you. I'm in agreement as well. And what is your suggestion, Ms. Smith? Are you proposing a letter from the chair or individual letters, or just so we can have, since we have everyone here on the record?
I think whatever we believe would have the best impact or the highest impact, if it's volume and it's us individually versus if it's you speaking on behalf of the board in totality, I'm fine with whichever has the most impact.
Okay. Does anyone have a suggestion? I'm fine either way. Yes.
I think if we collectively write a letter together, because that shows unity and that shows that, we all support what Ms. Smith wants to do.
Okay.
Instead of sending separate letters, that's one.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I can support that as well, but maybe we could ask Mr. Schwartz what he recommends.
Okay. And Ms. Thomas?
I was just going to say, I think Ms. Butler-Washington had a good point that show unity. I think that is the reason why we see some unrest at the other boards is that they have a lack of unity. So for us to come together with unity, Ms. Butler-Washington had a great point there.
I agree. Did you want to add something, Mr. Schwartz? He's like, somebody called me.
You were waiting back there. I was trying to throw you a lifeline. You were really anxious.
I would be sitting there even after the board left this evening. I'm still waiting to say my piece. The state board did agree to publish the draft regulations today, this afternoon. So those will be published in the Maryland Register at some future date. Okay. And at that point, there'll be a 30-day or sometimes 60, but usually it's a 30-day comment period.
Okay.
And that's the best time to put our comments in. Collectively is a great idea. I'm not discouraging any individual board member from commenting as well. So we can do certainly both if we think that's the best way to approach it. But the staff can help draft a letter for the board to consider, and we can send that in as part of public comment.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Is everyone in agreement then that we would send one letter? You're good? Okay. Is that unanimous? Yes? Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you. Any other new business? Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. You have another thing? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The engineering program revisions that took place earlier this school year, will take effect next school year, but that's impacting our current 8th graders who recently applied for their various CTEs. Still continuing to hear from some community members about the higher level math requirement for the engineering program. To be clear, I fully support the higher level math. I think students should have geometry before they enter into the engineering program. But given that this will be our inaugural year, you say that 3 times fast, inaugural year sort of instituting this program, I think there were a cluster of parents and families that didn't realize the change and how that would impact their 8th graders, or at the time their 7th graders, being able to qualify in the 8th grade. So one is to kind of just keep a close eye on the program and looking at the number of students who are taking geometry who would qualify for the program, but also ensuring that every single one of our middle schools has access, including our charter school, has access to that higher level math so that any students who are interested in the program can in fact qualify.
All right. Dr. Navarro, any thoughts or input? Not that we're looking for a solution, but
No,
just,
I think I'll ask, we'll look into that with Mr. Lowndes and look at the communication that was sent out and just making it, I understand that it's a switch, and I want to make sure that when we have communicated to everybody and had the opportunity in the process, that it makes sense and we don't respond to, if we make any changes or respond, that we then open an opportunity for anybody that would want to do it. So I just have to look into that, and then I'll probably respond to you guys in writing as we look into it.
Just to double down, Dr. Navarro, just ensuring that our Pasota families also have access to the higher level math as they matriculate back into our public high schools, thinking about them trying to qualify for, I mean, they may want to go for like the theater program or the dance program, but they could very well be interested in the engineering program or the CASE program or the other programs that we offer. So wanting to ensure that they have access to the higher level math as well.
So I think I'll circle back with the school because I'm not sure if Pasota is participating in the virtual option for the geometry. I don't think they offer geometry right now. And so it's something I'll have to speak to the operator about, because last year we worked to make sure they had an actual Algebra 1 for 8th graders availability. So I'll circle back on that.
Thank you.
You had new business, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, hot off the presses. So if we have to move it or defer it, I'm okay with that. But as you know, I have been talking about this for probably the last year and a half, which is the ability for us to find CTE resources to teach classes that is an adjunct model. So Dr. Navarro, in our little break, we had a conversation, and there's some guidance that has come out that does allow that. And so I'd like to add that to us to investigate. Anne Arundel County apparently tried to do this or has tried to use this this new guidance. So I'd like for us to look at that to see whether it's an opportunity for us to be able to get some adjunct-like type of teachers. And I think it's important for us to, I could understand if we need to defer, because not that Ms. Majors and her staff doesn't have a plethora of things to do. However, this is the right time to catch people who are transitioning in between careers, may have an option that they could exercise. And so I would like to strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, that we have people that are willing, that may be in between careers or transitioning into retirement, given, what's happening on the landscape of, downsizing and rifts and those kind of things. And so I would like us to investigate it to determine if there's some applicability within our county, and to see if even we could just pilot a small group of professionals that happen to be in the needs, right? So if it's, like Cisco or engineering or some of those ones that are a little bit hard to fill, particularly for the CTE programs, because I think it would help from an industry perspective to support our students. So I'd like to put that out there as something we can look at.
Thank you. Is that something you could follow up maybe in a weekly transmission?
Yes, we can. And
Okay.
if I can just add, I thank you for the millions of viewers who just texted me. Pasota actually does have access to geometry. They have a student that's taking it at Lackey. So thank you. Thank you,
see?
viewers.
They are watching. Thank you.
Millions.
Thank y'all so much. Is anybody out there? We get loopy after a certain time. Like,
We've been here for like, what, 12 hours?
yeah, we're coming up on our 12th hour. Any other new business? I just had two things quickly. The first, and I know is already in the works, to echo Mr. Hancock's sentiments about the teacher workload. We're hearing this a lot. I know Mr. Heil shared that you all have, and forgive me, is it a work group that you've established?
We have a work group that we are convening, and I think we have solidified the dates maybe. I'm not 100% sure if we solidified a couple of dates. So it's an evening one because people are in schools, in the classroom and so forth. And I think we were trying to do 2 or 3 because eventually those recommendations will also go into when we come back at the negotiating table.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. And secondly, we heard from the student, and Dr. Navarro and I had a micro conversation about the student tonight that spoke about the TAM program and her GPA being hindered due to the course offerings. I'm paraphrasing, but again, not anything that necessarily can be solved unless you have anything like to add. But if not, if you could please, again, that doesn't need to be a whole presentation. just a quick follow-up, because I was under the impression that TAM was statewide, and that you briefly got to say before we got interrupted that those are our regulations. Is that correct?
So the way we follow any course that gets assigned weights for a college course is they have to be a college course level. So if it's an early college class, if it's a dual enrollment class, if it is an advanced placement at a certain level, then it gets weighted as advanced, as a college level one. If it is just advanced in general, then it'll have a weight as a honors, thank you.
Yeah.
So it'll have an honors weighting, and I believe that the TAM internship has an honors weighting, but we're gonna double check on that.
Oh, it does, okay.
And that is
Interesting,
the
yeah.
reason why.
Okay.
I will say, this school system still subscribes to the valedictorian and salutatorian mindset, which many school systems have moved away from because it cues up to young people negatively a pursuit of GPA. Thank you, sir. You know what I'm talking about. And
The 6 and 7
and
AP classes.
and the yes, and I think disproportionately instills in young people that they're not options unless they are constantly fighting for those top spots.
Yeah.
So I hope at some point this board may want to take up another spicy topic besides eligibility, and it be this, because I think the community is probably not going to agree with this superintendent on this. But I know that a lot of school systems have moved for this, for the betterment of kids, so that they are not sort of thinking, how can I become the next valedictorian and salutatorian? And the data just doesn't back that up as people apply to colleges. So, so yeah, I got on a little bit of I got a little bit on a
I say you open a can of
there.
worms there. Well, that sounds like something maybe for the policy subcommittee to consider. And yeah, and my only question, and it's rhetorical at this moment, is how will that impact them in college? Is that something that will in any way hinder them? That's my only, but yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Navarro, if I could borrow your shoes on the soapbox for a minute. Spicy topic, but I think one to be discussed. I would really like community feedback on that topic, because I have participated in lots of senior interviews, and overwhelmingly every time I talk to seniors when they come to that interview, the ones who have high GPAs are boastful and proud, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the ones that do not have high GPAs, they are very sheepish. They feel like the number defines them. If it's low, then they don't matter as much. That class rank people are really tied to. And dare I say, having done recruiting in many agencies, about 2 years after you graduate from anything, high school or college, no one asks you about your GPA. So given this relationship with young people to being tied to a number, I think inherently causes some confidence issues that at least I'd love to hear from the community what they think.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean I'm pejoratively on one side or the other, but I would like to at least hear from the community and from young people what they think about it, because I think it would help us. Thank you.
Okay. Huh? Oh, boy. Yes. You should open a can of worms. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to quickly add on to that point. I think that it would take a lot of rewiring, just because.
That's a great word for it.
Just because.
Rewiring.
The way, for example, me, I suppose I have a high GPA, but I'm not top of my class. And I get self-conscious about that myself. So I can imagine so many students who are at that higher level. I know the student that we had come and speak, she's third of the class. So we have a lot of students like that who are doing so much. And it feels like if you are doing something that you enjoy doing, if it's not boosting your GPA, then what's the point of doing it? I had that conflict where I wanted to take painting because I love to draw and I love art, but it's well, it's not boosting my GPA, so should I really do it? So that's the whole thing. It's you have to rewire yourself to do stuff that you enjoy, instead of just thinking well, what's going to be the best for my college, what's going to be the best for my like resume, you know? You have to like do what you want to do. So I just think it's going to take a lot of work. Students are going to have to like shift their mindset to just doing stuff that they love. And that's going to be hard because like they're very like AP students are very work driven. Like it's really just an ulterior motive rather than just, I guess, just living, if that, if that makes sense.
Just being, right, yes. I appreciate that. All right, are there any future agenda items? I believe we've discussed it all, cousins. Thank you. I know, right? What these, I know. They're more, I mean, we didn't discuss anything that necessarily is gonna be a presentation right now, but, you know, just, as Dr. Navarro said, just bubbling things up. Okay, so next are our 2 action items. I will do personnel first because I know that Madam Vice Chair has a correction to one of the minutes. I believe personnel should be clean. Let's see. All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the personnel action items. Yes.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second, Vice Chair? All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, thank you. That is unanimous. Okay, so as it relates to the minutes, stand by 1 second, cousins. Okay, so the minutes from the October 14th executive session were okay. It was the board meeting that we had to, okay. All right, is there a motion to approve the minutes from the October 14th executive session? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, thank you. Next is the October 14th board meeting. So what I would say, Madam Vice, if you can make the motion to include the correction, because she did catch a mistake.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
So I will move to accept the correction to the
No,
minutes?
to accept the minutes
To accept
with
the
one
minutes
correction.
with one correction. Thank you.
Okay, could you state with the correction? Sorry.
Yes, and apologies.
worries.
The correction was we voted on an item that evening to postpone or table PASOTA's requested amendment. And our colleague here, Ms. Butler Washington, was not present, but she was listed as a voting, as a vote for that that amendment. So yes, thank you, Ms. Nicholas, for making that correction.
Okay, so it's been moved that we would accept the October 14th board meeting. Huh? Oh,
For what it's worth,
yeah.
Ms. Smith's name is listed twice on the board members present.
Oh.
I'm actually 2 people.
I thought so all along.
I know. She not. Yes. Well, yeah, I believe, Mr. Schwartz, we can treat that as like a grammatical, you know, because obviously she can only be present once, so. But thank you for that, Mr. Hancock. Yes, thank you. Okay, so it's been moved that we make the correction to the October 14th board meeting minutes to reflect that Ms. Bella Washington was not present for the vote. Okay, is there a second? Would you like to second? Okay, all right, any discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, thank you. Okay, and then finally, the chair will entertain a motion to accept the minutes from the October 27th work session. Okay, thank you. A second. All right, any discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, thank you. That is also unanimous. All right, Ms. Oh, no, oh, sorry, you didn't have your hand. Okay, so you weren't present. Okay, fair enough. So it was not unanimous. I stand corrected. Mr. Hancock abstained. Okay, you're not against, you're just abstaining. Just abstaining, yes, sir. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Brenda Thomas. Oh, did you? Yeah.
Briefly before we adjourn, Madam Chair, just wanted to give you and Dr. Navarro kudos for masterfully facilitating this morning's legislative breakfast.
Oh, thank you.
Very well done. So just wanted to
Thank
put that
you.
on the record and let the community know in case they missed the recording of it.
Oh, yes, our millions may not have been up early at 8 a.m. Thank you. We ended 6 minutes early. Look at us. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. All right. Oh, snap. Did we miss something? Oh, that, it's nothing on this agenda. Oh, boy. Oy. Okay, so the agenda we have, yeah, it was supposed to be moved. Okay. Okay. All right, so clarify, we'll discuss it at the work session. Okay, all right, appreciate that. Okay, yeah, so in case the public was wondering, we are tasked with renaming, or giving a name rather, the Indian Head, tentatively called the Indian Head Health Center. So we will discuss that and vote on that at the November work session, which again will be virtual on the 24th. So just to give the public an opportunity, additional opportunity if anyone wants to weigh in. And the report from the committee is on board docs from the previous meeting, including 3 recommendations that were provided by the committee. Dr. Abney, yeah, she had one in particular, but they came up with 3. Of course, we don't necessarily have to select the 3, but those are the 3 that they recommended. All right, thank
Okay,
you.
motion to adjourn.
I listen. Seconded by everyone. I'm assuming there's no discussion. All in favor? Thank you. Great job, everybody. Okay, take us off the air.